2022.
Fucking suck.
2022. 2022. 2022. 2022. We cheered as records were shattered and legacies were cemented. Despite pushback, despite resistance, 2022 was a year in which we persisted.
Fucking suck.
Was a year in which we wrestled with both free speech and hate speech, and were reminded
fucking suck.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 234 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homies JP, the grumpy old man Dave, and J-Pig's girlfriend Carly in the house. And of course, I be your host with the most, representing the West Coast, the M. Double O to D to the Z. Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes? We are finally here.
Yeah, we are.
Hello.
I could not be more happy than to be sitting here right now to get this over with. So I was thinking pre-recording, and I'm not going to sit here and be the most negative person in the world, like I probably usually always am. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is definitely my least favorite show of the last 10 years of doing these yearly top 10 shows. By far. You know what? Fuck it. This year sucked.
That's a good way to start it off.
You know, I like this year.
I'm going to say, okay, so the way I kind of look at, the year as a whole is when there's like an abundance of really great films and you have a problem making your top 10. This year was definitely the easiest I've ever had for myself to make the top 10 list. And then I came to the conclusion that's actually kind of a bad thing, because if I had more, kind of top shelf films, it would have been a lot harder to make, and it would have made this year seem a lot, stronger overall. I just feel like there was a lot of mid-tier films this year. And that was a problem for me because, I do have a level of what I call kind of like a top shelf level of excellence where, if your film's not at least an 8, I can't really put it on my favorite films of the year because it's most definitely not. It's just not going to be there. And I just felt there was so many films this year that were solid. There was a lot of solid films, but just nothing that was worthy of going in that top shelf and being in that excellence kind of area. But I'll pass the torch here. Let's get right into this. What are your guys' thoughts on this year? Here, Dave, we'll start with you.
I left 10 8s off my list, by the way.
10 8s?
10? That's a lot.
Yeah, I have 28s. I at least let me think. 1, 2, 3. I have 5 more 8s, 6 more 8s that I could have put on here.
Actually,
I thought it was a pretty good year.
Okay, before we even move on, okay, let's do this to put everything into perspective on how generally most people know how we make our list and stuff. How many did each person watch this year? So that Dave's saying he has 28s, that would put it in perspective. Because if you watch 400 films, that's really terrible.
No,
right?
I did 70. And that's horror adjacent. There's a couple I didn't include. There's some documentaries. There's some weird ones like the Old Man movie, which I'm this isn't really horror, is it? And Sacred Spirit, which are good movies, and I left off because I was horror adjacent. But
right.
For the most part, I think all these movies are horror movies. I don't have any non-horror movies on the list. And there's 5 or 6 that I was fuck, I could put these on the list for sure.
Yeah, I agree, man. I always leave off documentaries, even though 3 of the highest rated films of the year for me were
that Acid King doc was great, man. That Acid King one, great.
Amazing. Blood, Guts, and Sunshine was amazing. I even really liked the found footage phenomenon too. It was among
I didn't see that one.
Documentaries, but I'm just a big fan. But Blood, Guts, and Sunshine was really good.
Orchestra of Storms, the Jean Roland doc.
Oh, that didn't get officially widely released though.
Yeah,
that was a festival for you.
It is.
Yeah, no, I think it was straight festival and stuff. But
yeah, I think it's streaming on Arrow's channel right now.
Oh, cool.
But I do agree about the Old Man movie. It's straight exploitation. It's it's an animated exploitation kind of slash. It has elements of horror, but honestly, man, that movie had me. I was stomach laughing through the whole thing. Dude, I fucking had so much fun with that movie this year, man. Dave,
It's so gross.
The tree part with the vehicles going in and out.
Oh,
I was
fuck.
fucking
It's like,
dying.
yeah.
Dude, I was
Yeah.
literally, I had tears rolling down my face. I was pissing myself. And my kid comes out of the room. He's like, he's like, what's so funny? And I'm just
Tree
dying
sex.
because it just kept going on. And I was like fucking dying. But that movie was funny as hell.
You've seen a tree fuck someone in Evil Dead. Now see someone fuck a tree with a car.
But it just kept going on and then where it goes. And like the whole movie was really bizarre and it was sick and disgusting. And it was so
The bad guy was great too. The bad guy cracked me up a lot.
Yeah, man. It was really good. I highly recommend this. Unearthed Films released it on Blu-ray. And it's like, oh, the animation in it is great. It's
like crying yogurt and shit. It's so fucking weird.
Dude, it is so weird, but it's definitely the standout oddity of the year. I loved it. It was so much fun. But anyways, go on, Dave. Sorry.
No, I had 70. So not too bad, not too strong.
Okay.
I think I beat last year, but I mean, I also watched 161 1980 movies. So, you know, if I would have focused on that, I probably would have seen a lot worse movies. I missed some that I wanted to see. I missed Don't Worry, Darling, Duel, The Long Walk. It just got too much. There was just too many. I missed the entire Del Toro series, that Cabinet of Curiosities. Like, 70 was enough, you know. I didn't have time.
I did also, actually. I could have watched the Del Toro stuff, but I was like, I don't know if it's... Like, I'm sure they're gonna be good, but I wasn't really gonna put them on a list and stuff. So, JP, what did you end up with? What did you end up with?
So I watched, I think it was 80 movies, but some of them are non-horror because I just had them 81 movies. So I'd probably say around 65, 70 horror movies.
That's still a pretty decent output for this year. Carly, what about you?
I only watched 56.
56, yeah.
56, yeah. I didn't watch that many, but it was like one of the best years I think I've had. So that's...
See, it's so interesting, right?
I liked this year. Like I said, I had a good year.
It's like, it's that whole Hammer horror thing. I love Hammer horror. You hate it. You know, 2022, it's like...
yeah, we don't line up.
No, and it, like I that's why I always have a hard time picking what your number one is, or even films that are going to be on your list too. It's like, because some of them I'm like, oh, totally, like I can see her liking this, and then there's some I'm like, whoa, damn. But you know, that's a good thing. That's what makes it exciting and fun. So I ended up watching 100. My goal was to watch 100,
nice.
And this is actually the least amount I've ever watched for. Well, I mean, in the last like 5-6 years when we really started going crazy with these. But you know what, man? I mean, like. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there was a lot of kind of mid-tier films for myself over this year. I did watch quite a few shit bombs. And it's funny, too, because, again, going back to people's tastes and stuff, like, I've got films at, like, 4s and stuff like that I saw in people's top 10s. It's the craziest thing. So, you know, I mean,
You're ready for some more of that, Moodz.
You know, I mean... I didn't want. I only had like 3 1s this year, which was, you know, it is what it is.
I didn't have it. My lowest rating is like a 5, and it's The Reef Stalked.
The lowest? You never had one under 5 all year.
Yep.
Wow, that is really crazy. Wow.
Yeah, and in fact,
Violator.
I only have a 5 and a 5. I only have 2 5s, and the rest are 6 and above.
Wow. Interesting.
Let me find my lowest ranked one. Sorry, go ahead.
So, you want to give your thoughts on the year?
I do. Yeah. So I actually think I'm more aligned with you on the year than probably the other people. I don't think it's a very strong year. It's going to be hard to have a year where there's not 10 good movies. So like, if the argument is, well, there's 10 great movies, that's to me, that doesn't mean that the year is great overall. I think that this year had a really solid theatrical release, you know, lineup, and a very underwhelming independent / streaming / like video on demand lineup, and that was sort of the big difference for me. Whereas typically, and if you literally go back 10 years on the show, because you can at this point, the best stuff was the stuff that was coming out not in the remember how horrible the theatrical releases were when we started this show? Like, they were so bad. You know what I mean? We've
talked about this almost every single year, and like when we first started doing this, horror was like, it really didn't even exist in the mainstream too much. Like they were only doing a couple films. Remember, we used
It
to
was
joke
on
about
TV.
it.
Like
there was
that's
like
where horror was. For
three. Remember the one year there was like 3, maybe 4 theatrical horror films the whole year. It was crazy. And now this, like, you know, fast forwarding to 2022, there's a huge resurgence in the mainstream, and people are really digging it and stuff. And I noticed like a lot of the younger generation are getting into it too because of the exposure in the mainstream and stuff, which is really good. But man, I tell you, man, I mean, how many theatricals? I couldn't even count how many theatricals there was this year, and even last year and stuff. So you compare that to then, yeah, of course, all the good movies that we were watching were mostly the VODs, the straight to DVD, and you know, the indie stuff, right? Which it's kind of interesting because I was talking about this all year this year. It's almost every year there's a handful of indie films that are always buzzing with people, like this one, that one. You got to check this out and shit like that. And really was not like that this year. It was the buzz of the year was the mainstream theatrical releases for the most part. Totally different type of year, which, you know, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I like the exposure these films are getting. Like the fact that Terrifier 2 showed in more than one cinema is fucking blowing my shithole out.
That was the biggest success story of the year for me because it was supposed to be a 2-day event, and it stayed like for over a month. But the fact did so well,
the fact that Terrifier 2 just in general got, you know, that elongated theatrical prowess, man, it just given what Terrifier 2 is mind blowing. It's so violent and gory and ridiculous. And like, that's the type of shit that's just, I can't believe that we're seeing in theaters now. Mm-hmm. And it makes me smile too. Cause I'm like, man, what else are we going to get in the cinema, you know, from now on and shit like that? It's pretty crazy. So, you know, it kind of opens up your eyes and makes you really kind of think. So, I mean, there's hope there. There is definitely hope, but definitely mainstream films ruled the year 100%.
And then also, like for me, sorry, Dave, let me just finish up my thought on the year. I have, like David mentioned, he had a lot of 8s outside of his top 10. I have like maybe 6 outside of my top 10. So for me, I just think that the caliber of high caliber movies is not as big as has been previous years for me personally. But I do think it's still a solid year. It's not like I wouldn't say it was a bad year, just in comparison to the amazing years we've had in the past, decade. That's
what I was trying to like, say. Let me reiterate. So when I said that this is the worst year, I mean, I'm not saying this is like the most terrible year I'm just saying, and pretty much in the last 10 years that we've done, this is probably my least favorite because I can, even going back through the vaults, I don't know if you've ever done this, JP, you go back to like 2012, 13, 14, like those years. And if you look at the films that could, qualify in those years, like, I mean, actually, I think we've kind of done this before. Man, there's some really fucking solid years in there that, maybe films that didn't make our list and stuff like that. But, overall, man, those are some really damn strong years, for me. But then when I compare this year to there, like, again, going back to making a top 10 list and going, holy shit, like I've got 25 to 30 films that are, fighting for a top 10 spot, where this year, it just wasn't that. But with that said,
an example, I just clicked on my 2020. I had 32 films 8 and above.
Well, that's exactly my point. Like, I think it was like 17, 18. Like, remember those years where I was just like, dude, I don't know what to do with my top 10. Like, it was crazy shit. And this year I was like, I had my top 5, and then I was putting films in to make the rest of the top 10. You know what I mean? Like, it was actually really easy, which, like I said, is kind of a bad thing. But 7s to me are solid films. Solid films, but I just feel like there wasn't those massive stickouts. It's just kind of a shame. Just kind of a shame, actually. But
yeah, I feel that.
I did notice something about this year is a lot of years lately we've had like a lot of these kind of like artsy horror films, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we still had a lot of those, which is good, but we started getting back to kind of like meat and potatoes horror with stuff like Terrifier and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They're just kind of just basic, like straightforward horror films with gore, and they're actually being popular again, which is kind of cool to have a mixture of different kinds of horror films for once.
I agree with that. And that's something I was picking up listening to Exploding Heads' top 10 too, because a lot of the films they were mentioning, I was thinking about that, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, because Watson did a good job of illustrating that. But yeah, because it is true. Like, we're getting, like, honestly, like slashers kind of made a little bit of some noise this year with stuff like TCM and Christmas Bloody Christmas kind of and stuff. So yeah,
I mean, it wasn't like a full resurgence for slasher films. There was a few notable ones, but overall in the year, like out of 100 films I watched, I only watched maybe a handful of slasher films. So it wasn't that, but I do completely agree with that though. And that's something that I noticed throughout the year too, was the lack, or I should say like, yeah, there kind of was a lack of like super artsy type films. And there was a little bit more straightforward, typical standard blood and gore film. But I think it's because, we're kind of bending back around to that again, because we've went through so many years of, is it horror? Is it not horror? The artsy.
It's not really horror, is it?
That's the thing. Like, we were having these conversations for the last 4 or 5 years about almost every single film. But this year, how many films can we really have that argument? Is it horror? Is it not horror? Like, there probably is some, but I wouldn't say we're going to be sitting here arguing the entire show over a top 10 list. Is that horror? Is that not horror? It's not horror. Like, come on.
I don't even think I have one film on my list that is questionable.
But to be honest,
yeah,
I
like
always preach about,
somebody might question it, but I'd be like, bullshit, it's horror.
To be honest, I preach about, people, some people are so odd. They're like, they want these films that are like, so psychological, but then, they hate on this because this one's so straightforward and vice versa and things like that. I'm not going to name any names, just one person in particular. I was just reading a review and I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous.
I like a mixture, man. I like it all.
Exactly. And,
things.
And I was actually talking to Mike Merriman about this the other day, and I was like,
wait, you were talking to Mike? And
I thought you mean you were talking at Mike and he was listening.
He asked me.
I agree with everything you said.
Well, he asked me if I was looking forward to doing the top 10 show, and I responded with, I just wanted to make a joke, and I was like, hell no, I fucking hated this year. Of course, I'm looking forward to the show. I love recording the show.
Here's Mike, dude. Yeah. He's messaged me. Did Hellraiser make your top 10? Did Halloween make your top 10? Did Texas Chainsaw Massacre make the top 10? I'm like, do you just want my entire list, dude? Right. He's like, no, I want to listen to the show. I'm like, then shut up.
He actually asked me what some of mine were too, and I was like, nah, bro, you can just wait for the show to come out. It is what it is.
Well, man. I answered like 5 of them, and I'm like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
It's like going to a Thriller and be like, is that guy the killer? What about him? Is he the killer? It's like, you asked 5, there's 6 characters.
Yeah.
Want to know who the killer is?
Yeah, one thing I noticed this year too was there was a few animated films. Like, you don't really see a lot of animated films that could potentially be on top 10 lists or horror related and stuff like that. So there was a few of those this year that kind of stuck out to me. I thought that was a very interesting, notable thing because, like I said, you just don't see a lot of that. So again, coming back around and getting a little bit more straightforward horror, I think is probably a good thing after 4 or 5 years of, like I said, discussing the whole is it horror, not horror thing. So I think that's where it goes. It's in cycles, right? It's in cycles. I think we're back to this because remember, I think it was in 14 or 15. What was the year where there was this surgence of slasher films, and there was like 9 or 10 really good ones that year, something like that. Remember, we were just like, holy fuck, the slasher, because we hadn't seen a slasher film in years that was even notable, right? And then this one year, there was like tons of good ones, like Girl House and fucking all these things. And so I think that we're just kind of circling back around, and I have no problem with art house films. I don't get it twisted, folks out there, because every time I seem to say, some people always get twisted. I love art house. I love all sorts of subgenre and horror in general. I just feel that's the way it's kind of coming back around, and obviously we might see a total resurgence of films like these splatter films and stuff, because Terrifier 2, for what it did for the genre in the mainstream, is next level shit. And people everyone took notice of that. They're like, holy fuck, that movie right there. Like, my auntie is a fucking principal, and she was talking about Terrifier. It's crazy.
I'm just happy that this is like the first icon we've had in a little while. You know what I mean? Like, this is Art the Clown is officially like an icon of horror now. And that's cool to me, because everybody always talks about how there's no fresh characters anymore, and the Freddy Jasons and Michaels and the Draculas and mummies and shit of
put it this way,
long ago.
Okay, so my cousin asked me, and we were actually kind of joking about this, and I was like, man, I said, the new face of horror right now is Art the Clown, and I said it's kind of ironic a little bit in a year where we had a Texas Chainsaw Massacre film, we had a fucking Scream film, and and we had a Halloween film. I mean, these are big notable horror icons in the game, and Art the Clown stuck out the most to me because he's fucking scary. And I will note this, and this is a jab, he had the best smile of the year, dude.
Come
on, that's good. That's good.
Dude.
That's good. Come on.
Oh,
But he
I
does.
see.
You see what I'm doing there?
You don't get it, buddy.
It took me for a second. I was like, of course he does.
Well, Carly got to read away, and then she's like, "Bro, you're not getting this. You're not getting this."
Yeah.
But anyways, you know what I mean. But Art the Clown, he just sticks out like a motherfucker to me, man. I love the performance because, you know, you look at the horror icons in the game, and like Mike Myers walks around, there's like no emotion. He's just pure evil because, you know,
first
evil's
of
going to
all,
die tonight.
Corey was the Halloween movie this year, not Mike Myers.
Michael Rooker Jr.
But anyways, you know what I mean. But I'm talking about personality. Like the Art the Clown character is so personable, man. It's hilarious to watch. But it's like, it's that type of comedy that's not super goofy to me anyways. It's like horrifically
it's
goofy.
so dark that it's like,
yeah, it's like the one part, I mean, we'll probably end up getting into this, but like shit, like when he's reading the paper about that family dying in a car accident, he's literally shitting his pants laughing. I'm like, this is fucked.
Dude,
this is
I
fucked.
love Art the
But that's
Clown.
the type of personality in the killer that I love because it's kind of subtle, because if you're not really paying attention to the paper, you're like, why is he laughing, kind of thing, right? It's just, it's really great. It's good to see these new characters, you know, fucking totally coming out and just sticking around and shit. So Art the Clown. Fuck yeah.
Carly, what did you think?
What? I think I'm gonna kill my neighbor because she's being really loud, so I feel like I can't.
I can't hear her, so
Okay, well, that's because I keep muting every 3 minutes. Anyway, no, I agree. Like this year was more about the gore and the slashery stuff and like very basic, and I kind of like that because I like all the artsy movies and all the ones that have messages and stuff that we got in the past years. I think they're all really great, but you know, it gets to the point sometimes it gets to be all the movies are super depressing where it's like, oh, now I got to watch this one about the lady dying of dementia, or this one where this woman's parents got murdered. It's just like, so this year it's more like just a lot of fun, I feel like, and I had a good time with all these movies. And the theatrical ones, there was barely any films where I left the theater being like, wow, that sucked. And
the only one for us was goddamn Firestarter.
Oh yeah,
we literally were so
forgettable.
miserable during that one.
Man, that is funny.
Yeah.
I was just looking at someone's top 10 like 5 minutes ago.
There's no way anybody put Firestarter in
And it
the
was
top
on
10.
his top 10. Yeah.
They only
literally.
watched 10 movies.
It's funny. I only bring it up just because
Yeah.
I just noticed that. And he was the only person I noticed that had Firestarter
Most
on the
people
top
put
10.
on their bottom.
Yeah, you know what? I passed on it.
dude.
I passed on it. I never watched it this year because there was no. You know what? To be honest, I'm not the hugest fan of the original film, and I was like, I have no interest in this anyway.
It's a fine movie.
It started off
It's fine.
okay. Like we were like, oh, this is not bad. And then it just got so fucking boring, dude. It was so bad.
Carly, I couldn't agree with you more, man. That's something I actually have written down too. In my notes here is that this year I noticed that there wasn't an abundance of films that were so socially heavy that they weren't trying to pack the social commentary in these films, like going back to the more kind of straightforward horror, which, you know, is good to circle around to that because we spent the last few years, you know, as horror scholars, basically, we're trying to figure out these commentaries, and it kind of gives you a headache over time because there's so many ways to look at these films with commentary. Like one person has their view on it, and then this person, and it's like, if we're watching a film like fucking Terrifier 2, yeah, we're just talking about the kills, man. That's fun. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to be smart. Like I'm trying to just
There's
watch
no
movie.
there's no way to decipher Terrifier 2. He's a murdering motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. So it's a little bit different conversation here for sure. But yeah.
And I found all these movies very rewatchable this year, where a lot of times I'm like, with It Comes at Night, that was like a 10 out of 10 for me. That's a movie I never feel like watching again. Things like Midsommar, I've seen that multiple times, but I don't feel like going back to it. Every year I watch this year, I feel like, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Every year this year, though, I feel like I could go back and watch a bunch of times over. They have a lot of replay value for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. I mean, essentially, like, you know, going back to that note, I rewatched every film in my top 10. Two of them I watched 3 times this year, and only one I didn't rewatch because I just didn't have to. And I'll just leave it at that. And there's a reason why I didn't have to rewatch it. But again, like rewatchability, and I had so much fun rewatching every film in my top 10 too, which is cool. So. But again, that's kind of how I make my list, though, too. I make my list my favorite films. So my favorite films generally films I do want to rewatch, right? So it completely makes sense.
The only film that I really wanted to rewatch, and it's purely just because it was so damn long ago that I seen it that I literally don't even remember it. But I remember I gave it a high rating, and it was in my top 10 for a very long time, and that's The Cursed.
Yeah, that was again,
because I don't remember it now. So even if it would be a top 10 caliber movie, still I can't remember it enough to say that.
That's a great example of a film that I thought was super solid. It was like a solid film, you know, but like something that I'm probably not going to go back to. I mean, I've said that about films and end up rewatching some others, and it is what it is. But it was a solid film. But in a sense, I kind of agree with you because it might be the overdoing of watching films, but I can't quite remember it that well either. I do.
Well, we watched
towards
it
the
in
end
like
of the year,
January in the theater. So
I watched it a couple months
one of
ago.
the first ones.
But yeah, I mean, there's always going to be those type of films. So great example though. It's a solid film. But one other thing I wanted to note about this year was kind of interesting was the abundance and the quality of holiday horror films. Like there was 4, maybe 5 Christmas horror films that were solid this year. There's a couple. Well, I haven't seen WNUF Halloween, the sequel,
or The Barn.
Or The Barn.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I've heard that those are solid. So I'll take people's opinions for what it's worth. And of course, Terrifier 2 takes place on Halloween also. So there's actually quite a few Halloween films. I don't know if there was any other holiday horror films that I watched this year, but I mean, between Christmas and Halloween, that's a lot. Like The Apology was solid. Like there's just lots of Christmas ones, and you don't see that very often every year where there's that many good ones. Like there's a lot. There's like 100 Christmas films that came out this year. Some of the titles are fucking hilarious.
Streaming, it's obviously like they just like know that it's gonna do well, so they like try to get that out around Christmas because everybody's home.
Of course.
So it feels like streaming. It just pushes that like Christmas horror thing. 3 of them on Shudder, or no, 2 of them on Shudder, and then we have the Violent Night 2, which is horror adjacent for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. Like the days of releasing like certain holiday movies in like August, like Halloween films in August, seems to be gone now. Which I hated that. Remember, like Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 came out in August. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I never understood that, man. Releasing, a holiday themed film. Like, I can't remember which one we reviewed one time, and I was like looking at the release date on this, and it was like November 1st for a Halloween film. I'm like, why would you release it after? Like, why would you not try to get it out a week before kind of thing? But, every year, of course, we have all these type of films, but I'm just talking about the quality of the holiday themed films this year. It's just, I couldn't believe how many good ones there was. Like rewatchability in these, it's like, holy shit.
Every
really
year
crazy.
that there's new holiday horror films and that I could add to my list and rotate them during the holidays is awesome to me. Like, if you go back over the past 5-6 years, dude, like we've literally got so many like classic holiday horror films to add to the list, and that's really cool to me. Also, I did want to know, I think that one of the other coolest things this year was what happened with X and Pearl, how they did that. I thought that was super neat, and it honestly could be like sort of a little bit of a game changer in terms of like the possibility of not waiting years and years and years to do these follow-ups, but to sort of do them. Well,
Ty West is very, he almost was a visionary on this, because when he did X, he assumed that it was going to do well. So they had already started the production on Pearl. That's why it obviously came out in the same year. But like, he just kind of took, his standard and his ideas, and he's like, well, these are good. These are going to fucking work. This is going to do well. And he called it.
He also
right.
already had the set. He already had the set made.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
it's a lot easier of a sell.
But exactly,
but
A24
had to believe in it too.
Well, the thing is, X also had to sell, because if it really bombed at the box office, are they going to put money into a sequel right away?
Well, they already put the money into the sequel already.
Yeah, it was already getting made.
So everyone believed in this, which is crazy, because it really did work out in the end. And my most anticipated film of 2023 has got to be Maxine, just based on what the qualities, the type of quality films that these were and stuff like that. But it is very unique though to do 2 films in 1 year. I mean, how many times does a director do?
It happened twice this year, but not. I don't know about the same director, but the 2 Terror Trains came out this year too.
Well, I'm talking about the same director doing 2 films in 1 year. It doesn't happen very often where a director will do 2 films in 1 year, unless one was shelved or whatever.
No,
garbage.
Fulci used to do that shit back in the day, and Fulci had it, and like. But that's rare nowadays, especially it's just so hard to
exactly.
get a movie started. And A24 believed in Ty West for a reason.
Yeah.
They figured, man, if we can give this guy money, maybe we can get another House of the Devil or a fucking Sacrament or something. You know, something, because Ty West hasn't really done a horror movie in so long, not like a feature length. And it was so refreshing to see him do two. Who would have thought they would have been that good? I would have never guessed.
The thing is, man, with the whole Ty West thing, that's the other thing that I really, really am proud for A24 for, you know, believing him in the projects and the ideas, because, you know, he came off of, what was it, a Western he just did? And I actually didn't see that film.
Valley of Violence, in the Valley of Violence. I heard it's not great.
Yeah, I just kind of forgot about it. I kept hearing from everybody it wasn't that great, so I kind of passed on it. But yeah, you're right. He hasn't done a film, like a horror film in a long time. And that's why this was a little bit more surprising that A24 put all this money in and put all this, you know, just this time and energy into doing these movies and really kind of believing in the project, because if they had both failed, like that would have been miserable for A24, man.
Well, it's good that we have companies like Blumhouse and A24 that are actually going to put money in directors like Jordan Peele and Ari Aster and fucking Ty West and give them a little bit more freedom. Right. And it kind of shows you that, you know, maybe Ty West was always a solid director and just dealing like studio or whatever. Maybe
I think we all like Ty West films.
Yeah. A lot of his films were good. It's just that, like, I thought he was done. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe somebody can fucking give Rob Zombie, A24, give Rob Zombie some money. We can see if he can actually make another good movie or if he's done.
Right. And the same thing with like, even
Eli Roth or somebody, like, give them some freedom, see if they're still good, because they're not interesting anymore.
I was literally thinking about this not too long ago, and like, what the fuck is Eli Roth doing these days besides the fucking Shudder show, whatever? Like, does he have anything on the go? I was
he honestly been doing a lot of like Discovery Channel shit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I meant
with, like, sharks and stuff.
In the world of theatricals.
I'd like to see Adam Green get an A24 budget just to see.
Yeah.
Do another Hatchet film with A24.
It depends if he made it goofy or not, right? Because if you look at Spiral and Frozen, both solid movies, not goofy at all. Those are his two best movies.
I want him not to be pigeonholed, because he was like, he told that whole story about George Romero having to make dead films and being like, give the fans what they want. And then he made Victor Crowley, which was fun, but like he clearly didn't want to do that his whole life. So I mean, like, with the budget, like, could he do something great? You know, like, I don't know, like, because I would have guessed that Ty West was done. I know it sounds shitty, but I already wrote Ty West off.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think that if I was involved with, you know, A24 and stuff, and, you know, the thing is with Ty West is that I'm actually a really big fan, and I believe in him, and I can't really use his fail of a Western as like a straight up platform to be like, oh,
but we didn't even see it.
West.
We didn't even see it.
And that's the thing, but
I just felt like he wasn't making horror movies anymore. I thought he was doing other shit.
I'm judging Ty West on his genre films, you know, like his horror films, because to me, he's not really missed a whole lot in that realm.
No, not really.
So I think I would believe in him, because, I mean, to be honest, I mean, very original House of the Devil and stuff. And I'm a big fan of like The Roost. And, you know, The Sacrament, I think, made like all of our top 10 lists that one year.
I think Sacrament's great. I think House of the Devil's great. Never saw Innkeepers, and I really like Cabin Fever 2, surprisingly. I think his VHS output and his ABCs of Horrors are really bad. But I think there was something going on personally in his life or something, because those are not his caliber. They're just trash.
Between 2016 and 2022, he did nothing but TV.
Yeah, exactly. And that's pure paychecks and stuff. So maybe it was building up to this, who knows? But I think The Innkeepers is actually really fucking solid. And I know a lot of people kind of shit on a little bit and stuff, but it's one of those films that I go back to. I've seen The Innkeepers 4 or 5 times. No shit. There's something about that, but I love films that are set in hotels and, you know, those type of settings and shit. So I always kind of go back to it. I feel like kind of watching something slow and creepy. It's a slow fucking burn. You know, it is. It's a slow fucking burn.
I like Cabin Fever too. Fuck y'all.
Cabin Fever.
I would have loved to see. Did we just said that, bro? I
would have loved to have seen Cabin Fever 2, like his vision of the movie, because you know the end result.
Yeah,
we know the story behind that.
Hugely
apparently, what we see on the screen is like not even mostly his vision at all. Right.
So some of it's even Adam Green's vision.
Yeah, like it's crazy. I read a thing on it and I was like blown away. They're like 20% of the movie is like Ty West. It's crazy how much they fucked that one up for him. But you know, so it is what it is. But I agree. I actually like Cabin Fever 2 also. So you know, it is what it is. But
yeah, no, I love seeing these directors get like freedom. Like that's what I like to see most, is them to just get a little bit of a budget and then freedom to do things.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Terror Train 1 and 2 were directed by the same guy. So basically, Ty West 2.
Bro, shut up.
Terror Train?
What?
Dude, there was no way I was watching a remake of Terror Train, man. I'm like,
I watched it. It's really horrible.
there's no David Copperfield in this. Fuck this movie. So
This
It was
is like
shot
the
with that
second
remake.
remake.
Bro, fuck David
Remember that
Copperfield. Ben
train?
Johnson all day. Ben Johnson all day.
David
No.
Copperfield, bro.
I don't think David
Dude,
got
David
the
Copperfield's a
sarcasm.
bum.
You didn't
I
get
know.
the
You're a
sarcasm.
bum.
I hate David Copperfield. I always make this joke because I
I hate
hate
Mad
David
Jack.
Copperfield too.
No,
That's why.
me and Moodz are on the same page. Fucking
Yeah.
JP for some reason sticking up for the guy. He's not.
Why
even
don't
an
you
actor.
like David Copperfield? It's
hate-
great.
I have no opinion. I don't care about him. Zero interest in him.
Yeah, I've
Well,
never.
do you like
Well,
magic?
he doesn't have interest in you either.
Yeah,
Good.
well,
You ever think about that?
We have the same name. That's all I'm interested about.
No, your name is Dave.
name's
His name is David.
You know, my birth
JP's
certificate
stealing
says
my
David.
joke like while I'm already telling it.
kind of like off topic a little bit, but I mean it's relative to what we're talking about in anyways. But did anybody watch the Chucky season 2?
I didn't even
I
watch
didn't even see
Chucky
season
season
one.
1.
Oh, really? Okay, so I put off Chucky season 1 for so long, and then I mostly enjoyed it. I thought it was.
So you
good-
just jumped into part 2 instead.
No. I watched Chucky season 1. It took me a long time to get into it, but I watched the whole thing. I marathoned in one day. I thought it was okay. I watched season 2 on New Year's Day because I was just like, fuck. I wasn't even that hungover. I was just fine. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking watch this. It's been sitting in my fucking VOD, whatever. And so I watched it, and it's like so hit and miss. There's some episodes on there that are so fucking terrible, but overall, it's not bad. Did anybody like Carly? Did you watch it all?
Nope, I've watched none of it.
Yeah, that's
I'm
crazy.
not. I'm not good at watching TV.
Either am
I
I.
hate TV.
Yeah.
Either am I. I never.
I
watch
love it.
any
I just
series.
don't have time for it.
I never watch any series, but I was like, you know what? It's 8 episodes. They're what, like 40 minutes a piece. I'm like, I'm just gonna marathon this day. I got 8 hours. I'm like, fuck it. So I just watched the whole thing, and you know, it's got its moments and stuff. I didn't really mind, but I just want to bring because I hadn't heard anyone talk about it like at all. So I'm like, it had to have been bad to most people then, because you know, usually when something's decent, you'll hear a little bit of a buzz about it, but whatever. Anyways. I thought I'd put that.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the
correlated.
first 3 episodes of the first season when it came out, and I was like, I really fuck with this, but I'm gonna just wait till it's done and then watch it all.
I'm really surprised that you never finished the first season or the second, because I remember a lot of people were raving about the first season. It just took me forever to check it out, but
I do
I don't
have
know.
it. I did pick it up on Blu-ray.
they're just getting shorter and
recently.
shorter. Like 8 episodes that are like 40 minutes a piece or 50 minutes, whatever they are. They're just short. They're really short, but it is violent. There's a lot of kills, and the storyline is just like, it's so fucking wonky and like straight. It's so comedic and wonky and shit like that. I can see why people wouldn't like it, but it's fucking weird. It really is weird what they've done with the storyline. Mancini is a strange dude, man.
Yeah.
So, but what else do we got for 2022? Any last thoughts? Do we want to talk about how we make a list? Because we usually say the same thing every single fucking year.
Yeah, I just ranked mine based on ratings.
Me too.
Do you make it as a best of list or your favorites?
I would say that this is more a best of list, but it would only be slightly different if it was favorites. It would mainly be difference with my number 10 spot would probably be the 11 spot, and the 10 spot wouldn't make the list.
Yeah. Yeah, I always
Kind
do
of a
mine
mixture for me.
Yeah, I always do my favorite. If I had a best of list, it would probably be. I think the list would have probably be ranked differently, and then there might be a couple others on the list that I fully don't appreciate, but they would be on the list, and that's what I don't like about making best lists, because I can appreciate a film being way better than something I like, but I'm not going to put it on a list because it's better. So
Regardless, I don't have. I would never. None of these films are films that I don't like.
Right. So at the end of the day, there's still films that you really enjoy,
Yeah,
which is good.
it's just
So-
that, like, favorite to me. The reason I never do favorite is because something like favorite is something like Christmas, Bloody Christmas. I just randomly pulled that one out because it's fun and I can watch it a lot of times. But something like, for example, Dark Glasses or something like that, I might think is not as fun. So I wouldn't consider it a favorite as much as I would Christmas, Bloody Christmas.
Yeah.
So that's where I always get conflicted with favorite.
Well, it's hard to do a favorites list in the year that you just saw. You haven't lived with these movies. In 1980, Favorites, all day favorites, because I've seen these movies 20 fucking times. So they've been with me forever, and there's no way I'm leaving one off because I have a love for them that is over 10 years old, 20 years old. So there's no way. Like, I know The Shining is the best movie of the year, but it ain't my number one.
Some people might not even say that's favorites. Some people might just call that nostalgia, though, too. I mean, there's an argument either way, but I get what you're saying completely.
Well, I mean, nostalgia is favorite.
Right. I mean, like I said, you can argue the term.
Favorite,
You can argue the terms, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to like what I mean by my favorite, like literally my favorite films of the year, right? I mean, and the way I look at it though too, because every film on this list, I know I will rewatch like over and over again.
I mean, but I'm just saying, what is a nostalgia is favorite. It's just that it's a favorite that you've been with for a long time.
Right.
It's these movies, you can't have nostalgia feeling for them unless they are reflecting, like bringing up old feelings from another movie or another time. You know what I mean? It's strange. They can bring nostalgia to you, but they cannot be nostalgic in 1 year. To me, I don't.
Let me ask you something. The world moves at such a high fucking rapid pace. So if you watched a film in January and by this January, is it nostalgic or could it be considered?
I don't. I think nostalgia to me only works in a certain way from a certain time of your life. Yeah. Nostalgia typically for me is kind of an adolescent time from age like 4 all the way to like 24, and then
I think
after
it's like
that,
a scale.
Nostalgia doesn't really exist. It kind of dies.
Kind of disagree a little bit.
No. I'm very nostalgic for, and I was actually thinking about this in the summertime because I sit around a campfire drinking beers by myself a lot. That sounded really fucking bad. I meant, okay, you guys get the point. The wife's there too. Yeah. I'm not drinking by myself. Anyways, but I think a lot because I'm literally reading and it's just peaceful time. And I was thinking about when we first started the show, JP, and I was thinking about like I was having like these nostalgic moments for the way I used to record. We all had different mics and like we weren't even recording with headphones. It was like the speakers on your laptop, and I was like in my room, like out in my TV room, like just fucking around, laying down and just doing like I was having these nostalgic moments for like the way we used to record. I'm like, man, those times were so fucking fun. And like because
that's literally why I was just saying.
I'm not saying this isn't fun. I'm not saying this isn't fun.
I was thinking the same thing, dude. Like I literally was thinking about like when we first started doing the top 10 lists, like the retro ones, and I'm like nostalgic for those days. Like I really am.
Yeah,
like
we had a lot of
moments. I think
moments.
Nostalgia can be stronger at certain times from the past.
That's what I said. It's like on a scale. Like,
and I mean,
like
10 years ago,
scale is a good way to put it.
I was 32. 10 years ago, you know, like I was like JP's age, you know, it's crazy.
And now you're only 35. It's crazy how that works.
Right. It's fucking weird. It's weird.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of weird that I'm the age you were when you started now?
Oh yeah. And the other thing I was going to say about the whole nostalgia from the time that we were doing, like the way we were recording back in those days, we used to pick shows just based on whatever. We were just kind of fly by the night with this shit, man. We're just like, what the fuck ever. Didn't give a fuck about anything. We were just having a lot of fun, just talking about horror because we all just wanted to talk about films.
I never get to pick the show.
Oh yeah, but at the end of the day, we really just we put effort into what we were doing, but we didn't put the effort that we do now. It almost became a job a little bit because we were doing so much and shit like that. But I always loved doing the show.
Well, that's like why we kind of chilled out a bit and we're kind of doing just whatever we want again.
Yeah, well, the summers off really helped reset the whole thing. But the other part of the nostalgia I was going to bring up was when we used to fucking Skype and like do those. Remember when we used to just talk like you, me, and Jeremy and shit like that for like fucking 7-8 hours? Remember that one time? I think I drank like fucking 18 fucking shock tops and I watched Return of the Living Dead 4 times in a row while we were fucking Skyping and we were just and we were buying and we were shopping online and buying shit and I'd wake up and I'd be like, holy shit, did I purchase that? I remember that happened to me a couple times. I'm like, God damn it. God damn. But those were like those sessions were insane and we used to do it all the time, but like we would have a whole pile of different type of things that we were doing. Oh, it was just fun. Those are really fun. Mm-hmm. It's just those days are so long gone and talking about nostalgia is like they're just gone. Those are gone.
We used to just get on and watch football. Like we just get on and on like a Monday night and 3 of us would be talking while watching the Monday night game.
Right. Exactly. I mean, that's like, those are memories. That's nostalgic to me because it's like, those are just not going to happen. You know, and first of all, we just don't have the time anyways, for one thing. So, and plus we record on Mondays. So
yeah. But also like, I was even thinking like, dude, remember we were just talking about this fairly recently, like about actually like redoing like franchises that we had already done. Like not all of them, but like Phantasm, for example, because that was done so early on in our show. Plus, we didn't have Dave, and we didn't cover part 5. So if we were going to cover part 5, why not just do the whole thing again?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing the Phantasm movies. That's 5 movies. That's not a bad watch.
I would love to redo the Phantasm franchise because it's like, I mean, I've mentioned this so many fucking times. Even with part 5, it's one of my all-time favorites. It might even be in my top 5 favorite franchises. I just have a lot of fun with that because it's such a unique watches, man.
We'll be right back before we get into the 10, all right? Just real quick.
So yeah, that's one I would consider redoing. I'm not redoing bullshit like, well, there hasn't been another Halloween films or Howling film. There is a lot, but to be honest, dude, there is a lot of roundups that we need to do. Like, it's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
It is actually crazy.
I was thinking, like, I mean, Hellraiser, Tremors, 2 Child's Plays, I think.
Yeah, like
everyone.
There's a bunch more. We never did the Jeepers Creepers. Yeah, Leprechaun. There's 2 of those, I think. We never did Jeepers Creepers, did we?
No, we never did Jeepers.
So now there's like 4 of them. Fuck.
Right.
So that just got like
There's
it went from
2 at one
remember
point.
we were like talking about doing trilogies. Now it's a fucking full blown franchise. Like, oh my god.
But no, there is a handful. But listen, the listeners want to chime in. Would you like us to redo Phantasms with Dave since he wasn't there for that?
Speaking of shows, man, there was a lot. I was surprised because we brought this up at the end of, I think it was the Christmas show. It would have been the last show, I guess. We had a lot of comments on people suggesting what to do for episode 250. And I was really shocked at the amount of different ideas and stuff like that. So again, if you guys want to mention more stuff, we haven't decided what we're going to do for 250. We should probably start getting on that because it's coming quicker than, sooner than later. Really, it is because we have been doing more shows. So we should probably figure out something so we have the prep time for it also. But yeah, some of those ideas that y'all threw out for us were really cool. I thought it was really interesting. And yeah, it doesn't have to be anything top 250 or 50 lists or whatever. It doesn't even have to be a list. It could be just anything, just something very unique, whatever, for 250. So yeah, it's
top 50 sequels.
Top 50 sequels.
Actually, now that I think about it, we're gonna have 2 Scream films that we need to do as well.
Oh my god, totally.
Don't make me do the Scream films, bro.
Dude, they're great. Shut up.
Like, everybody has a franchise they don't like, bro. Dude, I didn't even watch Scream 4. Now I gotta watch Scream 4, 5, and 6.
Well, dude, like the thing is, Scream 4 and 5
objectively
are good.
bad.
We already did 4.
So
yeah, I'm sure. Scream 5. I mean, I don't even like Ready or Not. I don't know if I want to watch Scream 5.
I'm glad that this got brought up because in this whole nostalgic conversation. So people always talk about like, some people always criticize you for liking something just because you're nostalgic, like because you saw it at that time in your life, and that's the reason why you like that film. And I've mentioned many, many times that I grew up with Gremlins, and I'm not overly the hugest. Like, I like Gremlins, but it's not something I go to all the time. Like, I just don't love Gremlins.
I like Gremlins too. I feel the same way. I like Ghoulies too.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I like Gremlins. Who doesn't? But Ghoulies 2 I like better.
Exactly. Gremlins is a fine movie, but it's not like I'm going to watch something before Gremlins. But anyways, going back to Scream, and to kind of debunk that whole nostalgic thing, you saw this film at this time in your life, blah, blah, blah. That's the reason why I like it. So I've talked about this many times, probably even on the Scream show. I've seen every Scream film so far to date in the cinema. Right, the first one coming out in '96, I was 16, so that's a very impressional time in your life. A lot of 16-year-olds, whatever happened those days is very nostalgic, right? It's you have love for that shit, music-wise, movie-wise, food-wise, fucking whatever. But it's just one of those franchises that I just don't have the nostalgia for, man. Like I like Scream, and I like Scream. Like Scream 3 is a piece of shit. It really is. It's terrible. Objectively awful. I think legitimately it's bad. I think it's a bad movie. And and even with the new one, like 4 I thought was fun, but again, I'm not going to these films because I saw them at this time in my these points in my life, and I just don't have nostalgia for them. So it doesn't always work like that now, does it?
No, not always.
It's one of those moments.
I have nostalgia for Scream for sure.
Of course, but everybody has nostalgia for different things.
This is like the first movie series that was new for me. You know what I mean? So.
I got nostalgia for Super Socko. They don't make that shit anymore. That shit was good. It was like the first, or it wasn't an energy drink. It was like a sports drink. Remember that shit back in it? Well, you were probably just being born at that. Yeah, Super Size. It looked like a soccer ball. It was like in a glass bottle. It was like, it looked like a fucking Snapple bottle, but it was like a soccer ball. And it was like a sports drink, but it wasn't an energy drink. I know a lot of fucking, that's how gin and juice got started back in the West Coast. They used to drink fucking gin. They used to drink gin with Super Socko. And then that's where the whole gin and juice thing came from. Was actually the mix was the Super Socko with the Seagrams and shit like that. So yeah, actually that's actually what it is. But anyways, the point is, Super Socko, just nostalgic for it.
The point is Super Socko.
It was the nostalgic drink for me. Like it's like cereal with me, man. I'm super nostalgic for cereal. That's why I love watching movies that are set in like grocery store where if there's a scene, I'm always looking at the fucking cereal and shit. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, that was gross, but I like it. You know, it is what it is. But
cereal's got to be like some of the worst food, but never bad. Like I eat any cereal. Like 90% of cereal, I'm like, I'm fine with this.
Cereal.
I can eat it. I like it, but I mean, like, it's not really that good. It's just, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, I've done it too. The only one that's like objectively shit is like grape nuts. Like, get that shit out of here.
I'd never even heard of that.
What's that?
Dude, it's literally a
hard
healthy
as a rock, bro.
It's just pure fiber. It's for people that need to
call them teeth breakers.
Really?
Yeah, it's gross. Yeah, cereal for me, like the biggest nostalgia I have in my life is waking up at 6 a.m. to watch the new Ninja Turtle episodes because that's how fucking dorky I was. And I would get up. I would get up when I was like 7 or 8 years old. And I'd go upstairs, and it'd be just before 6 o'clock, and I'd go upstairs and I'd get my Cap'n Crunch or my Lucky Charms or my whatever the fuck
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, bro.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It could have been like I was a cereal connoisseur, man. I ate all that shit.
Connoisseur cereal connoisseur is like it's like a jumbo shrimp, bro. Like I'm a connoisseur cereal.
So I'd watch the first episode, eat my bowl of cereal, and I'd quickly go upstairs and I'd grab a different kind and grab another bowl. Like I could eat like 4 bowls in the morning. It was just ridiculous. I'd feel so sick by like 9:30 in the morning. But
your parents would never let you buy the little boxes. They're like, that's a waste of money. You're like, but I want 30 different flavors, Mom. Well, I want sugar snacks and corn pop.
I think corn pops actually always came in like the big family size box for some reason. So we'd have like big size of corn pops and Fruit Loops always in the biggest boxes. And
see, my parents would be like, "You're getting Cocoa Diamonds."
Generic. I love generic cereal. I like the names of generic.
The only thing I never liked any chocolate cereals because I was never a chocolate. I never liked chocolate cereal or chocolate even as a kid. It was like really strange. People used to be like, "Man, that's really weird," and I'm like, "No, just give me some vanilla shit or whatever. I'll do that all day." But
I always like vanilla over chocolate. Vanilla is better than chocolate.
I couldn't eat chocolate cake, and people were like,
"I always thought kids were fake that love."
But I like dark chocolate.
Like, oh, I'm a kid. I have to.
And I like white chocolate. But milk chocolate, I'm like,
fucking white chocolate's so gross.
White chocolate
and dark chocolate are the best.
Dark chocolate,
I love. My wife she fucking loves dark chocolate, man. Like it's hilarious.
It's good for you, man.
Yeah, I actually can't. It's too bitter for me. Like real dark chocolate. I can't.
That's why you got to have it with your coffee. It's delicious.
I bet it is actually. But anyways, yeah, the Ninja Turtles and then whatever cartoons that were playing. I
just picked up that complete series on disc.
Ninja Turtles. I have the van.
Did I have a 12-hour episode? Are you talking about every episode of Ninja Turtles, like Rambo Mouth style?
Yeah, man. When they dropped the complete series with the van model thing, I had to grab that because I was like, that's fine. And I've actually watched it twice through.
It's a good show. It's a good show.
Yeah, it's really good.
I don't even think I could watch that show. I used to love it. And I had all the toys, but bro, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think I can watch a lot of those old cartoons I used to.
I actually
the real Ghostbusters still good.
I still can. Yeah.
I have all the Ghostbusters. Well, what they've released. I actually have the dorkiest 80s.
I was watching
early 90s.
Scooby-Doo. Where Are You the other day?
I have that too, man. I have all that shit, man.
I could do Scooby-Doo for sure.
I might be the dorkiest 42-year-old because I'm still buying. Like I bought the 92 Batman series, which is like my favorite one.
That's actually
that was a good show. That was a good show.
That's my favorite.
It's like one of the highest quality kids animated.
That's considered the best Batman rendition.
Yeah, dude, I love that one, man. And I finally got the Blu-ray. I got it for like $30. It was like down from 70 or something. I was like, this is crazy. I got to do this for like $30.
Here's a good example, Carly. What did you get me? What are some of the things you got me for Christmas?
Those Hanna-Barbera DVDs of Wacky Races and some other shit.
Wacky Races,
nice.
Magilla Gorilla,
Muttley in there.
Huckleberry Pound.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Nice.
Muttley laughs like. What doesn't Muttley always do that laugh?
Or no, Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah, that John.
Yeah, Muttley. Yeah.
Scatman Crothers is Hong Kong Phooey.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, like I love cartoons from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
That's my shit.
I'm surprised. Does Family Guy ever make fun of Hong Kong Phooey? They should have straight up made Hong Kong Phooey get axed by Jack Torrance. That shit would have been funny.
That's hilarious.
That would be
Like Hong Kong Phooey, and then he gets axed in the chest by a fucking cartoon of Jack Torrance.
Do you remember that show
Such
that
a
was
family
called
guy
Wait Till
thing.
Your Father Gets Home?
Yeah.
It was like,
No,
wait
Just wait till your father gets home.
I actually don't
the
know that
stupid
one.
music in the fucking beginning.
Yeah, that's like the only thing I remember, but yeah.
Me too. Or like the show Walter Melon. I remember like the trailer for Walter Melon. It's like I used to watch it, but all I remember is how stupid it looked when I watch it.
Man, you know what I was watching the other day on fucking Disney Plus, man? Darkwing Duck.
Oh, Darkwing Duck. Yeah,
That's how dorky I am, man. I was like, oh, Darkwing Duck's on your mother, yeah. And then I was like, oh, they got the good DuckTales too, man. Like the original, I'm like, fuck yeah.
DuckTales. Woo!
I was totally I was just dorking out, man. I was like, this is ridiculous. I love that shit though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a connoisseur of cartoons of basically everything like from the 90s and
You guys got to stop
earlier.
using the term connoisseur.
Yeah, 60s, 70s, 80s, and early 90s. Like, I mean, I have like the complete, Transformers and G.I. Joe sets and fucking, Ghostbusters and Ninja Turtles and fucking, Flintstones. And I have all the old, I pretty much have every Scooby-Doo release movie, and I have like the old series and stuff like that too. All the DC movies. Like I'm pretty dorky when it comes to this shit, man. Like, actually, I was in my film room the other day, and the wife came in to mention or to tell me something or whatever, and I'm like, man, look at this cartoon. So she's like, oh, she looks at me and she's like, you're such a loser. But
yeah, I mean, I was thinking.
I don't think she actually said loser. She
Pokemon.
looked at me like she wanted to say that though. She's like, oh my god, you're 42. You have way too many cartoons in your house. But I like animated shit though. I like animated stuff.
I
always
love. I do too. Like I'm a big fan of all that shit, man.
That's why I had to bring up the animation.
Connoisseur.
Yeah, like the animation films from this year. It just shocked me that I watched a bunch.
More than one.
Yeah, like more than one. It was crazy. So that was really, really nice to me.
Spine of Night was fucking fantastic, by the way. I loved that movie.
What was
Yeah.
it?
Spine of Night, I loved.
I didn't see that. Oh yeah, I was wondering what that was. I saw that on your
It's
list.
more fantasy, but it's horror adjacent, and I could see
Oh,
it
yeah.
being on a horror list because there's like zombies and shit, and it's awesome though.
Yeah.
What was that one anthology that came out like last year that had the animated rape segment in it?
December.
Bro, that is literally one of the craziest
I
fucking
rewatched
segments I've ever
December
seen.
because it got put out from
Is that
Culture
segment included?
It is, yeah, Culture Shock. But the Blu-ray is fantastic because it has a lot of special features. It's got extended episodes. It's got a couple other episodes. It's got like a ton of features. Like I rewatched it, and overall, I think there's 26 shorts that are in the thing, and I think I like 11 of them. But the ones I like are really good. So overall, it's like worth your
I was
watch.
iffy on that.
Honestly, dude, some of the
for
ones that are good,
dude, that segment alone
are really good.
is worth the release.
There's a few. That
I
are
wish
like,
you guys
blah.
would let me know.
It's actually pretty solid, and the features are worth it and stuff. And it's got one of the Ruggero Deodato's last things.
Yeah, I was gonna
that's
say,
not
how's
bad.
his short?
R.I.P. to
Ruggero
Ruggiero.
Deodato.
Figuero, the best.
Yeah, man. But he's got a short on there, and it's really it's super dark, and it's like dark comedy, right? It's so funny, dude. But yeah, rest in peace of Ruggero Deodato, man. Another legend gone. Sucks.
Top 20 for me.
Yeah,
Maybe
man.
he probably was in my top 15. He made 2 of my all-time favorite movies and like a handful of other great films. That's rare.
One thing
I
that
can't
we
remember, but he was up there for me too.
who else did we lose this year in like the horror realm for?
In memoriam.
Yeah, man. Like
We should
don't-
add this in the year-end shows. Why don't we fucking
We
do this?
used to. We used to.
We
You
used
guys
to-
really fucking suck now.
I mean, honestly, man, for like
Bring back Jeremy.
for like
22 shots
Well,
great
he's-
again.
A lot of
We're
times we
Dave.
would make him do that type of stuff.
Not a
because-
lot of
Yeah.
like genre actors this year, but there was a lot of big names that died in 2022 that are very notable to me, like Bob Saget, Louis Anderson, Meatloaf, Betty White. Ray
Oh, Bob Saget.
I love
that
Bob-
was sad.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
Ray
that was a
Liotta.
long time ago.
Gilbert
Ray Liotta
Gottfried.
was
Page,
sad.
Queen Elizabeth, Bob
Eh.
Saget. Who else?
That's not an actor.
Norm. Fucking Norm died, bro.
It's just famous people.
No, I think he died in late 2021.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still mourning normal.
Oh, you know somebody that we've actually shouted him out on the show is Bill Code Red Olson. He passed away, so he's in our horror realm. But Kirstie Alley passed away. Barbara Walters. Like, there's a lot of notable people that died in 2022. That's just I mean, if you know who Aaron Carter is, he's not an actor. He's
That was crazy actually.
a lot of MCs died this year. I won't shout them out on the show right now, but yeah, there was a year of a lot of notable deaths. It was crazy, but not so many genre people unless it just
JP's boy Gorbachev died.
Gorbachev. Dude, I'm very morbid. I actually keep a list all year of very notables, and I have it written in my phone. That's why I could list that off as fast as I did. I know I'm bad. I do it for when I do my music videos too, because I keep track of all the MCs that pass away and shit. And it's like
Franco Harris died.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I miss a few.
Angela Lansbury.
The Ray Liotta thing sucks, man. I was like,
Yeah,
damn,
that was really
weird.
sad.
that was
Who doesn't
crazy,
like Ray
man.
Liotta?
I know everyone likes Ray Liotta, man. He was just one of those great, notable voices. Like he had one of the greatest
Good eyes,
voices, man.
intense eyes, man.
If I ever was to do like a movie that needed narration and I could get Ray Liotta to do it, I'd get him to fucking narrate it, man.
If there's anybody I want to stay up 24 hours with and do coke, it's Ray Liotta.
So all I pictured all of us laughing, you know that scene from Goodfellas where you just start shitting himself laughing like, rah! Yeah, that's what we all just did. And, yeah, it's fucking good, man.
He's great in Copland too, man. He's great.
He's honestly really good in everything he does. He's one of those guys that's really good in bad movies too. Like his performance is always top notch.
Whoa. Yeah, there's some movies that he elevated for sure.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with the RIP, should we move on? Should we wrap up this? Do you guys have anything else on 2022 that you want to note before we get into these
No.
top 10 lists?
Except we had a bunch of sequels.
Oh, I forgot about DMX. That was another one.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't die this year, did he?
Did he die last year?
That
Was it
dude
this
died
year?
like 4 years ago.
DMX died last year.
Yeah, it was last
I mean,
Was it last year?
notables
Yeah.
that you guys would probably know is, well, Coolio died this year. You guys would know who
Oh,
he is.
yeah, that's the one.
If you guys are familiar with the Migos, Takeoff also died.
I didn't know that. Yep.
I'm actually not familiar with the music. I just know the name. But everyone else, you guys probably wouldn't know that I have on this list. So anyways, I won't mention anything else. But yeah, sequels. Yeah. I mean,
Texas
yeah,
Chainsaw, Hellraiser, Halloween Ends, right?
yeah, major franchise, films was very prevalent this year. It's crazy. I mean, how many times have we gotten a film from a major franchise, like that many in 1 year?
I have one more thing also.
What?
So these are the top 10 box office horror films in terms of the
I like it.
Like in terms of like money?
Yeah.
Okay.
So number 10
In terms of popcorn sales, Moodz.
Let's do 15.
Popcorn sales. no extra butter. That's discounting the extra butter on there. That doesn't count.
Let's do 15.
Terrifier 2 sold no popcorn.
Top 15 Men. Number 14 Pearl. Number 13 Firestarter.
Wow.
Number 12 Terrifier 2. Number 11 Bodies, Bodies, Bodies.
That was theatrical? Shit.
Now for the top 10, which is this is kind of funny. Number 10 X did good.
Well, that makes sense because that's Roman numeral. It's in the
Right.
appropriate place. Crazy.
It is. Number 8 is actually fucking Jaws.
What?
1975's Jaws.
Oh, so it got like it got a summer release?
Yeah. We actually went and seen it in 3D, and it was
Cool.
absolutely fucking amazing in 3D.
Cool.
Like one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Number 8, a movie that I actually never even got around to, and that's Pray for the Devil.
Heard it's terrible.
Oh, dude, I saw it in the cinema, man, because I try to watch everything if I get it here. It was fucking bad. Like really bad. And I'm not just saying that because like I'm not a big fan of those exorcism movies, whatever, I'll take for what it is. It was a bad movie. Fly by
It
the
made
numbers.
$19 million.
Yeah, man. I don't know what the fuck, man. That's crazy to me.
Another one that I actually skipped as well. These were the two that I missed theatrically. I think like the only two. Don't worry, darling. But The Invitation. I didn't see that one.
I didn't see that one
I didn't
either
either.
this year. I wasn't 100% sure on that one.
I heard it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
Forgot
Yeah.
about that one.
I passed on it. I could have watched it. I actually had access to it, but I didn't watch it.
Number 6 here we have Barbarian. Made $40 million.
Wow. What was the budget on Barbarian? It had to have been a high budget film, right?
Probably
Or higher.
Budget would be. Let's see if it says.
It just feels like it could have been a higher budget.
Yeah, it looked like it had money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't. $4.5 million budget.
Oh, damn.
Shit, that's way low budget.
So even with marketing, this thing probably made over $30 million. It's crazy.
Great.
Yeah,
great.
and that's just domestic. These are all domestic. These are not
so that's
worldwide.
that's a fucking winner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Number 5, Halloween Ends, 64 million. On Halloween
I
Ends.
thought that was going to be top 3.
This is actually the biggest surprise for me. Scream with $81 million domestically.
I don't think that's a big surprise. I thought Scream was going to be number 1.
Really?
No, Smile's number 1, hands
Scream,
down.
dude.
Smile
Scream-
killed it.
like, I'm just
Smile
like-
made over $200 million.
It's such an old franchise, though, man.
Yeah, but 81 million? That's still really hefty. What was the budget on Scream? Well, what did it make for money? Obviously, it did well enough that they're making another one. So
It made 81 million.
what was the budget? I meant.
The
I bet
budget
no more than
was
5,
24 million.
Okay, so it's still. I
Pretty
mean,
fucking
probably
high
35.
budget.
So it still made. Wow, it still made probably 45 million. Crazy.
Yeah. The general rule is if you make back your budget opening weekend, you're in the green the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So number 3, The Black Phone with 90 million.
That did that well. Crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And then number 2, this is kind of fucking crazy, but Smile with 105 million.
Told you it made a lot.
So was it the marketing on Smile that really sold it? Because
It definitely
Probably,
had
yeah.
help. I mean, they literally had people smiling in the crowd of baseball games.
And there was a short version of that too, probably on YouTube, wasn't there?
yeah, I know about the
I don't know
short.
if
I never
that
saw
got
it, though.
released on YouTube. I don't know.
You can watch
$17
the
million budget.
I believe
and
if you
it
get the Blu-ray, the shorts on the Blu-ray, I believe,
I have the 4K.
or the 4K. It's probably on that too. Then
4K looks really great. Sound design's amazing on that movie.
Yeah, look on the features. I think I just saw someone say that it was on there. So
It even did better internationally, barely, but so it has a total of 216 million.
I saw it in the theater. So some of my money's in there.
216 million. Number one,
number one?
actually kind of a little surprising to me, but it is Nope with 123 million.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh shit! I
saw
forgot about Nope actually for theatrical. Yeah, totally.
I saw Nope and Bones and All. I think are the only 2 I saw in theaters this year.
Jeez.
Yeah, Bones and All actually kind of bombed.
Yeah, it didn't do well.
Yeah, it Bones and All didn't even make the top 30. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Maybe it's not listed as horror. Maybe it's listed as romance because it's not on this list.
Was there any other movies that were surprising that were left off the top 15? Like just
I think that probably
They didn't consider the menu a horror movie, did they?
I think the Studio 666 bombed for what it
Did they consider the menu a horror film? That was in theaters
no,
forever,
probably not.
I feel like.
Probably not.
You know what fucking
I
pisses
thought-
me off, dude? I thought that movie looked fantastic, and we never got it here. I was so pissed off. I was so
Really?
jacked to see the
Pretty
menu.
big budget.
I know, and I was like, "What the?" I think it's because there was like a bunch of fucking Marvel movies that came out at the same time, and then Avatar. So like our cinema was just like Marvel and Avatar, and I'm like, "Oh fuck my life!" Like it just kills it, dude. It was bad timing for my small.
Yeah,
city,
actually,
so.
Dave, the menu, if it was considered horror, it would have been in the 7 spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are Box Office Mojo sort of has their list a little. There's probably some horror films like because Bones and All was not.
I think Bones and All on the menu are both horror films to me.
Because Bones and All would have been at number 15 had it been listed.
No
as
doubt
horror.
Bones and All is a horror film.
Yeah. Agree.
Or enough of a horror film.
Agree.
I mean, if you were to classify it, like if you were to do the IMDb classification, maybe like drama first, then horror. I wouldn't say it's.
I
horror
don't think
drama.
so. I'd say horror first. Yeah.
I'd
I was actually
say
asking.
horror first
I was just
as
saying,
well.
would you classify it as like drama? Okay.
I'd say horror drama For a menu, I'd say I don't know if the menu. I'd say comedy,
romance, drama.
Oh, the menus. Yeah, I guess. I mean, even from the trailer, I guess. Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Menu to me is like more along the lines of a thriller film, personally.
But I still say it's horror.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but that's the box office top 10. In general, horror did amazing numbers this year, which is always good because that just means that we get more horror films.
Well, I mean, we'll be talking about 2023 on next episode and stuff, but I mean, look, like just doing minor research on it, like it looks like there's a lot of theatricals next year, like a ton.
Dude, did you see fucking Nick Cage's Dracula, bro?
Oh my god, dude!
He looks like a fucking Smurf, don't he?
I forgot.
He looks like a psychopath.
I forgot that I read a thing about him the Renfield film, and Nick Cage is playing Dracula, and I instantly just burst out laughing, man. I was like, vampire, because he's played a vampire before in Vampire's Kiss, which I think is the funniest movie ever made. Like, I can never stop laughing at that film. It's so fucking funny, his performance. So I'm using that performance, and if he incorporates any of that, even 10% into his Dracula portrayal, I'm gonna fucking lose it, man. This shit could be potentially be the funniest shit ever.
It looks a lot like What We Do in the Shadows, like that sort of humor.
Like even the stills of him like doing the vampire pose. Oh my god, I'm like, this is gonna be so fucking funny.
I can't wait to see it.
Me either, man. The fact that they made a film about Renfield is amazing. That's so cool. Yeah.
It's funny because it's like set in modern day. Mm-hmm. So it's like, you know, everybody, it's like fish out of water type thing almost. You know what I mean?
Well, that was like Vampire's Kiss,
cool.
right?
It looks
Vampire's
cool.
Kiss was set in modern day too, and he's this vampire, and oh fuck, it's ridiculous. Hilarious.
It looks fun. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I know. Fun redoing or doing the research and seeing that again. I was like, oh,
I don't think we have to do the next show then. But we'll just do the extended list and forget what we're looking forward to in 2023. No, legit. Like we talked about the 2 movies. There's only 2 fucking movies.
No,
me and Moodz have none.
10.
Well, I don't have any. I don't care. Like there's like 2 movies.
Well, but I'd already stressed before. I said Maxine was the one I was really looking for.
Yeah, me too. That's the only one.
Yeah.
What? You guys are so negative.
How is that?
I'm not negative. I just don't even know anything about him. I'm not researching. I'd like to be surprised.
Just take a look, you weirdo.
I don't wanna.
So not having expectations for the year being great or whatever makes us negative. It's like, holy shit, man. Jesus.
I don't even know what's going on. I haven't even been looking at it. Have you, Moodz?
The show. Is what I'm saying.
I briefly did a quick search and I was joking about JP. I got nothing. That looks good.
I'm just
I did
saying,
another one.
You want to do the show, but then you're just doing the show right now.
Well, yeah.
I have no problem doing the show. Well, I just don't want to do the show twice.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You don't make a whole show and then do half the show before you do the show.
We always do have.
Well, to be fair,
that'd be like if I just started doing the top 25 of fucking 1980 right now and did my first 5, and then we're like, we're gonna do this later, but I'm gonna repeat my 5.
Hey! To be fair, you definitely gave away a couple films from 1980 from shouting out Ruggero Deodato. So
who doesn't know that? That's common knowledge.
No.
Hey, 2 of my favorite movies ever made.
I only brought up 2.
Common knowledge. That
I only brought up one
to
film.
Maxine.
I only brought up one film. JP, stop talking about 2023. Stop being a fucking spoiler sport. Come on.
Fuck you.
All right.
Let's go there.
Did you see that new Evil Dead trailer?
No, did
Dude,
you?
that's the only thing I've fucking heard from everybody recently. I'm like, no, I don't watch fucking trailers. Fuck off. But the poster art looks terrible. All right, so let's
I don't think it will look right.
let's move on, man. That's going to conclude the
trailer.
intro.
That poster looks like Scream Factory fucking art.
It's horrible. It actually makes it the worst poster of the year, man. It's fucking terrible.
It's worst poster of the decade already.
You know what's funny? I'm looking at Maxine's poster. It says to be announced. It doesn't even have a poster art. That shit's better than that fucking poster.
It looks creepy to me. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
It looks very generic.
It does look super
cheap.
generic.
It looks cheap.
It looks not realistic, I think.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
It looks like I made it and it's fake.
Right. whip this up on your computer.
Yeah, it
I'm
looks
like,
like
ah,
when
that's the
people
one.
make those
I mean,
tables,
I
they're like
don't know.
upcoming movies.
There's been other cooler ones, like with skyscrapers and shit. I don't know why they use this one.
It actually looks like a live action poster from like a fucking video game or something. Like
No,
Evil
or a
Dead Rise.
Disney movie. Like when they make like the Lion King live action, that's the poster for like Evil Dead live action, some shit.
Right?
If Evil Dead was a cartoon and they made a live action, that's the poster.
Okay. Oh shit. Actually, before we get out of here, I'll do the randomizer right now to figure out our order before we get into this. And we just did it, and we're going Dave, JP, Carly, me. Wow, I get last.
Okay.
Prettiest to last.
So Dave, JP, Carly, and that's exactly how it goes. Wow. Okay. Cool. That's what it is, and we'll be back with the top 10 list here in a moment. Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the top 10 of 2022, we just figured out the order, and I already forgot what it was.
Dave, me.
Because I
Me,
totally did it already.
JP, Carly, and then you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Dave, let's start us off.
What a great way to start this list off. If you were to tell me this movie would have been on my list before I saw it, I'd think, you're fucking nuts. If you were to tell me that this sequel, any of this franchise in modern day would make my list, I'd tell you you're crazy. We're going to start off controversial. Halloween fucking ends. Who believes it? I didn't even really like Halloween Kills that much.
Wow.
So, what I like about this movie,
not
let me
surprised.
talk. I got the thing is, like, I don't like traditional Halloween movies that much. Like, I like the zombie ones. I like the original. I like Halloween 3. I don't hate that many of them. There's some that I really dislike. I like when they steer away from the Michael Myers typical bullshit, which is why it was so funny when that listener got so mad at me in Moodz for not caring if they change Halloween completely. Bro, I want them to. I don't give a fuck. I have no ownership over Halloween. I don't give a shit. So the conceptual stuff here is this movie actually makes Halloween Kills better to me because he sets up Michael Myers as a mythological supernatural entity, and the hatred and paranoia and negativity of Haddonfield breeds life into the evil of Michael Myers and never allows him to truly die. As Jamie Lee Curtis says in the movie, evil never dies, it just changes shape. And that's why the idea of transferring the vessel of evil into someone else is so cool to me. That Haddonfield is such a toxic place. Think Halloween fan base. Basically, they keep Myers alive no matter how weird or bad the movies are. That is the truth. It's legitimately a comment on how fucking toxic fan ownership is. And the fans of Halloween are the fucking inhabitants of Haddonfield to me. That's why this
It was
movie
actually
just,
way
So
smarter.
what you're saying is like
No,
the
this
evil of
movie
the
is
horror
smart,
genre is
man.
the Halloween fans. Right.
Yeah, like, and I'm just saying, like, I can see, understand why people like, and they don't learn. Like, I understand if you don't like the movie, you don't like the movie. there's some things you obviously could dislike about it, but if you dislike it because it's not Michael Myers stalking babysitters, and then you said the same thing about Halloween 3 20 years ago and came around and said it's your favorite, you're not learning anything. I'm just so tired of horror fans wanting the same thing and then wanting something different at the same time and constantly bitching about fucking everything. I think the idea that somebody said this is Henry Lee Lucas, basically Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer done in Halloween. And I think it's similar. And I like that. I like the small town feel. I just enjoyed this and I didn't expect to. I thought it was going to be awful.
My favorite thing about Halloween Ends is the fact that like every true Halloween fan out there was so butthurt by this that they started a petition to actually like redo the fucking ending and, you know,
Go fuck yourself.
and all that type of shit.
Make your own fucking movie.
But then you're the fucking flip side to this fucking irony, this hilarity to me is that you're not a big traditional Halloween fan, but then you like this.
No, I mean, it's a classic. I mean, I don't have any ownership of this movie.
Yeah,
the only time I ever
that's
show
the thing.
sick ownership of a movie is like, I don't even want Day of the Dead. I just want a decent Day of the Dead movie that resembles Day of the Dead. I don't need it to be perfect. I just can we like have a real Day of the Dead movie, not just cash-ins? Like, and I was the one who.
I've never really actually pushed myself to the point of ownership of anything. Like even when the Dawn of the Dead remake came out in 2004, I was
like, I hope it's good.
I was for it too.
I was
like Dawn of the Dead was
like,
my
I hope it's a good
bonafide
movie.
favorite movie, and I was like not offended that they were remaking. I'm like, you know what, it makes sense. You know, like that was kind of like the, you know, everything was being remade at the time. I'm like, okay, I'm down with this, and I liked it. You know, it's depleted over years for myself, but I don't hate it by any means. But I get what you're saying, because what they've done with the Day of the Dead remakes and sequels and stuff like that have been really trash bags. So, you know,
but they're not even like, they're just so obvious, like cash-ins that have nothing to do with the original, and they're made by people that don't have any passion or love. Like, say what you want about David Gordon Green, the guy clearly loves the Halloween franchise, for better or worse, whatever you want to say.
Let me ask you something though. Do you truly believe? Because a lot of the traditional, or I mean the hardcore Halloween butthurt fans right now are like not only protesting, but they're going out and saying that like he did this purposely. You know, he did this purposely.
He did.
I think he did. He did. He wanted to make Halloween 3.
Yeah,
I think. Well, you even see it with the.
Well, that's what I said.
Right?
I said
like
it was Halloween 3 when I walked out of there.
Halloween 3.
Yeah, that's what I said too when I walked out of the cinema. I was like, "Oh, this is totally Halloween 3," but like a version of it that I didn't really. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of it, but I get what he was doing. I understand completely what he was doing.
I hope in 10 years this one's a big.
My favorite thing about Halloween Ends is literally reading arguments and fights on social media, and I generally never do this because it's so funny to me. It's so funny that like. And like just the comments by these traditionalists, you can see the moisture and the tears on the screen as you're reading these comments. They're so butthurt by this.
We should
incredible.
It's
incredible what he did.
Cup or a bottle that says Halloween fan tears. Let's do that.
Right.
It's funny. It's funny. Like I'm just proving my point here. Like people were so mad at like that guy. No offense to him. I'm not trying to stir some shit, but he was mad at me and Moodz because we said we wouldn't care if they changed Halloween a lot and changed Michael Myers as long as they made it something we enjoyed. And dude, I'm proving it to the point too. And it also, because look, David Gordon Green had 3 movies to make like Michael Myers, this entity that was like over 50 years in all these fucking movies and sequels. So he basically made the first one, he made him more naturally and grounded. The second one, he made him kind of like this entity that builds his mythology, and the hatred of Haddonfield fueled his anger, like a Freddy Krueger, right? The fear of the dreams. He's more like a Freddy Krueger style character.
Yeah.
And then the final one, he's decrepit, he's old, and he's dying, but this hatred will not let him completely die. This fucking paranoia of the town, it's a stain on the town, which is something different. And I'm like, that makes more sense. It kind of explains the supernatural aspect instead of, you know, the fucking thorns bullshit. Like it just makes a little bit more sense that your anger and fuel keeps like it on. And it's funny too, is like all these people
it's
like
more
they hate the sequel, but like they're keeping the sequels alive, right?
Instead of the fear, it's like the toxicity of the town. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, it is also the fear and hatred and just paranoia and anger. They will not let Michael Myers die. Therefore, he will not die. And they will not let sequels stop, so they're not going to die. And they just bitch and bitch and bitch. Like,
So him passing off the evil to whatever the fucking guy's character was and
Corey,
stuff was allowing, you know, him to go and do this shit, was allowing it to create more that hatred.
It just allows it not.
He didn't necessarily pass on the evil. Corey got the evil in him just from how the town treated him after what happened. He had kind of made a dark shade to him, but after Michael Myers saw that it was in him, he didn't kill him.
Yeah.
He did not kill him because he looked in his eyes. Did you remember the father saw that he had those eyes? He saw that the transfer was going into him. So it was kind of like that way. Yeah. And it's a fun movie. And also, like, I mean, I love the stepfather in here. He's like, I want you to find love. The stepfather is one of the underrated characters of the year. And also the whole kill scene in the junkyard is fucking badass. It's like the chunk blower short that Jim Van Bever made.
I said the kills
and the DJ
were really good
kill, bro.
Yeah.
The DJ kill. The DJ character's great too because he's this fucking asshole just stirring the pot, man. Just complete and utter bullshit, keeping everything alive, keeping conspiracy theories alive. They're complete shit. It's just fucking misinformation, fucking paranoia, fear, garbage mongering. And it's just like that's what the whole movie's about.
I think sometimes I let my pure hatred for the obnoxious ownership, hardcore Halloween butthurt fanboys hurt my love for, you know, the idea of.
No, I get you, dude. I am the same way. Because it happens to be honest, not on Halloween, but on other things.
Yeah, to be honest, man, like Halloween Ends is I didn't. I walked out of there. I said there was a lot of good things about it. I didn't love the movie because it's also because this whole trilogy, like it's just Halloween in general, man. And I think a lot lot of the fan base.
I don't think you liked any of these though for style.
I didn't. I really didn't, man. I expressed my expressed my dislike for the first one, and the second one I thought was actually kind of piss poor. Like there's a lot of elements and a lot of things that are happening in kills that I thought were really bad, like actually bad. And then this one right here is totally different, which is totally cool. There's definitely more things. I love the kills. They were great. But I still think the best thing about this movie was the after effect of it, because not only did he purposely do what he did with the Michael Myers character, but he also went out of his way to really not have that huge showdown with Laurie and Michael at the end. Like it was very quick and it was kind of like lackluster and shit like that, because, and I think that was a kick, you know, like fuck off people. This is how I'm doing it, and, you know, deal with it kind of thing. Right.
I agree.
Yeah. That was the biggest thing I saw. The most comments, like,
just like,
we're not going to have that showdown. We're not going to have that 25-minute showdown. Like I literally read a comment.
Also, my least favorite part of all those movies.
Yeah, it's boring.
I literally said, I laughed out loud to myself and I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. Someone wrote, they said, this is how the ending should be. We should have a 25-minute, you know, cat and mouse run around where they're fighting, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my God.
That.
I'm like,
but didn't you hate that when Rob Zombie did it? Didn't you hate it when Rob Zombie did it?
But that's going back to it. You did. Hardcore Halloween fan boys hate the Rob Zombie films because this is exactly what this is. It's the same shit.
Anyways, I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. This is what I'm, and in fact, when I look back at the Halloween franchise, like, and I'm not talking about it like this is like fucking number 13, guys. Like, what do you want, dude? Like, what do you want? Like, and like, even when I look at the Texas Chainsaw, like whatever number it is, I'm like, what do you want, dude? Like, they're fine, man. Like, to me, I like them. I enjoy them. They're just, if you don't like it, who cares? There's like 20 other movies, right, bro? Like, you don't gotta watch it. Like, it ain't the end of the fucking world. These people are so entitled. Like, dude, I got 2 bad Day of the Dead remakes in a TV series that was unrelated that looked like Return of the Living Dead. I'm like, I just want a halfway decent movie. I just want something. Can I see fucking Bub? Can I see fucking Logan?
The horror community is so, like, I always find it so separated by franchises. Like, we've talked about this many, many times. Like, Halloween fanboys are literally the worst. Crybabies about everything. You mentioned one thing, they freak out, they cry. But you talk to Friday the 13th people, and they can take it or leave it. It is what it is.
Or Evil Dead or Day or Romero. Yeah, or you're Phantasm guys.
I fucking hate Friday. And people are like, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. And then I feel like when you talk to Nightmare fans, they're just like, I fucking hate this one. I'm like, sure, you know, man, that ain't gonna ruin my hate for it. Like, I was having this conversation. I think I have this conversation every fucking 2 weeks with somebody about part 4. Motherfuckers are always being like, oh, this motherfucker, it's shitty, it's gay, it's you know, it's blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
I love part 4.
But that's Nightmare the thing, 4? Man. And I'm like, I don't care if you hate it. And I get it. It doesn't bother me one bit because it doesn't ruin my love for it. But that's the difference between Nightmare and Friday fans, that we don't give a shit enough. Where if you say something to a Halloween fan, they get so butthurt that they
and also Friday fans
start petitions.
Friday fans are like, yeah, this movie kind of sucks. Like, this movie's not good.
Yeah.
I feel like Halloween fans will like die. Like, they'll be like, part 5 is a masterpiece. Like me, like I know Halloween Ends is not perfect, but I see some qualities in it that I like. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I guess I just like it because it's different.
I love Nightmare on Elm Street. Right. I love the franchise, but I've openly been very blunt about how much I hate Freddy's Dead. Right. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. I used to
like it. I can't.
And people are like, I'm like, that's cool. That's cool.
I like Freddy's Dead.
That's cool, man. Like, it doesn't bother me one bit, man. Like, me and JP used to go back and forth on part 5. I used to give him shit all the time. I always like part 5 of Friday.
I like it. It's just like my
no. I meant Friday the 13th, part 5.
Oh, I love Friday. That's
always
my
an advocate for it. But I always used to play that was the one film I always used to play devil's advocate with you, JP. Is that I always liked it, but I used to they totally bug you because it was, you know, the general consensus of part 5. Most people fucking hated it. It was like Halloween 3. It was the same shit, right? And, you know,
and the reasoning was so dumb. It's not Jason. Are we 6 years old? Are we 6?
Still the same thing.
Time to grow up.
People seem to forget in part 5, in Friday part 5, it has literally some of the most memorable characters in the entire franchise. It has one of the biggest body counts in the franchise. It's a fun fucking movie.
It got like the most like Halloween 3.
It's got Voorhees.
Michael Myers isn't in this movie. It's just like, guys,
you know,
like, you have 6 other Michael Myers movies. Though.
I'm tired
of
talking about Halloween fans.
Dude, it's kind of, I feel bad that Carly, I know that she's a really, really big Halloween fan.
I'm not an asshole and I cringe because like this movie comes out and I'm like, yes, I see what Moodz is talking about whenever he says the fanboys are so bad. I'm very nostalgic for them because that's like the franchise I grew up with. That's like the one that my mom was showing me when I was like 3 years old. So, but even as a little kid, I remember watching like part 5 and being like, this seems like not that good of a movie. But I'm also 8 years old, so I don't care.
Well, you were right about part 5.
Well, yeah. I know. I think watching them back, like, yeah, a lot of them are not that great of films, but I'm just nostalgic for them, so I will watch them.
Really, what 5, 6, and 7 and 8, right? That's what I'm like, kind of like. I don't remember 5 very well, but 6, 7, and 8 are the ones I'm like, I could take those. Those are the ones I don't want.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
I'm probably a bigger fan than most of you guys. Like, I like them all except for Resurrection.
Part 4, I think, is a bore fest, man. I'm sorry. It's like a total bore fest to me.
House in part 4, it kind of falls apart. Like once they're all just locked in that house. Because I used to love part 4, and now I watched it for this Halloween.
Part 4.
Yeah, but part 5 is a mess.
I like 6 a lot, and
I like 6 a lot.
H2O is actually one of my favorites in the series. But
I
it's
kind of
more
like Resurrection.
Scream
Not
than.
gonna lie.
I just feel like the hardcore Halloween fanboys are like they're like the black eye of the horror community. You know, it's like they're the ones that get so pissed off about shit. And like generally we're all pretty chill. Like we sit here and have playful arguments about things and like, but generally in the long scheme of things, we don't really get offended if you don't like our favorite movies. Right. I could care less if something's not that. I don't care. But it seems like the Halloween like if you say anything bad, it's just like it's so intense. It's so
I just don't
dignified.
know very many people.
Well, where did the
also?
I'm
not responding to anyone in the comments either. So like, I'm not doing it.
And why?
No, I'm just not when it comes to Halloween. I'm not, because I'm not spending 45 fucking minutes. I don't have the time and I don't give a fuck.
Before we move on,
I say what I think, and that's how I think.
Guarantee this just gave the video like
probably
100 thumbs down. Every time we talk about fucking Halloween, we get so much hate on the show. It's amazing. But like, one quick question.
Let's just sum this review up here. Halloween ends. Period. Halloween H2O. Period.
No.
Okay, so we'll leave this for a different show because we are going to be eventually we are going to be doing this new Halloween trilogy on the show.
Right.
Since it's, so that'll probably happen. I would probably assume this year in 2023 in Halloween. That's probably what we're going to do.
Can you give me a period?
Period.
He doesn't know what that is.
I have no idea.
I know, that's why you got to get Moodz to do it. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, so, I just wanted to kind of say one thing in there too about how you were saying about like how you like the different ones. That's actually why I like Jason Goes to Hell so much. And everyone
it's been so long since I've watched that one. It's so long.
It's so different, dude. I bet if you watch it now and just was like, wow, this is fucking weird.
The only one I really can't remember disliking strongly is 8. Like 8's just like, oh my God, I'm in a coma.
Oh, I like 8. I agree. That's a nostalgic one for me.
It's stupid, but I like it.
Since you like 8, you're not selling me on fucking Jason Goes to Hell.
I think that Jason Goes to Hell, if you just look at it like a different movie and not like
if it had a different title.
I just don't get how they take a boat from Crystal Lake to the fucking to New York. That's got to be the dumbest plot hole ever in a movie. Like it doesn't even make fucking sense. But
that's horror movie logic shit right there, right?
But going back to this new trilogy, man, we'll cover this shit, and I'm gonna ask the question of why there is so much ownership over the Halloween franchise in the fan base comparatively to Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday. Just keep it small. I mean, there's other big franchises out there that people love more than these ones, but the big 3 in my opinion are those 3. Comparatively, why is the fan base so different in Halloween compared to the other 2? Why is that? Because we've been talking about this for 10 years on the show. This is not a new thing. Literally 10 years, JP, we've been talking about this. And why is it that every single fucking time it's a big fucking deal with something, and then we're so chill? Like, you're a Friday guy, I'm a Nightmare guy.
I'm a Nightmare guy too.
But it's just like it doesn't really matter, but it's so fucked up, like how it is like so different fan bases, right? We're all horror fans. Mm-hmm. We can all agree. Like you talk to a Halloween fan, we're like, yeah, TCM's fucking amazing. It's a masterpiece. 10 and 10. And all of a sudden you start talking about Halloween versus like Nightmare or Fridays, and it's like everything is just, it's the end of the fucking world.
Yeah, I don't know.
Those are good questions. I'd like to discuss this when we do that, but it's so mind-boggling to me how this separates so many people to the point where, people are being blocked and flagged, and I'm not being your friend anymore. I'm like, oh my lordy, this is crazy.
When I asked the worst movies, and I asked the worst horror film in 1980, some guy posted the wrong movie, and I was like, I meant 1980 distinctly, not in the 80s. And he was 80s. He's like, Friday the 13th, such a Halloween ripoff. I'm like, such a fucking idiot, bro. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's the worst of 1980. Like, you're just looking for a reason to hate on Friday because you just want to start an argument. It's just very petty and fucking pathetic. And like, I actually fucking blocked that guy. I literally don't.
To me, that's just
negative little.
I feel like
bitch.
it's just a casual.
I literally don't even take this shit serious. Like, me, I'm not really much into social media. Like, I actually kind of laugh at shit like that. But the whole Halloween thing, I had to like peep it out because it was so entertaining to me. I never made a comment to anybody ever on there. I was just like, this is the most entertaining shit I've ever seen on social media because it's so mind numbing to me. I can't believe this is happening.
And there were so many people asking like Halloween ends. That's the worst movie I ever seen. Why? Because like Michael Myers, he ain't Michael Myers, man. He ain't Michael Myers. He's like I ain't got words, man. I ain't got words. I'm too fucking dumb.
I ain't got no words.
I lost my words in the trailer park underneath my fucking goddamn fucking kitchen sink when I was drinking Drano.
Anytime you ask somebody the worst anything, it's always a bad idea because people never actually pick bad stuff.
No, they don't know what they're talking about. They're like, the worst movie I ever saw was the prequel to The Thing. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up.
It's different when someone says like the worst film they saw all year it was this one or whatever. It is what it is. But they're like, the worst film I ever saw in my entire life was Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I'm like, shut the thing, dude.
Right.
I'm going to go back to eating my cornflakes. Like, fuck off.
I'm talking about like Slaughter Claws when I think like worst movies I've seen.
But that's what I'm talking about. Literally,
we've been through hell, bro. Like we've been through hell, like hell and fucking back. We're like, what's the word? Death? What was that fucking Death Tunnel? Or what was that fucking movie from 2000? That was bad.
Oh my god, that was so shit.
I actually brought up something on my last update, which I'm sure you guys didn't watch, but I was talking about A Night to Dismember. That legitimately might be one of the worst movies ever made. It's just hilarious. It's hilarious how bad it is. It's incredible. It has a narration, and they're narrating the movie, but what's happening on the screen is not what they're talking about. It's the most fucked up thing ever. It's almost like you're listening to a commentary.
Sounds like they recorded the narration.
It's almost like you're listening to a commentary from a different movie, but it's actually the narration from this movie. It's so fucking hilarious. It's so bad. Okay, so Halloween ends. Yeah, JP.
All right. My number 10 here is coming in as a last watch, second to last watch of the year for me. I saved it. It was kind of, I didn't watch it when it came out. I kind of wanted the hype to die down a little bit and then go in when nobody was really talking about it, which is usually what I do if I don't see something right away. But it is The Sadness, which is an infection film, right? From it's Taiwanese, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's from Taiwan. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a movie that I love that it starts like really fast and it just doesn't let up. You know what I mean? It just craziness after craziness after craziness. Like there's some great scenes in here. Like one of my favorite scenes was when one of the leads shows up at the baseball, like at the basketball court with the baseball
great
kids.
Scene.
And I'm just like, this is nuts. And obviously
that dude's nuts got destroyed too.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. And that guy's face was so fucked up, bro. I was like, Jesus.
He had a peanut allergy, bro.
Yeah.
No, but the end result of that scene was like terrifying to me.
It was terrifying. And there's actually some like scary moments in this film, like that are just like, period. I kind of like how we're switching back and forth between the lead male and the lead female. I will say that I saw what was I mean, I don't know if they tried to hide it, but I assume you guys saw where that was going pretty early on when how they like filmed it, the reveal.
Oh, the end of the movie?
Oh yeah. That was
Oh,
good.
shit,
Well,
yeah.
they let you know it's happening earlier. He sees the dolls in the puddle, and they're not right because you start to hallucinate violent thoughts before it happens.
Right.
So you get the inner what's happening.
Yeah. I really, this film got buckets of blood in it. I think the train sequence is absolutely horrifying, especially because of it's just like the stabbings are so brutal in that, and it's just
And the color of blood just like is terrifying.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Just so much blood. Blood.
It's fucked up because like somebody is like they subdue one person, and like the violence of that act like provokes the sickness or the sadness in the next person. So it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like fuck.
And it's
like
just
right when they
utter
get a
chaos.
taste of the bloodlust, it's just like, oh fuck. Like it's just they can't control themselves.
Yeah.
The older man on the train who becomes sort of like one of the main antagonists of the film. Very good performance by that guy. Super creepy.
Actor of the year.
Actually,
Male
man,
actor of the year for me.
that guy is so creepy and scary. There's something about the way he looks, man. It's just like, dude, it was perfectly casted. Like it got me right away, man. Like that scene on the train when, he's talking about how nobody reads on the trains anymore and shit. And like the whole scene is it's like perfect build up, like the tension. Shit's gonna go down.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's
I
very
really
uncomfortable.
like our both of our leads. Very likable characters, which is nice to see in a film.
Very
like
normal
this.
too, right? Like not exaggerated, very normal, very pretty, very attractive, very just you want them to make it.
Yeah, I always crack up when I see people driving mopeds.
But that's the way it is.
Funny.
But in those countries,
I know
that's
what
normal.
That's how they're traveling there.
Super
I
normal.
know.
And the reason for it is because it's obviously
Congested city.
It's so congested. That's why.
Yeah. And great overhead shots of the city and stuff like that. I really think this movie is great. So
the pacing is phenomenal. I know you mentioned how it starts out really quick, but it really does get into it
doesn't let
right
up.
away. And it never lets up. It's like 104, or I think it's 100 minutes. 100 minutes of like pure just entertainment, man. You're like, holy fuck. And there's so much carnage and blood. Man.
Even like the scene where our lead is going to get on his moped and across the street there's like a handful of infected staring down at him.
That part's terrifying.
Yeah, it's super terrifying. Like, he makes the sound on the thing and they just all look over. It's like, fuck, bro. And those are the feelings that I love about zombie films is that feeling of being trapped and sort of like running, like fighting for your life.
The initial chaos, right?
Yeah, and not being able to get away from this stuff. And very, very, very good movie. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Great stuff.
Dave, what you gave Halloween Ends, what, 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Carly.
All right. My number 10 is a film from Shudder, and that is The Apology. Cool move. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised it made my list, but yeah, I enjoyed this movie. I watched it on Christmas Eve. Thanks. And I really like the plot. It's a fucked up situation, and just pretty much got these like two characters throughout the whole movie, and it's very dialogue driven and stuff like that. And I thought that was cool. And you got Anna Gunn, who I always felt bad for her because everyone hated her after Breaking Bad. Like, I feel like they hated her as a person because they hated her character so much. So I look at this and I'm like, oh, look, she's still acting and she's actually pretty good. So
when in reality, even in Breaking Bad, like, she's a good person.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know everyone
a horrible person.
Yeah, and I hated her in Breaking Bad too, but it's just like, I mean,
what's weird about this movie?
For her.
Janine Garofalo was in the film in like such a weird role, like as the neighbor. I mean, most people just fucking hate her as an actress. And I just thought it was so odd that she was in this film. And I was like, whatever. I've never had a problem with her. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know Anna Gunn from the show because I've never seen it from Breaking Bad. So
You never seen Breaking Bad?
I seen like 2 episodes.
No, because
God,
I really don't watch any TV. Hence,
I
I
know,
know,
but
but that's
like
the
one-
best TV show ever.
I don't watch it. Yeah, that's
You know
like
what?
the only show I've ever watched.
Well, you guys next time we're in person, you guys can talk to the wife about that. She's watched it all. She loved it. She loved that shit, man.
Oh,
She
so
watches
good.
every TV show, man. It's fucking crazy. But she always swears by it. She always tells me, she's like, you need to watch it. And I'm like, it's so
It's
many
one of the
episodes.
only
It's so
shows
long.
that beginning to end is amazing.
Yeah, they knew where to end
And
it.
it doesn't overstay. Yeah, exactly what she was about to say.
I actually didn't,
said-
unfortunately, watch Apology.
Oh shit, dude! I even mentioned it, man. I was like, it's definitely worth the.
Yeah, you and Carly both told me to watch it. I just couldn't
Dave
have
just
time.
you just don't listen to anything.
Going
that I ever
back
say.
to,
I don't get why.
You know, the holiday horror films. You know, this one's set on Christmas, right? So
Yeah. Which, it's got a pretty decent vibe too. It's got like the color scheme and stuff and the snowy atmosphere. So yeah, I liked it. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a fucking disturbing film, actually.
Yeah, like it's like really just sickening when you think about it.
It's well acted, and I think it ends well too. Like it ends how it should, and like I don't know. I think everything it was, to me. I love movies like this where it's two characters, and if the dialogue is good and the tension is good, and you know some shit is gonna go down. Like I love that type of shit, man. I've never even blinked through like 90 minutes of this, man. It's crazy. I thought it was really good. It was really good.
Yeah.
All right, so coming in at number 10 for myself is a film I feel like is going to be only on my list. And I've talked many, many times about this director in probably the last 10 years, how much I like his films. And this is no exception, and that's Mickey Keaton's Off Season.
I never got to it.
I didn't watch that one.
I forgot
I
he even
saw
made
it.
that movie this year.
Did you not like it, Dave?
No, I was fine with it. I just the one problem with it was it recollected a lot of other movies that I thought were much better than it, so I just kept thinking of those movies. I gave it a 7 though. I think I gave it a 6.5, 7 or something like that. Like it was like Dead Waters or something, or Dark Waters, and I love that movie, and I was just like, but that one's better.
I don't know, man. I get that. I get that. It's very reminiscent of a bunch of movies, but you know, I mean, Mickey Keaton's been knocking it out, man. Like I like Ritual. I like Pod. Darling was excellent. Carnage Park was really good. Psychopaths I liked. Like he hasn't really missed for me. He's kind of that director. So I was really excited to watch this, and I had to rewatch this one this week because I didn't have like a film. I didn't have a couple in my top 10, and I'm like, what am I? And I wanted to rewatch the ones that were stuck with me all year, and this is one of them. Jocelyn Donahue plays the lead in the film, and she's fantastic in it. It's got my man Richard Brake in it. He plays like the kind of the gatekeeper, like the bridge dude. And my homeboy Jeremy Gardner's in this too, man, in a small role too. Who had a fantastic motherfucking year, by the way. Like Jeremy Gardner was in a lot of good films this year. But Off Season is basically about Jocelyn Donahue's character. She gets a letter in the mail saying that her mom's grave has been vandalized and stuff, and then she needs to come to this island to kind of take care of it and stuff like that. And the thing is with this island is that
Never go to an island in a horror movie.
it closes for the winter. It closes for the winter season. So they get there, and it's like going to be closing and stuff like that. And of course, when she gets there, a bunch of weird shit is happening, and I don't really want to give too much away. So anyway, it's
very Lovecraftian, big time.
It is very Lovecraftian. So she gets there, and then there's a bunch of, she's got to deal with this, and then she can't really deal with it, and then there's just a bunch of weird shit that's happening. I love the atmosphere of this. This storyline has definitely been done. It's very Lovecraftian. It's got great atmosphere. It's got great characters. It's got just a lot of things I love. It's got that whole small island setting to it. The atmosphere is like I've said like 4 times, but it's like second to none. It's really, really good. It's got really good music cues in it too, man. It kind of sets the stage for what you're watching and stuff. The thing is with the film, I feel that really works. It's done in chapters, and it really does kind of clip along the pacing, and it makes it kind of flows so well. It only runs about 80 minutes or something like that, which is kind of a good thing, because it doesn't really need to be a little bit more. The thing is with this film that I noticed is that a lot of people are like, oh, the ending's so ambiguous. It's so ambiguous. And I'm like, it's not really ambiguous at all. If you're actually watching it, it completely tells you what happens at the end. You just have to be aware of what you're watching before that. But I like the way it's constructed and edited too. I like how it throws in these clips of her and her mom. Her mom was like a famous actress and stuff like that. And she grew up on this island, and she was very sick. And she didn't really want to be, she basically told her daughter that, I don't want to be buried on this island. I don't want to be buried on this island. And she has her reasons for this. And anyways, one thing leads to another, because she has a will, and it was kind of changed and blah, blah, blah. And she ended up being buried there and stuff. That's why she ends up at this island and stuff. But there's a whole like Dave said, Lovecraftian element to this, and I like it, man. I really do, and I don't want to say too much because this is the movie I was talking about earlier in the show that I feel like no one fucking watched. Like I didn't hear anyone talk about this movie. I didn't see it in any list, nothing. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought it was fun.
Atmosphere is great. The atmosphere is really the strongest point of the movie to me. I think so. I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, I mean, I like the creepy, just the characters. I like what it's. Like I said, this is a hard one to talk about without. I really don't want to ruin it because I want people to check it out. I mean, it's not phenomenal, but it really does hold its own in with the setting, the atmosphere, and I think narrative wise too. I think it's decent for what it does.
The only problem I had was I kept thinking of Dead Water or Dark Waters. It's Dark Waters, the Russian Italian film, and I was like, that's like a masterpiece, and it's almost just that movie, except lesser.
Right. I never thought of that actually when I was watching Dark Waters. But that
I
does
don't
make
usually
sense.
have a problem with that, but it just felt like almost identical to me. Like, and I was just, it was very weird.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny because I didn't think it, and I'm a big fan of that movie too.
I know. I mean, it's
never even occurred to me, but yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, yeah, totally. But I mean, I like these things. I mean, again, I just want to kind of leave it kind of basic because it's very nightmarish. Just put it that way. It's very nightmarish. It really does have, like I said, it's a lot of people think ambiguous ending. I think it's a total downbeat type thing, 100%, which I love. And off season, 8 out of 10 for myself.
So the listeners number 10 is fuck.
One.
Yeah. It is Mad God.
The fuck?
Mad God is the number 10 of the listeners. Which is that film that took
I'm a little
11
bit
years or something to
I'm a little bit surprised. Well, that's one of the animated films this year. I'm really surprised that a lot of people had that on their list. I am. Me and Dave talked about Mad God earlier, not in the show, but we talked about it a little bit, and I think it's really well done. The animation is really cool. It's very, very nauseating. Because
it made me sick to my stomach.
It's just
I'm never watching it again.
It is, and nauseating almost in a good way because it's so visceral, and like there's so much carnage and so much oddity, and you're like in your brain, you're watching these grotesque, visceral fucking scenes through like 90 minutes, but you're trying to figure out the narrative at the same time. And it's like, oh my, it's fucking with your head.
It's an overload, man. It's an overload.
Total overload,
It's
man.
the most fucking miserable scenes in Pink Floyd's The Wall, times 10, the entire runtime of the movie. I mean, like there's times when you're watching Pink Floyd The Wall and you might have had like a couple hits when you're in high school and you have that weird like, oh fuck, that was fucked up, or watching a Tool music video, but then it's just like, no, this is the whole thing and it's way grosser and weirder and fucking just like a horrible outlook on life, man. It made me sick. I don't want to watch it again.
I mean, if that sounds good to you,
though.
like it really does work for what it is. I won't say, and I will say about Mad God, I don't think the narrative is cohesive at all.
It's hard to I get it, but I don't get it. Like it's obviously a statement on humanity, but like here's what it is about Mad God. Like it's a masterpiece for what it is, but what the fuck is it?
Oh, from a an animation point of filmmaking, it really is, dude. It looks so good. It's doing so much. There's never a moment of downtime in the whole time you're watching this film. It's crazy. But that's kind of the point, or that's kind of the problem a little bit for me and Dave, is that it left us like I literally was watching this thing going, oh my God, I feel so ill.
I couldn't take much. I had to stop. Sometimes. And like the first time I tried to watch it, I was like, nah, I can't do this right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen often.
I watched that shit on my laptop too. I couldn't even imagine watching it on my 75. I'd be like, oh, I would have been fucking puking probably. Jeez. But I get it, though.
It's a good movie, though.
I get it. Yeah, it totally is. It's totally well done. And it's the dude that made it. What's his fucking name?
Phil Tippett.
Phil Tippett. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
it's like special effects master.
Yeah, so that's why it looks like in the way it is and stuff. And yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick for the group. I'll just fucking put it that way. All right, Dave, number 9.
Oh boy, here's my last pick. I think where I'm going to get shit for, to be honest. But so I know we've been doing all these movies with a lot of trauma, and this one has the trauma. But like people jump down this movie's throat because of jump scares, and I was like, Sorry for a movie trying to be fucking scary and just be your basic cheeseburger horror film, even though it incorporates the trauma. Because it's funny, there's another movie that's going to appear on somebody's list, I'm sure, that talks about yes, and it talks about the complexity, you know what I mean, of like that stuff. But sometimes all you want is something simple. You just want the meat and potatoes. And I feel like this movie is the meat and potatoes. It's a throwback very much to Japanese horror films and the kind of idea of like searching and discovering. It's very adult, but it's very typical, and it's just genuinely scary. And it also very much like It Follows. Everybody's like, it's a ripoff of It Follows, which was a ripoff of The Ring. So fuck off, bro. Yeah. So fuck off, bro. It's a ripoff of fucking a ripoff with a ripoff. This is horror movies. You're probably the same jackass that tells you The Mutilator is the best, most original movie ever made in Blood Rage, which we love. But hey, they're all like that. It is what it is. It's a right. Cannibalizing genre. So this is Smile. And the real reason it's on my list is because this is the only movie that scared me this year. It scared me. It bothered me. It made me uncomfortable. Maybe I was going through a bad time. But the opening, the way it shows and does, it doesn't tell. It shows you the suicide. It shows you the torn up room, the pills, the tears and the puke and all that stuff. At the very ending, when they show you the creature, just for whatever reason it just made me feel genuinely unnerved and disgusted. And I thought it was really genuinely scary and disturbing. Yeah, I was scared. And I was like, am I getting scared of this? Am I just like fucking depressed? What is happening? But no, I rewatched it and it worked for me. And I thought it was really good. It's Smile, of course. 8 out of 10. I can't believe I like this movie. But man,
it didn't feel...
I really fucking... Great.
It could have been really generic. Like a lot of these movies that come out like that, I feel nowadays are really generic and garbage, like Slender Man and stuff of that, or Rings and shit.
Cinematography was great too.
Yeah, this was actually good.
I like what you say about it being a Japanese throwback, because if you replace all the actors with Japanese actors,
it's just The Ring.
It would feel,
which is just It Follows.
The Ring though, because there
or Grudge or No Roy. Because it's just an adult
like
trying to figure out what the fuck's going to happen before they die. That's all those movies are, and they're very adult and they're very like almost detective-like, and that's why they appeal to adults. And I mean, to me at least, that's why I love No Roy or The Ring. They're just, you know what I mean? You can put yourself in that situation. You got to figure out the fucking shit before you die. This one obviously incorporates all the trauma that we've seen in all the other movies, like the Ari Aster movies, but that's fine. I thought it was really good, strong, and I
also
just
like Final Destination a little bit in there. It's like a hodgepodge of movies.
It's not my problem if someone dislikes the movie ever. It's just that when people start being hypocritical of why they dislike it, it starts to be silly. Like it's jump scary. It's like. And Dave Z pointed this out. He's like, yes, but she's been traumatized the entire movie, so she's going to be all jumpy. So it makes sense that when you're her point of view is that she's fucking freaked the fuck out.
He also said that like most of the jump scares happen in like the first 20 minutes, and then there's not as really any.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid story. And the idea that someone commits suicide and then they commit suicide, it's fucked. It kind of reminds me of what? Suicide Cult. Or was it Suicide? What was the one by... the Sano film. Yeah, Suicide Club. I mean, it's very Japanese. This is a Japanese movie.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. It definitely feels very Japanese. I always felt like it was one of those movies that, like, narrative-wise, you know, like when they figure out that, you know, there was about 19 cases, 18, 19, 20 cases before these ones were being investigated, and they start to kind of figure out what's going on. I feel like it's like, to me, I actually kind of laughed to myself. I was watching the cinema and I was like by myself and I was like, it feels like I'm watching like a 1940s Universal film where like a lot of those older films start like they feel like they start like the middle of the film. Like there's totally a story before. You know, like you can incorporate so much more narrative, so much more story before this, you know, this movie starts that you're watching. So like when they conclude that, like, oh shit, like, you know, they're investigating this and they're going, oh shit, man, there's like all these other cases that are exactly the same and this is how it's linked and stuff. Right when that was noted in the film, I was like, fuck, man, I would love to know what the backstory is in this film, because it got so interested in me. I was like, holy shit, like I know this is an entity, and it's like, it is very much like It Follows. It kind of is the same thing. It's not the reason why.
It's a chain letter, right? Like
exactly.
There's a million of these movies between Final Destination, It Follows,
The Ring.
Yeah, the chain letter movie style, it works for me.
I think that the reason why most people are like, oh, you know, it's just a ripoff is because It Follows seems to be the most recent one with the very similar and that's why people keep saying
I did see a funny Letterboxd review that said shit follows. because they hate it.
That's pretty funny.
Well, I mean, like, that's funny and
Short
clever,
and simple.
so you gotta let them pass. But at the same time, it's like, why do you really dislike it? Like, that's what always cracks me up when people are like bad mouthing. Like, I was down on Off Season because it was so much like Dead Water or Dark Waters. But the thing was, I just didn't think it did anything better than Dark Waters. I think Smile does some things a little better than some of those other movies.
No, I thought it was kind of ironic that you brought up the the Dark Waters thing with Off Season. Then we're talking about the this connection with these films and stuff. But I get it though. I completely get it. I didn't dislike Smile at all.
I didn't dislike Off Season at all either. I liked Off Season.
There was a lot of things I liked in Smile too. But I honestly, dude, sometimes I don't give a fuck if there's no explanation to things like where this entity comes from or why this wasn't like these type of things. Sometimes I don't care and sometimes I do. It just depends on the movie. And this one particular, I was so interested in where it came from. And like, I just wanted something to be explained for once because I was like, that to me, that's very interesting. I do
Well, you
like
got a
the
sequel
ending.
coming, I'm sure.
Well, I do like the ending. Yeah, for sure. But I do like the ending of the film because to me, it felt very like it's super down. It's very, very downbeat. And I like those type of endings. I thought that was actually kind of cool. To be honest, I kind of saw it coming. I'm not going to lie. I was like, this shit ain't going to end good.
Well, the movie's so dark. Like, it's so nasty and like fucked up. And the monster itself gave me fucking, what was the crippled sister in Pet Sematary vibes, which
Zelda.
automatically bothered me because Zelda was my childhood boogeyman.
Me
so
too.
like when I saw that, I like was like looking over my shoulder, like that bitch better not be in my house. What is happening? Like I literally, and I got scared. It scared me like 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, is this for real? Like, and it wasn't the jump scares; it was her.
I love that feeling. I crave that feeling.
I thought the effects were good. I thought there was moments that were really good. I couldn't get over the fact that I was like, it was one of these movies where I just really wanted a little bit more from the narrative. If they do have a sequel and they kind of explore, this is one of those movies where they can make a prequel to it and they, kind of give the origin of this, which would be an interesting story in my opinion, because I think these entities and how it started, and it could be very cool. It could be very shitty too. It could be very shitty,
but it could ruin the. But
it,
also, best dead cat Christmas present.
Yeah, and
Birthday
The
present.
scene was great.
That was funny.
But you never. I mean, again, Smile's
really
one of those
funny.
films that I was contemplating rewatching. I didn't. I end up not.
You said you gave that an 8, Dave.
Yep.
So 8 out of 10. Okay, so we're all starting with 8s this year. It goes to prove my point.
Yeah. Okay. So my number 9. I know it's not going to be on 2 lists at least. It possibly could be on Carly's list, but I don't know. That is Out There, the Mega Halloween tape.
Ooh.
Which-
1 of 2.
What was this?
WNUF2.
Oh,
WNUF2.
I'm just gonna put WNUF2, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's what it should be fucking called. I hate that it's called Out
Stupid.
There, the Halloween Mega Tape.
see,
But,
I am so frustrated with this because I had no way
Me
of
too.
seeing this shit, man.
you
And
had a
it-
way.
it's-
It just was an expensive way.
Yeah, I'm not.
Or it was
paying-
illegal.
I'm not fucking paying $30 for a DVD.
Me neither.
Actually, but you know what? I actually worked it out. So the $30 plus the ship, everything, it was going to cost me $61
Dude, yeah, that's stupid.
That's
for a DVD. Fuck.
I like it.
Yeah, Scream Team's shipping is not very good.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that maybe like Terror Vision will release this or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
That'd be cool.
yeah. Okay.
So it basically is like the first one, but a little bit different. This one takes place in the 90s. It also is basically a tape recording of of basically a day of broadcasts from the channel that WNUF. I forget what the channel, WNUF 8 or something, and it starts with actually, which is funny. The first segment of it, the like big portion of it, is basically like a talk show, like a Ricky Lake or something from the 90s, and that it features some guests, and then there's obviously commercials intertwined, but then like the other big segment is about a alien encounter that happens on this farm that the news crew's like documenting or whatever. It's basically the same type of feeling. They actually nailed it with a lot of the commercials and stuff. The only things that didn't feel as authentic as we got in the first film is they show some trailers for fake movies that are supposed to play on the channel on like Saturday night or something, you know, and those felt a little unrealistic. They didn't feel like they lived in the time as much.
I disagree.
Shut up. There's this one character who's like basically like you know, like a Vincent Price or William Shatner, some star, and he interjects in the commercial breaks, and he like does this trivia thing, and it's fucking hilarious.
He's always like, "You may remember me from such class acts as like freaking Zombie Brain Eaters 5, shitty movies that like no one remembers."
That's so fucking Dave.
Like,
that's so Dave. Shit. That's so Dave.
That's Troy McClure. That's Troy McClure joke from The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great stuff. And honestly, like me and Carly got to see this in the theater at Creature Feature Weekend right before The Barn 2. So it was a great double feature of Halloween films. And yeah, this movie, if you liked WNUF, I think that you would like this. I don't think it's as good, but it's up there. It managed to capture that same lightning in the bottle type style that the first one did. Maybe just slightly not as good. If this was another year, I'm not sure if this would make my list, but it is still a very great movie.
Yeah.
8 out of 10?
Yep, 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. Really, 8 out of 10. What'd you give the first one? Do you remember?
9 out of 10.
9?
9 or 9.5.
Yeah, something like that. All right, Carly.
All right, number 9 for me is a movie. I think I watched it off of Hulu, and that is Fresh.
Fresh.
Yeah, Fresh.
I like the 90s Fresh movie. Actually, that has Samuel L. Jackson in it, too. It's like
with the
street
kid who's selling...
selling the drugs?
Just selling... Or he's more of like a drug mule.
Yeah,
Like,
Ghostface actually even sampled fucking Fresh and stuff. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, Fresh is great. That's a great...
it is a great movie.
1994.
Unfortunately, that is not this movie.
No, it just always reminds me of it, too. When I was like, oh, there's a movie called Fresh this year. The first thing I thought of was that one.
I remember his friend, he's like, call me Frankie EI. Like, he's trying to act like, dude. And he's like,
that one needs a re-release.
That's got to be a record for Carly. She got like half a sentence out.
Sorry.
Okay.
Continue, Carly.
Okay. Yeah, Fresh. No, I didn't know what to think with this one, and I almost didn't watch it, but I have to watch it for the show I'm recording tomorrow with Slumber Party Massacre. It was one of the girls' picks, so I was like, okay. And yeah, I really liked it. Like I said, I didn't really know what it was going to be all about going into it, and the plot is, again, pretty fucked up. And I thought it was pretty unique too. And also gross. There's like some cannibalistic stuff going on in this movie, and that's one of the several small things that really bothers me and makes me want to puke. So, but I will say in this movie, the people eating actually looked appetizing. It looked like I would
dude,
it looked good to me. I don't know. Like I was like, oh, that looks like a nice.
We've eaten worse.
You will eat anything, Harley.
No, I won't. But like, I mean, maybe in this movie, but no, it was good. It was a pretty good film. I thought it was cool, and it kept me intrigued throughout the whole thing. I didn't know how it was going to play out at the end. So yeah, I dug it. Did anyone watch this one?
Yeah, I watched it last night, and I didn't like it because it got under it just made me uncomfortable. Like, I don't know.
Isn't that the reason why you should like it though?
Yeah, I mean if it does its job,
like it.
It's like objectively a good movie.
No.
I thought it could have been more disturbing. That's my thing.
For some reason,
it didn't bother me that bad.
It was just really bothering me that these girls were like held against their will, and pieces of them were being cut off and ate. It just something.
Well, way to give away the whole plot. But
I think that the title "Fresh" is like a great double entendre, man, because it has a double meaning, right? You know, it honestly is fresh, referring to the meat. And it's fresh in what it's doing for a cannibalistic film, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I think
really
it's a clever title.
More than I thought it would.
The only thing I'll add to it is Stan. He is fucking excellent in this movie. When his character they initially meet, he's actually one of the new actors that I would look out for. I mean, he's obviously made a name for himself, but every time he's in a movie, no matter if it's a Marvel movie or even in something else, he's always great. Like Destroyer, he's one of the standout performances.
You mean
this year,
Steve?
I'd say. Sebastian Stan.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I thought you were talking
real
about his
name.
characters' names. Yeah, okay, Sebastian Stan. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the characters.
He's very good. He's very good in this. He's great.
Yeah.
Also, I want to have a friend like her friend because her friend is a real friend.
I do like the guy who pulls up. It reminded me of like a Jordan Peele movie. Going
Yeah, it
wrong,
did.
how the
Yeah,
black
exactly.
Guy pulls up at the
Get-
end. He's like,
get out.
I'm
Yeah,
pumped
it's-
it. And I was like, oh my god, he actually.
You know what?
left.
One part in the movie I really fucking liked was when her friend, was it Molly? She goes back to the
yeah.
bar. She goes back to the bar to talk to her old, what's the dude named Paul in the film, the other dude, the bartender, to go get information and stuff like that. And he's joking around. He's like, yo, man, like fucking, your friend, call the police and shit like that. She's white. And she's like, no, man, don't go there. I thought that was kind of refreshing. Again, not to go down that road and stuff like that.
I like how
It was.
when the dude sent the heart, she instantly knew.
Because,
it wasn't her
well,
friend.
we should note that Molly's black, right? And the guy's black too. And they're talking about her being white, calling the police, blah, blah, blah. All that. And the black girl's like, no,
Yeah.
don't go down that road. It has nothing to do with that. It's my fucking friend. Like instantly just kind of evened out the field. And I was like, oh, that's actually really clever. It's good.
Yeah, I really like that friend. She was.
She was fucking fantastic, man. Yeah.
Yeah, good pick.
Good movie.
Yeah.
8.
you
I
said?
gave that an 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably should be on everyone's list. I mean, it's clearly one of the top 10 best.
Well,
of the
we
year,
know
even
it's
if
not going to be on
It's a
everyone's
favorites
list.
list, though.
It's not going to be on everyone's list because JP
I
already
just-
noted that he
I
did
don't
not
know,
like
man.
it.
No, I did like it. I just it like bothered me.
Right.
That's
right.
what
Like I
horror
said-
movies do.
I know. I'm not saying
I
it's a
mean,
bad
coming
thing.
from the guy that loves Eden Lake.
Yeah,
I think Eden Lake has a fucking
I don't know if it
insane
was just
ending
my
to it.
mood last night or what, but
Yeah,
it
dude,
just,
this
it
movie's
just-
not nearly as bad as half the movies you made me watch. Like,
I
back in
know
the
it's
day.
not. It's just
It's not
something
even-
about this one just felt really icky to me.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay. What's the what listener?
Oh
No, it's you next.
you, dude.
What? We're not doing after Carly. We're not doing listener.
You go next. You're
You
the
go
fourth
next.
one.
We do listener after at the end of the rotation.
Oh, I am last. Fuck. Dude, I'm like way ahead of myself here. Okay. So yeah. So this is a movie that I feel like I played possum with this one a little bit because I saw it in the theater all by myself, literally all by myself. And I got a little bit of story to this one too. So I went to go see this movie like on a Tuesday. I was literally the only person in the theater. I got about 10, 12 minutes into the film. Fucking power goes out in the cinema. Have to come back. They gave me a free pass. So I come back on 2 nights later, end up rewatching the first 12 minutes, obviously, and the movie. And I liked it. I liked it. But I left the cinema going, well, that's something I'm probably never going to rewatch. But then, you let things kind of absorb and procreate in your body. Like, you dwell on these things, but it always stuck with me. The movie stuck with me. So I was like, fuck, I need to rewatch this. And because generally I've talked very heavily about these type of films and I'm not a huge fan of when it comes to like anything romantic, relationship and stuff like that. I'm just not a big fan. And that's why I wasn't leaning towards even rewatching this, but I was like, fuck it. I have to. It stuck with me. And that's Bones and All. So I think this might be a surprise to some people that it's even on my list because I've stressed this a lot.
It's to me.
But I, like I said, I really liked it and I needed to come to the conclusion I need to rewatch it just to see if I'm going to like it anymore or if it's going to see. My thing was with it is like, I told Dave Z, I said, it's a film that I feel like I'm not going to get anything else out of because I literally watched it in a big cinema by myself. I was the only person sitting middle back. I had full attention on this movie. So I completely absorbed it the first time. Okay, so with that said, I didn't really get a whole lot more out of it, but I really realized how much I like this movie. I think it's a really interesting way of doing like a coming of age story. It's done and it's like it's a very subtle kind of unexplained narrative that it really kind of works for me, unlike something like Smile where I wanted to know a little bit more, where in this one we have this character Marion who obviously is different than a normal person. So Something happens at the beginning of the film. She kind of disintegrates someone's finger. They have to move.
That scene's amazing, by the way. That whole fucking act is amazing.
Yeah, it is really good. So we learn very quickly that this is just not a spontaneous thing, because once this happens, the father says, fuck it, we got 3 minutes. We need to get the fuck out of here. And they move. And then it kind of cuts to the scene where he's actually left. He's left her a tape explaining some things. She's on her own.
He didn't really explain shit, man.
Well,
that guy was a
It's
dick.
kind of like, yeah.
Yeah,
Like, you're on your own.
It's vague. It's vague. But anyways,
I don't think he was a dick. What do you do?
I
don't
at
think
this
he was
point,
a dick. I just think that he really did leave her on her own.
well, her being like, in her
Didn't
late
have a
teens and
choice.
stuff, I get it though, because like she is old enough and she's obviously more responsible. She can
We either do
kind of
that
take
or
herself.
kill her. Your choice.
So
You ain't got to kill her, man.
with this tape, it leads
Your
her to go, well,
responsibility.
fuck, man, I'm by myself. I'm going to go and find my mom, because her mom was out of the picture. So that kind of leads her on this, like, it's this kind of coming of age story where she goes to find her mom and she meets this dude and they start a relationship. And then there's a whole pile of other things that are happening here, because, her Marion is different. She meets this insanely creepy dude named Sully, who also shares the same kind of, I don't even want to, what do we call it? Same
ailment.
genetic makeup.
They're ghouls.
Yeah, the same genetic makeup. He literally sniffs her out. They have this kind of bonding, and then she meets this guy where they spark up this romance and stuff. And then that's kind of the story. It kind of develops from there and stuff like that. It's more or less kind of a romantic story in a sense. But there's so much more to it. Like there's a lot of in-depth stuff that's happening here, and it's a beautifully shot film. It's beautifully acted. I love the dude that plays Lee in the film. He's really good. He's really good to me, man. I think he pulls it off great. Marion's great. Sully now is probably one of the creepiest fucking characters of the goddamn
His
year.
introduction's terrifying.
I don't know, like, who the fuck this dude is. I try to look him up. I'm like, I don't know this guy from anything, really.
I love how
But-
he speaks in the third person.
Yeah, I knew Moodz would be upset about that.
Oh, I hate. Okay, so it wasn't driving me nuts because he was so creepy already. I didn't expect anything less for him to not talk in German. It's like, I mean, the point where there's this great scene in the film where, after, Marion, she actually, leaves him and goes off on her thing and stuff like that. And she finds out that, Sully's been kind of, stalking her a little bit. But there's a great scene where they have together. He says this great line. He's like, life is never dully with Sully. And I literally laughed both times at this fucking line because he's already so damn creepy and he shouldn't be saying kind of comically funny things like this. It's just like, dude. But like, I feel like right when you hear that line, shit is going fucking down at some time or whatever. But I don't know, man. I really enjoy this film. Like I said, it's a great coming of age story. It's sad. It's beautiful. It's a head scratcher. It's literally a head scratcher because of what is going on within the film. There's no explanation. Doesn't matter. To me, this is a great example of a film. It doesn't fucking matter. There's just some weird ailments that is affecting these type of people that that makes them do what they do. It's kind of a genre breaker a little bit. In a sense, right? Because it mixes like a lot of different things and a lot of different ideas, and it's beautiful. I've read a lot of reviews on this film saying, no, it's way too fucking long, 2 hours and 11 minutes or whatever the fuck it is, 2 hours and 10 minutes. I don't know. So when I first watched it, it never felt long to me at all. And I was worried about going into it the second time thinking this might be a little bit long, like it might be kind of a process to get through. Fuck me if it didn't go by within like 90 minutes. You know what I mean? It's good. It's a surprise to me. It's a really good film. I think it's something I'd even go back to. I'd actually like to show this to my wife. I think she'd really like it too. I think she'd really kind of dig this. It's just a different take on what's happening. I don't want to say much more because I feel like this is going to be on some other lists or whatever, but we can continue to talk about it. But yeah, bones and all, I give it 8 for now. That's what I originally gave it. I still think I'm underrating it a little bit, but I'm fine with that. So yeah, 8 out of 10.
All right. The listener's number 9 is the Christmas horror film by Joe Biggis. Christmas Bloody Christmas, according to Watson. That's how you actually say his name.
Yeah.
Christmas, bloody Christmas.
Joe
which
Bigos.
we
It's
are-
Bigos. It's Bigos.
Watson says
he
it's
said
Bigos.
Joe. He said Joe Begas once said his name out loud, and that's how he said it. Apparently,
You know what? I'm always right.
no,
You know
I
what?
would.
I'm right about David Duchovny too. David Duchovny. I always like bring this up because people every time they always try to correct me on it, and I do it purposely now. So fuck off, guys. Whatever. Joe Bigos.
How do you find the two people who know who David Dakota is, or whatever the fuck?
David Duchovny. I think that's
One
actually
of
how
them
you
is his mom.
David Duchovny.
But yeah, Christmas, Bloody Christmas. We did a featured review on it. We were all pretty high on it. Go back and listen.
Yeah.
If you're
We all like it. It's fun.
It's really.
I'm
damn
sure
fun.
it will pop up.
possibly will pop up.
Yeah.
Guarantee it's gotta be on Moodz list. I just know
see.
Moodz.
We'll see. All right. Well, back to the top, Dave. Number 8.
Oh, here we go. Now I saw this is the first movie I saw in theaters, and I rewatched it today. And a lot of it stuck with me, and it was just kind of like a fun, kind of like a popcorn style movie, but it had a lot of messaging in it as well, which I thought was cool. It's fucking Air Tremors or Sky Jaws, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's Jordan Peele's Nope. Yeah, made my list. And the Gordy stuff is great. And the more you hear about the movie, I enjoyed it. I just really like the characters, especially the idea that they squeeze in somebody singing one-eyed, one-horned purple people eater because they knew they had Michael Wincott. And they're like, this guy's voice is magic, so he can say whatever the fuck we want him to, and it will be gold. So he's like, they're the one-eyed, one-horned purple people eater. It's like, come on, man. I just like it. It's just a fun movie, man. It's just a blast, but it also, Jordan Peele is so good at being able to like branch to a wider audience while at the same time like getting a message across, which is a rarity. Because I mean, yes, you can make like this arty film like Bones and All, which I love if it had a message in it, but you're only going to get to 5 or 6 people. Nope gets to everybody. Everybody can see it. They can subconsciously suck in those messages about exploitation, or possibly, some animals can't be trained, or just the idea of dealing with, what's the word, trauma, because you wait that Stephen Young's character jokes about it. He's like, oh, the SNL skit was great, yada, yada, yada. Instead of talking about his real trauma, the situation, even though he lived through the fucking thing, he used his SNL skit that parodied and made fun of his trauma to talk about it. It's fucked up. Nope, 8 out of 10. Daniel Kaluuya is how you say his name. He's excellent in it. Wincott's great in it. The whole cast is great. It's fun. And it feels, somehow his movies are approachable. Like, I always enjoy just watching them. They're just enjoyable.
I liked how it felt like
liked
a
it lot.
summer blockbuster. It
did.
That's what I liked about it a lot. It was
know,
different from his first 2 films, which is good to me because I don't want him to do the same thing over and over.
No.
I don't think Peele's going to do anything twice, to be honest. I think he's too outside the box to do the same shit twice. You know what I mean? So I like Nope, but it was one film I didn't get to rewatch this year, to be honest. I wanted to. I like a lot of the ideas, and you're right. The characters are one of the funnest thing about the movie.
I just like also that it's like bright. Like it's a daylight horror film for the most part. It's cool.
And Keith David's in it.
Keith David's awesome.
It has one of my favorite ideas, though, man. If you want to hide something, you hide it in plain sight. I always love that idea because it really does work. Because the last place someone's going to look is right in front of their face. Because why would you look for something right in front of your face? It shouldn't be there, right? It's great. I love that. It's cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you say 8 out of 10?
Yeah.
My number 8 is a film that Dave just mentioned. I think this is the first repeat. And it is Smile.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That doesn't
I wasn't
surprise me.
actually sure if this one was not on my list because I had given it a 7.5 in the theater. And after listening to Exploding Heads actually talk about it, and then other podcasts talk about it, it pointed out all the things that I loved about it. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm underrating this movie. Like when I think back, it is one of my favorite movies I saw in the theater this year. And so I bumped it to an 8, which is my rating. And it did make my list. So I think that, like Dave said, it has a lot of connections to all types of all kind of different movies. And even when me and Carly just got out of the theater, I was like, man, that was like people are saying It Follows, but like Final Destination and The Ring. And and like 3 other movies I mentioned, and I like all those movies, and that's kind of what this is. But at the end of the day, one of my favorite things to happen to me in cinema, in horror cinema, is to get scared. Like that is literally why I got into the genre. Like when I was a kid at like 2 years old watching horror movies, like I loved being scared. Like even my mother has said like he loved being scared when he was a kid. I don't know why. It's weirdo. But and this film, even when me and Carly saw the previews for this all throughout the year, because they showed it so many times, and we would just joke like every time that we saw it, we'd be like, because you know,
dude, it was so scary. Like I was actually upset watching a movie trailer more so than whatever movie we were going to go see. Like,
but it's something creepy about those smiles, man. It's just it's way too smiley, right? It's like John Wayne Gacy or something. You know, it's too happy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone slitting their throat while smiling is just that was so creepy. That girl's smile in particular was so creepy.
Yeah.
Oh, the first girl.
Yeah, like that girl was just really creepy looking.
I even like when she walks by the room and dude's just sitting on the edge of the bed, cheesing away. I'm like, yo, I'm getting the fuck out of there. You know what I mean? And the ending was actually really surprising to me. I didn't expect not what happened, but like I didn't expect this giant fucking scary thing. You know what I mean?
No, that was horrifying. It reminded me of Pet Cemetery, bro, and I hate that.
Yeah, super scary. And at the end of the day, man, a movie that can scare me is like always going to be, I'm always going to give it props because it's hard to get scared these days. You know, we've seen so much and we're adults now, and
it's a lot like a creepypasta too, isn't it? Like a lot of the scares are like creepypasta scares where it's like you're looking at your therapist and then there's a phone call and it's your therapist, or you're looking at fucking, like you're talking on the phone, you know what I mean? Like this, it's totally creepypasta movie.
Yeah. I love that stuff, man. So I gave it an 8 out of 10. Definitely one that I will probably rewatch.
I bought the 4K and I don't regret it. I watched it today again and I was like, there's like a few movies I watched. My bottom 3 I rewatched because I was like, are these on the list or is there going to be another one? I was like, they all made it. I all enjoyed them still.
Right. All right. Carly, number 8.
All right. Number 8, I have a fun move, and that is Terrifier 2.
Fun move.
Yeah, fun move. This was a lot of fun, especially in the theater setting. Like that was like probably one of my favorite theater.
Coolest thing.
Like everyone was
I'm jealous of that, man.
It felt like watching a movie where people react in a theater. Like it felt so old school. Everyone's like, "Oh dear!" Oh,
it was like Scream 2 where people were going fucking crazy and it felt realistic.
Like that.
Shut the fuck up, JP.
No, but the stupid thing is, when we walked out, there was all these young dudes, and I went to the bathroom, and they were in there. And they're like, that was the worst movie I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, those are
not horror fans. They're not horror fans.
In 10 years, they'll say how great it is. Trust me.
But they're definitely not horror fans then.
Yeah.
But no, this was so fun.
Sometimes kids act like shit's dumb when they just to sound cool.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's especially modern. That's young kids. But I was not in that bathroom with him, so I did not hear those comments.
It'd be weird if it was.
Yes. No, but this movie was fun and it was funny. That was the other, everyone was like laughing out loud. It's so much stuff in this film and it was just a great time. I love the little girl character sidekick thing they bring into it. I love the gore. I think Art the Clown is one of the scariest things ever, like horror icons ever. He really creeped me out in the first one, really creeped me out in this one, but it's unsettling. He's doing all this funny stuff while being super creepy at the same time. So, I had a good time. You know, the story doesn't make a ton of sense, but you know, they'll clear that up in part 3, like everyone keeps saying. So who cares? But yeah, and it flew by, and I hate long moves, but this one did not feel.
Well, what they're going to do is they're going to fill in the gaps here because they give you a lot of what's going on, but they just don't fully give you why. Right?
Yeah.
And
also they did say that they completely reshot the ending because because this movie was supposed to come out like 2 years ago. And during the pandemic, I guess a film came out that had like the exact same fucking ending that they shot. So they redid the ending. So I'm curious to wonder what that movie was and what the ending was.
Yeah.
Interesting. What was the rating?
I give that. Hold on. I gave that an 8 out of 10 as well.
Okay. Cool. All right. So back to me. And this is going to be another re-up So this is a movie that I had to rewatch, man. It stuck with me. It felt part of me. That's horrible. Okay. That's horrible. And that is Fresh. That was gross.
Oh, okay.
So I really enjoy, different and unique takes on cannibalism. And this is one of them, man, because honestly, when I first started watching this movie, I'm like, oh, fucking dating apps and fucking dating. And I'm like, I was kind of getting into it because I really dug the lead character. What the fuck's her name? Daisy Edgar Jones. I like her, man. I think she's good. She's good. And then when she meets fucking Steve, played by Sebastian Stan, and like he's really good in this film too. But honestly, man, one of the things I love about this movie is the characters, man. The characters are great. It's got a great build up to it. But it's kind of unique in what's going on. I mean, it's this like thing that could totally exist as black market that is scary as shit. Like this could actually be happening. It's definitely it's got very dark comedic moments in it. There's a great part in this film where, she does something bad. So, essentially Steve takes it upon himself to seduce her, and, so she kind of wakes up during the scene and she goes, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm taking your ass. But he's literally,
that's like horrible, bro.
But he's like literally he's cutting her ass off. Like it's fucked
made me
up.
sad.
It's so fucked up. But like the whole premise of it is just, it's very intriguing to me that he's like an established doctor. This guy's working on the black market and stuff like that and doing all this shit. And I don't know, man. I just love the interactions. I like how it plays out. I think the ending is fucking nasty and brutal. It's just a really fun watch, man. Really, really fun watch. It's got great musical cues, man. The fucking, the Animotion song Obsession when he's cooking up the meal and shit like that. It's fucking fantastic, man. Oh, so good. The other thing that was pretty cool. So I was watching this film when I watched this film the first time. When Noah and Steve meet in this film, which are our two main characters, they're at a market, and then like I think there's a shot just outside of it, and I was like, I know where the fuck that is. So instantly on IMDb, and sure shit, it was in Vancouver. Yeah, I used to live right around there. So I'm like, oh, that's fucking awesome. And then of course it branches out, and there's a scene where Noah and her friend Molly are sitting in a park, and it's just outside of where the Olympic buildings are and stuff. And I was like, oh fuck, man, this is awesome. So it just kind of grew on me. I was like, oh shit, this is awesome. It's totally shot in Vancouver. So I always have that connection to it. But really, this is it's awesome. I'm really surprised that more people weren't talking about this. I didn't really hear people talking about Fresh all year. Was there a buzz about this film or what? Like,
yeah, there was
early in the year.
Okay, when it dropped on Hulu.
I must have missed that shit completely because I was looking, later on, I guess, because I just watched it 3 months back.
Was this on Disney Plus for you?
No. No, I watched
Christian said that Hulu stuff is on Disney Plus.
If it's on Disney, I never watched on Disney. Fuck, that would be crazy to see on Disney. Jesus, Darkwing Duck to Fresh. Jesus. What the hell's wrong with Disney? They got no morals at all. But yeah, really, really good stuff, man. I just like the way this one plays out, man. Mm. It's so good. 8 out of 10. I really enjoy it.
All right.
Listeners,
number 8 is in fact the Menu, which we have not talked about yet, if we are going to. So yeah, that one we saw in the theater.
I never saw the Menu. Which
really?
I already stated because we never got it here.
Got my girl Anya Taylor-Joy in it.
Yeah. No, I wanted to. I really wanted to watch it, and we never got it in the cinema, and
good cast in that one too.
The one thing I've noticed about this year, a lot of movies that could have been VOD'd and stuff, and like the Hulu, which you don't get Hulu in Canada, some of the VOD stuff, and just other streaming platforms to rent things weren't available to me, man. So if it wasn't on Disney, if it wasn't on fucking Tubi, if it wasn't on Shudder, Netflix, which both Shudder and Netflix kind of sucked this year. Not for output on Shudder, they had a lot of films, just not the greatest, but Netflix was terrible this year for films. And so I'd resort to F movies, man. It's usually a last resort, but I had to do it a couple times, man. I watched Fresh on there twice this year because I think it was Hulu, right? Yeah, like you said. So
well, check Disney Plus, apparently.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that because if it's on there, that shit's gonna make me laugh because that's ridiculous.
Yeah, he said it's like I don't know. It's like a separate section. I forget. It has another name, but it's on Disney Plus.
What the fuck? Really?
Naughty section.
Okay. So it's like an Easter egg section that has like movies like Fresh and stuff. Okay.
A black market, if you will.
That's ridiculous. All right. So back to the top, Dave. What's your next theatrical release in your top 10?
You're right. You're not wrong. By number 7, by no surprise, this movie will probably be on some other people's list, I'm sure. Now, the setup is good, but the structure is what kind of won me over. And the initial reveal kind of scared the shit out of me. It reminded me of Martyrs and Castle Freak. And I was like, holy shit. And goddamn, is Bill Skarsgård so goddamn charming in this movie. He was so charming in this. It's Barbarian. I thought it was fucking surprisingly. I knew, like, it's a long movie, and like, the guy was like, I don't know if I'm going to watch it. It seems like it's too long for what it is. But then when I started watching it, and every time the movie started to slow down, it would introduce a new character and start a whole new story arc. So we have the initial character, then we introduce Justin Long, who is hilarious, and literally, like his one speech in there was like, "Real talk, bro, real talk." I was like, oh my god,
he's my favorite part of the movie, hands down, man.
He's great in it. And then we go back and we have Richard Brake, and we go back into like the 80s. This is a really good film. I know there's the one shot at the water tower that just looks really weird. Like I remember seeing that, I was like, what was that?
Oh, that's
like
so
2 seconds. I was like,
that's so kind. It's not weird. It's horrible.
It's bad.
It's really
it's 1
bad.
second. It's 1 second of a great movie. I'm fine with it. Like I don't nitpick too much, you know what I mean? Every once in a while something will drive me crazy, and sometimes I get it. But I thought this movie was really great, really strong. And how many times do you actually legitimately get like kind of like a freak monster character like this? It's such a well-made movie for such a ridiculous ass concept. Really great stuff. 8 out of 10, Barbarian, man. It's just a really solid movie. And the beginning is really tense, and like how Skarsgård and her start talking, and then like in that tunnel, what happens to him? I was like, fuck me. That scared me. It scared me like Martyrs. And the reveal in Martyrs when that character comes up from the cellar and like they're all fucked up because you don't expect that. Like, yeah,
this is also a Disney movie too.
Is it?
Yeah,
20th Century Fox, bro.
It actually is on
by
there.
Disney.
I was going to rewatch it, and I was like, I don't know. I saw it in the cinema, but the movie completely reminded me of The Funhouse in a sense of like how I love the first half of the movie, and then the second half just where you should be like all into it and, you know, loving the shit. And it just, I don't know. There was parts of it I was like, no.
I thought it got more interesting as it went because it just kept throwing curveballs at me.
Yeah, no.
Like, it's so funny. This introduces the character, and you're like, why am I with Justin Long now? Like,
and why is he measuring the fucking entire basement, bro?
Up into that point, man. I was loving it until like a certain fucking point. It's probably more the third act, really. But I don't know, man. Maybe it's something I got to rewatch.
You didn't laugh when he's measuring the fuck out of that basement.
He's like, can you? He gets online. He's like, can you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's still in the parts that I like. I liked all that shit up there, man. Like him driving on the highway, being a fucking cocksucker and shit. I'm just like, whatever. Like, this is amazing.
She said no at first.
He was being a dick. He was being a dick. But
he's a piece of shit the whole movie. But he's
that's
really
what I love about him, man. It's like he's like, oh, dude, it's so good. But then it just kind of it takes this turn. And I'm just like, oh man, really? I was kind of hoping it wasn't going to do that. And it really felt like the Funhouse to me. And you guys know how I feel about the Funhouse.
Yeah, fun house.
Yeah, the fun first half. Fuck.
What was the rating on that, Dave?
8 out of 10.
Man,
right.
No one has even broke out of 8s yet. It's crazy.
Oh. So my number 7 is another theatrical film here. Would be surprised if it wasn't on anybody's list. But it is one that Dave actually, I remember him seeing a trailer for it and he said it looked like ass. And that is The Black Phone.
I 100% knew this was going to be on your list.
From what the fuck's his name?
Scott Derrickson,
who Dave also has come around on with this film, but traditionally doesn't like his movies.
No, it's a good movie. Black Phone's a good movie.
Yeah, so I don't know. To me, this one just worked 100%. I thought Ethan Hawke was very fucking creepy. It did remind, for someone that watches a lot of true crime and stuff like that, and you see a lot of these stories of these, you know, abductors and things like that. and this kid is very likable, and I like his relationship with his, how they incorporate the dead friend and stuff like that. Thought that was all really cool and well done. I like that. I mean, I did hear Dave Z say it got a little convenient, and I do agree. But at the same time, it feels like one of those movies. It just feels like it's going to go that way.
Yeah.
Very like Stephen King. A lot of people say,
it's straight up Stephen King.
Right. And I'm cool with that because I like that stuff. It's one that I actually wanted to rewatch, and I'm not a big rewatcher. There were two films that I wanted, besides The Curse. There were two films that I wanted to rewatch that I didn't. This was one of them. I think The Mask is very creepy, and I like how the ending, like how it, everything comes about, and the sister too, like that whole thing with the sister and the dad, and man, like I just thought this all worked really well. I give that an 8 out of 10 as well.
Fuck, we're still in the 8s, man. Crazy.
Then change it. You give it 8.5, damn it.
It's just funny that we're this deep and everyone's still in an 8. That's crazy. Fuck. All right. Carly.
All right. Number 7 for me is A Barbarian. And yeah, I love this movie. I thought it was a lot of fun. Another super unique one. Yeah, Twinsies. Oh yeah, that's a throwback. Duncan. Okay. Yeah, no, but good movie. And I'll say it right now, 8.5 out of 10. There you go, Moodz.
Yo,
8.5 out of 10. Oh shit, man. She just bumped that up on purpose.
No, I literally have it. I swear. Swear to God. Everything.
Prove it.
Bibles, all that.
Give me your social security number. Prove it.
Barely need those to get fucking library cards now, man. Jesus.
Damn.
That's excessive.
But this movie was really cool. When the Justin Long part comes on, I literally thought that they accidentally turned off our movie and started playing a different film.
Dude, I actually laughed out loud at that scene.
I was like, are we in the right theater? Is this legit?
The8.
I love how
you put the wrong reel on.
I love how you were a dumbass, Carly, and thought that Skarsgård was going to be the villain.
The trailer was so good for this movie because that's what it makes it look like. It makes it look
she wakes him up and he's all creeped out. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm just
I like how there's just a dude who like knows about this shit in this shitty Detroit town or whatever.
Well, I mean, they're there for a reason. They're all there for a reason. So I mean, like, why else would you be in that shithole?
Man, multiple people showing up on these top 10 lists, man. Fucking Richard Brake, another one. He's in.
Yeah.
Brake's got that great line. He's like, I'm moving.
In here in 10 years.
this neighborhood's going downhill. Are you going? He's like, I ain't going nowhere.
I fucking love Richard Brake, man. That dude is so dope, man. I was so fucking happy to meet him this past summer, man. Dude was so dope.
Dude's great. Even if the movie sucks, Richard Brake is guaranteed to always deliver.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, he took the best pictures too, man. So fucking dope. Yeah, love that dude, man.
He's a new character actor. Like, he's been working at it for 25 years, but you didn't really register who the fuck Richard Brake was for until 5 years ago.
I'm just waiting for that movie with like Graham Skipper and Jeremy Gardner and Richard Brake and fucking with Daniels in there. Oh my god, that would be like the best movie ever.
Dude, I think Richard Brake is getting above those two, because Richard Brake pops up in everything now.
Man, Graham Skipper's good, man. He's fucking.
I love Graham Skipper.
He's fucking good, man. Like, say what you will about Scare Package 2, he was fucking amazing in that film. He's so good.
I didn't watch Scare Package 2, but The Leech, his performance in The Leech is one of my favorites of the year, hands down.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. And like Jeremy Gardner, like these guys are all having great years. Like they're in multiple films, they're all over the place, and like, oh man, just got to be notable, right? Got to be notable.
Cool.
Listeners.
Cool.
I'm joking.
Cool.
I'm joking back to me. I was making a fucking joke. So you were done, Carly? Sorry.
I wasn't, but go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Carly,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the creature, and it's really creepy. That's all.
I agree.
Who would win, the creature in Smile or the creature in Barbarian?
Probably. I think Smile probably, but this one's
But
creepier.
is that barbarian creature going to kill itself? It's like
I
Pinhead or
think
something. What's
well,
She'll just try to breastfeed.
How do you battle those creatures,
creature.
anyways? Oh, creepier. I thought you said who would win. Oh, never mind.
no, he said
who would win?
battle.
I said who would win.
Yeah,
Oh, you did. How the?
I want a rap battle.
Yeah, fucking
Well.
versus a versus.
Oh, that part where she's like fucking in the window too, the little basement
Yeah, and it's,
window.
like,
Oh my
daylight.
god, that's fucking scary.
Yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah. Now I'm afraid to move on.
No, just go on.
No good.
Just go.
All right, so back to me. So coming in at where the fuck am I? Number 8?
7.
Well,
Number
just look
7.
at your list and be like, did I do this one yet?
Sorry, I didn't have
It's
it on
ever
there.
above fresh.
No, I didn't have my list up. That's why. So number 7 is something we were just kind of talking about, and it's another holiday horror film called The Leech. This shit was fantastic, man. Really, really good. Phenomenal fucking cast. Jeremy Garner, Graham Skipper. Graham Skipper plays a priest who he's like the priest of this fucking like total shitty church, I guess. Like no one comes out to hear his to
He's
hear
like
his
giving a
message.
big ass speech. There's like 2 people in the
The
fucking.
way it's edited is so funny. He's like giving her, and all of a sudden it pans to the crowd. And there's 4 people in this huge it's like an arena.
And one sleeping.
Yeah, one sleeping. It's so funny. So like, I think there's a commentary there too, because they actually go back to this many, many times, and where he's like writing his blog and stuff, and there's like, it focuses on no shares whatsoever. Like the message of God is lost these days, man. But anyways, he meets a character played by Jeremy Garner named Terry, who essentially is like,
He just cracks me up.
he's just lost, man. He's been kind of kicked out of his house and stuff like the short and long of it, Graham Skipper's character, Father David, ends up taking Terry back to his house because he's like gonna go sleep under a bridge and shit like that. So he takes him into his house. He's like, well, you can stay here, figure out your stuff like that. Ultimately, his girlfriend, Terry's girlfriend, ends up kind of coming to the house and staying there and shit. And it just spirals out of control, man. Like Jeremy Garner is completely out of control. He's like this heavy metal drug addict, fucking drunk motherfucker that just pushes Father David to the limits, and it just goes batshit from there. This is a great psychological horror. It like Jeremy Garner was perfectly casted in this film because he's so damn believable as that guy that could drive you fucking batshit. But I gotta say, man, there's parts in this film that totally shocked me where it went to the point where I was
Dude, the
belly
collar
laughing.
scene moods, I laughed out loud so hard. How'd you get my collar? Oh, you took it off last night.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, no, you didn't.
Dude,
And then
that
Tramp
reveal-
Skipper's face.
But the way he says it to him, the reveal
perfect.
line is so. I literally, I was laughing so hard that I had to rewind it because I was like missing shit. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Oh man, and then it just goes out of control. But really, what sets this one, man, it's like it doesn't have like the greatest Christmas atmosphere. It's completely set around Christmas. It has those moments and stuff like that, but it's just, oh my God, the characters are so good in this, man. The interactions between Graham Skipper and Jeremy Garner are second to none. It's some of the best back and forth all year. I think Graham Skipper, like, it's one of the best performances of the year. He really pulls it off.
Hands
well.
down. He's a great actor. He's underrated.
He is.
I'm
he
not
is-
gonna lie. My enjoyment of this one was down a little bit because I had to watch it on Neil's 480p Plex.
Oh God, gross. But Jeremy Gardner's
I know.
like I said, he couldn't have been more perfectly casted because like what he looks like in the movie is like how he looks like in real life. You know what I mean? It's like he's got this long fucking hair and he's just crazy. He looks like this in all
You
his
guys
movies
need
this
to
year.
see Texarkana Will Survive, man. You're
Yeah.
sleeping on that flick.
I know, and I think that one's free. You can watch that one for
Yeah,
free,
it's,
right? Yeah.
it's not. It's public domain.
Yeah, right. It's just this one just spirals out of control. It's got a great third act to it, and the ending is, I would say, a little bit expected, I guess, in a sense, without being like predictable. You know, it's just at this point, you're kind of feeling like this is where it's going to go, kind of thing. But really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. I'm going to give it about an 8 out of 10. It's solid.
8 out of 10. All right. Okay, so the listener's number 7 is Nope. It is Nope.
Good choice.
Of course it is.
Jordan Peele's Nope.
Good answer. Good answer.
All right, Dave, number 6.
Oh, let me put in listeners here. Okay, number 6. What a fucking piece of crap do I have at number 6 that was in the theaters?
Yeah, exactly.
No. So this is one of the last movies I watched, and I actually thought it was darkly hilarious, brilliant. And the funny thing is, the movie has kind of it's not pretentious, but it's clever, and it's kind of smart, but it's also making fun of the idea of pretentiousness, and it's The Menu. So I really like this one. Use this darkly humorous ingredient list to show sometimes you could try hard to please, or the people taking are going to be satisfied no matter what. So, I mean, I was listening to after this movie, and they were talking about, they compared The Menu, the kind of idea that when you're a creator and the people that are taking the films, they're never going to be satisfied. And that's why I thought immediately the cheeseburger. I was like, well, Smile would be the cheeseburger, right? Everybody wants this sophisticated high art all the time, which is great, but then sometimes you really just want a cheeseburger. Now, The Menu is really talking about that, but it's also sophisticated, but it's also making fun of the sophistication. Cast is great. Ray Fiennes is fucking phenomenal. One of the best performances of the year. Anna Taylor-Joy is amazing. And fucking John Leguizamo, man. He's fucking hilarious.
I love John
Leguizamo. He's
in
great
that movie.
He based it off Steven Seagal. I love when the guy shows up.
Yes.
Because Steven Seagal on Executive Decision choked him out. Do you know that story?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So he basically, what happens, that part where he, that one guy shows up and he's just like, why am I here? He's like, why am I here? And Ray Fiennes tells him why, and he's just like, okay. He's like, that's fine. He just agrees with it. It's so great. And then at the end, later, that one guy's like, oh, that one movie you were in? And he's just like, he looks at him and he does a shrug, No, he's really funny. This movie's really fucking funny. I laughed a lot. The when they show up with the ingredients list, it was so funny. And at the very end, they would say Dietrich's finger in the gift bag. Dude, it's really fun. This is a great movie. I honestly should bump this fucker up because I only got to watch it the one time though. Fuck it. Let's just do an 8.5 on The Menu. I really liked it. 8.5 Menu. Let's bump it up. That was great stuff, man.
You just
really
changed your rating?
Yeah, that was fake. That was fake. I would never.
No, I'm thinking about that, and it's just genuinely a great movie.
So that's fucking 5 theatricals, man. You didn't see that in the theater, but did you see the other ones in the theater?
I saw Nope and that's it out of the ones I mentioned.
Oh shit! I even saw Halloween Ends, Smile, Nope, Barbarian, and we never got The Menu, so I would have saw it. But
all right, my number 6. Surprised it hasn't been mentioned yet, but I would be shocked if it isn't mentioned ever, and that is the first film in the duology of the year by Ty West. That is X. X is a pretty awesome movie, man. I believe Dave said that this is the most, what'd you say, most Texas Chainsaw since Texas Chainsaw?
I said it's the best Texas Chainsaw remake or best sequel ever of Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah. Yeah, and we got a great cast here. Mia Goth, Jenna Ortega, both of those two are becoming huge stars. We also got Kid Cudi in the film, who I'm a huge fan of. I love.
You know what I gotta say about Kid Cudi, man?
Cudi.
I mean, I'll be honest, not really the biggest fan of his music, but I will say his ass is beautiful.
Yeah, Scott Mescudi.
He's got a nice fucking ass. And the scene where, he's talking to the old man and his dangle is swanging in the fucking wing. That's some good shit right there. That's some subtle comedy that's funny as hell because that's a big dick. Let's just
Big Dick Cudi.
Yeah, Big Dick Cudi.
Yeah, as Carly's a big fan of Kid Cudi too. One of my favorite albums of all time.
Well, let me ask you something. Does Kid Cudi actually play the guitar too? Because there's a scene in the film where
probably.
What's her fucking face? The blonde haired chick, but she's a singer in real life.
Stevie Nicks.
And yeah, she's a singer in real life, and he's obviously a musician. So I'm wondering, that was her actually singing that Stevie Nicks song. I'm wondering if he was playing that too, because that would have been really fucking cool. Because that's some on-set shit that is pretty dope. Pretty dope.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. He's very musically inclined. Obviously, he likes art, and that's what I dig about Kid Cudi.
Yeah.
Whether it's films, he did a really cool short film years and years ago that I remember seeing.
He's really good in it though, man. Really good.
He's a good actor too.
Everybody's good in this movie.
Stuff.
There's no weak links in this movie.
No.
Acting is
There is no
and in
weak links.
fact, like Mia Goth plays Maxine as well as Pearl, and I had no fucking clue that she played Pearl.
Amazing performance.
JP, so I left the theater and I was looking at the credits after I was on IMDb looking at shit, and then that's when I realized that she was fucking Pearl also.
I was trying to figure out.
And I was blown
I was like, it doesn't say it.
Away, because like growing up, like when they do when you have the same person on screen, you can always tell. When you're facing, like in this, I never noticed. Yeah. I never fucking noticed. I was like, what the fuck?
They're literally on the same screen together. Obviously, watching it again, the
makeup effects are really fucking good. Even on, just on her too, man. They make her look so different too. So
I love the style. I love that it's basically a modern day Psycho Biddy too, which you don't really get ever anymore. So that's pretty cool. Obviously inspired by great films of our past and the 70s and stuff like that. It's one that I actually, now that I think about it, definitely want to rewatch, especially after seeing Pearl, because everybody says that it makes X even way better because you can see all the, you basically know the backstory. So a lot of it makes more sense. And you notice things. Can't wait for Maxine. I think that this is, and I love how, both of the films have different styles too, where Pearl is more like 40s cinema, and this is 70s, obviously. And I guess the next one's going to be.
Well, it's
80s.
not even 40s. The movie takes place in 1918.
I know, but it's stylistically of
like
films
30s.
of the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, the one thing I would say about X that I think is fantastic, I think it's got the best kill of the year. And Move Over Halloween, Move Over The Stand. Don't Fear the Reaper's got a new best use in a horror film ever. That was the best kill. That kill was so well designed.
I love
so well done.
It was
too.
I have that written down actually, because Don't Fear the Reaper,
best kill of the year.
Blue Oyster Cult is actually legitimately one of my all-time favorite songs. Like
one of the best songs ever made.
But it literally is like one of my favorites. I've always loved that song ever since I was a kid. There's something about
me too.
The harmony of it, man.
Yeah,
it's so good. But when you use it in these type of settings, and like the only time to really ever use it is like, that it works the best is in 70s settings. It works so fucking well. But this right here, I agree, and I have that noted, man. It's like one of the best uses of the song. It's so good.
Well, it's the best kill of the year for me. It's just the way it's constructed and everything. Yeah. Like, it's just freaky as fuck and creepy. And it's the first time that character who does the kill snaps. Right. So it's like, for you. So it's like, oh, wow. And there's no turning back after that. Because you could tell that character had been reserved for so long. So when they finally do snap, because the rejection, it's just fucked. I mean, it's a brilliant scene. Like I said, I think it's the best kill and the best emotional kill of the year.
One thing about the kills in this movie is that they're all actually really good. Like, some of them come out of left field. I could see Dave's
movie's fucking awesome, by the way.
Not enjoying some, like maybe two of the kills because they're kind of gun related, but both of them are like, holy fuck moments.
Bro, they even have a shout out to Eaten Alive in here. If you don't know, it's Toby Hooper's Eaten Alive for sure.
Absolutely.
I love that, dude.
Absolutely.
And that's one of my. I think that's one of the most underrated horror movies. Is Eaten Alive.
I love Eaten Alive.
The second gunshot kill in this film is like, fuck, man. But going back to how after you watch Pearl, it kind of elevates this storyline a little bit too. It's like, it's funny because I watched both of them last night again, and it's like the fucking funniest thing to me because it made me feel bad for the end of X after watching Pearl again. Right? It's weird how that fucking how your mind works and how you get in so enthralled into these characters and shit. I was like, holy shit, that really just happened. It's really effective.
And it's a movie about fucking, man. And the fucking movie's named Farmer's Daughters, which is actually a roughie. A real roughie.
Yeah. I mean, I like the X, like the X it's like a double meaning, like, the X factor, right?
Yeah. X-rated, X-factor.
X-factor.
And then it means something else after you watch Pearl. The meaning keeps changing.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, X is fucking awesome. So I won't talk about it because obviously it's going to be on my list.
It really is good.
Okay.
It's on everybody's list. It should.
So that's an 8 out of 10 for me.
Damn. All right, Carly.
All right, number 6 for me is one you guys haven't seen, and that's WNUF 2. So
I did make it.
yeah, not gonna say much about it, but I had a lot of fun with it. I mean, the first one I liked, but I'd have to go back and rewatch it. It didn't appeal to me like it did other people, but this one I had a lot of fun with. It was funny, and I think the cutaway of that dude, like I said earlier, was like that was just so hilarious to me, and that stuck with me. And the commercials in it were really funny too, and it was just a lot of fun. And then the ending's pretty dark, so yeah, definitely cool. Check it out when you guys have the chance to. If you ever get the chance to check it out, and that's an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, man, that is like one of the biggest shames for me this year. I never got to see that.
That in the barn pissed me off. The way that I went to order the barn in time, and then WNUF, I just felt like I was getting like beat. It's like $30 for a DVD, and in 2 months they're going to release a Blu-ray, and I'm going to double dip, and I'm like,
Right.
couldn't do it.
Yeah, I totally agree, man. I'm like, man, I'll just grab that shit when they put out the Blu-ray, and at least it'll be worth it, kind of thing. But fucking annoys me. I hate when films are on these lists that I haven't seen when I know that they're out there and I could have seen them. You know, there's the odd film this year.
It's out there, the Mega Halloween tape.
Yeah, it drives me fucking nuts, man. You fucking idiot.
You know that it's out there, the Mega Halloween tape.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And it's just the way the shit's going, man. Everything's got to be sold. I mean, really, I don't.
It's no longer affordable. Like, I can't do it.
I don't fault Scream Team for doing what they're doing marketing wise. It's all at the end of the line.
No, WNUF didn't do Scream. You're thinking of the Barn 2. Scream Team releasing only did the Barn 2. They didn't. Do
they didn't do it. They didn't do it.
No, that was released on their website.
Oh shit!
It was
okay,
a $30 DVD.
Anyway,
but the Barn 2.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, so
yeah,
I get the promotion, or I get the way they're marketing, and they're trying to extend the the value of it too. Which it's a business, right? I get that, but it's just unfortunate sometimes when you got to suffer because of limitations of it. But it's the way of the will right now, man. Bottom line is dollars, capitalism at its finest.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make
sense. Yeah, DJ Quick. All right, so back to me. Coming in number 6 is a film I feel like probably only half of us have seen. And it is an animated epic, The Spine of the Night. Man, I watched this shit on Shudder. Instantly when I finished it, it wasn't even 5 minutes over. I went on to Amazon and copped the Blu-ray. I was like, fuck me, this is exactly what I love in animated movies. First of all, the film is animated like it's from the 80s. So it looks like heavy metal. It looks like rock and roll. It looks like Fire and Ice. It looks like those classic
rock and roll, man.
Yeah, it looks like those type of movies from the 80s that we fucking love. And those are all great movies. So I was blown away. I was not expecting the animation to look like this. And I did read in the trivia that it took them 7 years to make this movie because they only had 4 animators, but they were going for this type of look and, this type of thing, which is really cool. And it took them 7 years to actually do this fucking movie, which doesn't really matter when it comes down to when you're doing an animated movie. But, you can tell the effort that they put into this. And like narrative wise, it's really cool. The structure is really interesting. It basically starts out with this this girl. She's like she's basically a priestess of this like jungle type thing. Anyway, she kind of gets abducted from her setting and stuff like that. She kind of, gets taken by this god and stuff. One thing leads to another. She ends up in this jail cell with this other dude. And she has this bloom around her. She possesses this bloom. And what this thing is, it possesses the ability to kind of change things. It's very magical. It's fantastical. It's magical and stuff like that. Anyways, this dude in this jail cell kind of tricks her into freeing them with this bloom. And he ends up killing her and taking the bloom, and which is a bad thing because this guy ends up kind of changing the world because he's a bad god. He ends up being this bad god. He changes the world. So he ends up killing her, which is kind of an interesting part in the plot because we see her die. And then what happens is she goes up this mountaintop and she goes and tells this ancient sentinel. He's the one that created this bloom. He's the one that's like, he's like on his last legs. He's dying and stuff like that. And he starts to tell her, he's the
guardian of the bloom.
He's the guardian of the bloom. And she starts to tell him that, you know, what has happened with this bloom and what it's created. And it goes through like the different times of the world and stuff. So it starts like in the crusade times, and it kind of goes to a different time, and it ends up kind of in the futuristic times where there's like, you know, technology and stuff like that. And it tells the story like this and stuff and like just how it's ruined things and stuff. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's really cool. Like, I love how it's structured. I love how it's told. Voice actors in it are fantastic, man. We got Lucy Lawless, who plays, I don't even know how to pronounce her fucking name. What is it? Stod? Something like, I don't even know how to pronounce.
She plays the main character and is perfectly casted.
Yeah. Larry Fessenden plays the Prophet of Doom in it, which is fucking fantastic, man.
Oh, he's the guy who gets first overcome by the power, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then Patton
Not the bald guy, but the one who's basically like Emperor Palpatine, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then Patton Oswalt, I think he's the first Lord Pantheon.
He's a king. Yeah, he's great.
And he's fucking awesome. And right away I was like, oh, that's totally awesome.
Richard E. Grant's great in it too. He's the Guardian. Richard E. Grant from Hudson Hawk and Gosford Park.
Right, you know him from Hudson Hawk, man, because I know you're a big fan. It's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Patton Oswalt, right away, like everybody knows that voice, man. Like, he's a comedian.
Oh, yeah,
You know that fucking voice. It's like, oh, I know that shit. So like right away, like the voices in it were fantastic. The animation's great. The gore, blood, and violence in this is awesome, dude. There's so much carnage, man. Yes, it's animated. You can do what you can do, but there's so much violence and just so much craziness that's going on. The crazy thing about our main character is like she's kind of a bigger girl, and like it's just like tits and muff. You know, it's like the weirdest thing because it's set back in those days where, you know, it's like
the violence seems so matter of fact too. Like there'll be somebody that kills like 3 or 4 people and you're like, oh, they're unstoppable, and then they just get killed. And you're like,
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, man. And I just love the structure of it. I love how it almost feels like it's an anthology film because you're going through different parts of the world, or different parts in time, I mean. And that's really cool. And it feels like the wraparound story is the interaction between her and the Guardian of the Bloom. And it's really cool, man, how they do it. And oh man, I never saw this on one list this year. I looked for a couple hours. Not looking for this. I was just looking at people's lists and stuff like that. And I was like, I never saw this on one list the whole time I was going at it. I was like, that's so fucking crazy. I think
the main bad guy in this movie is amazing, by the way. All his dialogue, he's so fucking awesome.
So good. And it's like it's totally a commentary on like, you know, our world right now too, right? Like, I mean, I love the fact that like this movie doesn't play off the Christian Bible either. The way there's a great segment in this film where it actually talks about the creation of man and the creation of rules and things like that. And it has nothing to do with the Bible. Right. And
that's great with the gods and stuff. It's like very, very fucking Greek god stuff. But
yes, it's totally their own vision of how man came to be and the rules of man and things like that. It has nothing to do with the Bible. It has nothing to do with the Old New Testament. Nothing. And I'm like, wow, that's really ballsy to do shit like that. And I was really enjoying that. I was like, that's really mythological and very, very Greek gods and very astronomical and everything that else that goes along with that. I was like, this is really fucking unique. And when that scene happened, Dave, I instantly thought of you. I'm like, Dave's going to love this part in this movie because it just explains everything in a totally different way. Yeah.
I love the movie. I thought it was more horror adjacent than horror.
Yeah.
But if I were to consider it more horror movie, it's in my top 5. I love this thing. I thought
the funny thing is,
and I was like, I saw people complaining about it, like it was all right. I'm like, all right, what the fuck are you talking about,
dude? The first review I saw in this movie, the animation is terrible because they've never seen old. See, I think the 80s animation, which there is a name for it, I can't remember what they call it.
Rotoscoping.
That's the fucking word. That's my favorite type of anime. Every time I go and try to find I love this type of shit, man. I love the look of it.
It's a great movie. It's awesome. Jeremy's a big animation fan, and he loved this too.
That's awesome.
I put it on, and I had to leave, and he watched it by himself, which he never does. So,
well, give Jeremy a high five for me, man, because he's got good taste. Like I said, you know, like if you like movies like heavy metal and rock and roll and Fire Nights.
Heavy metal is awesome, man.
Those are the movies that come to mind that are very similar in the realm of this.
Agreed.
You know, if you like those, you'll love this. And this is new age. Like, I mean, honestly, if you didn't know, you would think this was made back in the mid 80s. 100%. It looks that good. That.
Well, the one thing I sum this movie up is knowledge is power, and power is consuming, 100% consuming. You know what I mean? Once you get all that power, you're complete. That's all. That's the whole movie, right? Like,
it is about
knowledge is power, and then once you get that power, you're immediately consumed by it.
And it's so dark and violent though. Like there's that scene where that couple are kind of talking and they're going through the motions and they know they're going to die and then they just literally fucking hack them up to pieces. I'm like, holy fuck.
Like, you don't think they're going to die like that, like literally. No. And there's so many characters that introduce that you spend time with that you like, and then there's like, he's dead. Or like you'll see a battle and the dude will be like, you think he's unstoppable, and then he'll get taken down. Gods are killed. It's just it's very grounded for a fantasy movie. It's really good.
Yeah, it's funny because on IMDb before it used to say animation, action, adventure, horror. The horror's gone on here. I noticed now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It doesn't say it anymore. It used to say it though. That's fucking bizarre. But yeah, it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's horrific in narrative wise, but the violence and the blood and gore
and shit too.
There's like zombies and ghosts. It definitely, and I think it's really like the way this thing progresses and like how it goes through the time is so cool, man. I like how it just gets all technology and techno, like, you know, it's got the spaceships. It's fucking cool, man. I loved it. Really, really good stuff. So this one, I am coming in at a 9 out of 10. So
I had it as 9 too.
Yeah, it's good, man. I was just totally blown. I don't remember the last time I watched a film and then was like, as the credits are running, I'm on Amazon buying the fucking Blu-ray. It's the craziest thing because I only buy new films, you know, like my top 10s and shit like that. So
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so I had to get this one, man. And it looks so good too. I was like, wow, looks really great. All right, that felt a little long-winded. Listeners, number 6. Think we lost JP.
Oh, sorry, I fell asleep.
You are such a dick. You know that? You know, you have movies on your fucking list that we didn't get a chance to see. I'm sorry, but you had a chance to see this. There's no excuses. That's Shudder, motherfucker.
I didn't even know about it. Okay, so number 6 for the listeners is Pearl. Ty West's Pearl.
All right. So back to the top. What's the next theatrical? I got to keep using that now. This is crazy.
So my number 5 is one that actually it did play theatrical, but I don't think it was like a huge one, surprisingly. And this one I watched at the end of the year. I heard a lot of good things about it from a couple people, mostly Mark Nato. He kept talking about it on his podcast. And this is going to be Cursed, or 8 for Silver.
The Cursed.
The Cursed. Very refreshing, to be honest, because it's got like a Universal style horror film, but it's got like that kind of dark thing too to it. It's basically Brotherhood of the Wolf, but basically more modern and kind of a werewolf style story and a cursed kind of thing, a period piece. It's ambitious as shit. It looks gorgeous. It's shot on film, tons of thick atmosphere. I love the scarecrow. I love the haunting of the village having the same nightmares. I like that it opens up in World War I. I like that it fucking goes back even further. So you have like a double period piece. The ending is dark. It becomes like a big action thing at the very end I didn't expect. It's just refreshing because it's something completely different. It feels like an old school throwback. You know, it's just cool. And it's just violent and entertaining and creepy and just old school kind of style horror film, The Cursed. I'll give it an 8.5. I thought this was really great stuff. And then I know a lot of people forgot about it or maybe they didn't see it, but and there was a lot of people saying it looked terrible. They're like, $5 budget, and then they were like,
what?
$5 million on The Fog, and I was like, you think this movie looks poor? Then you have not watched anything before 1980, because this is shot on film. This movie looks fucking gorgeous, you whack job. Go watch your digital fucking Spider-Man bullshit, CGI garbage.
I like Spider-Man.
Even though the CGI in this movie is not great. One, everything else is great.
Hey, at least you're honest.
But I'm just saying, like, visually.
I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said that, man, because to be honest, like I gave this one a solid 7 and I really enjoyed it, but man, some of the CG was terrible. It just,
And then some of the effects were great, and some of the CG was poop. I was like, I don't know what they're doing here.
it was really, I always felt like at times, you're right though, because it felt like there was almost different, artists on the CG or something like that, man. It just didn't, it seemed different, didn't it? You know, it seemed like it was done by different people. Like
the
you're gonna
thing
get those
scene
different
was
effects.
great. That was fantastic. When they used practical, it was fantastic. The Scarecrow looked fantastic. And it's really dark in the beginning. I mean, when the Romas get killed, I know it's technically not what they're called in the movie, but I don't know what term we were using nowadays. But when they get killed,
What did you say?
Brutal. Romas, like they roam,
Like
you know what I mean?
Oh, you're not allowed to say gypsies anymore?
No, they don't like that term, I guess.
Don't they
anymore.
use
But
the word
technically-
gypsy in the film though?
They do in the movie.
Yeah.
As they might,
then it's
but
okay
that's
to
just
say
the
it.
term. I mean, like, as in Universal horror films use that term in every fucking movie. Like I said, it does feel kind of like a darker version of the Universal horror Hammer horror to me. That's why I kind of just was gravitated to it.
I never even thought of that, but
that's
that's
the vibes I
actually
got.
that's a good way of putting it though, man. It totally does feel like, you know, like a Hammer kind of Universal type thing. I never, yeah, it's
But
funny.
just-
I
more
said that
trauma-based.
at the theater. I got that vibe heavy.
it was
Well,
weird
and
because
we
going
gotta
into
see
this
that.
film, I read the synopsis and I was like 19th century France. I'm like, okay, cool. But like my mind, like
They speak in English accents, though, which is kind of a...
Yeah.
Annoying.
the thing was, I was instantly thinking like 19th century, for some reason, America. I don't know what it was, but I was thinking this is going to be like a crazy Western kind of, you know, backdrop, and so, which it kind of is, but you know, like American, you know, 1800s type thing and stuff. So that was a little bit off-putting to me at first, but yeah,
You
otherwise,
should be
man,
off-putting.
what's that?
It was an old joke I said once.
Anyways, but I actually really enjoyed this movie, man. Who recommended this one? Was it you, JP?
Me, yeah, because me and Carly actually saw it. Like, I swear nobody's seen this when it came out in the theater. Like, we saw it.
I don't think we
I
got
can't
it.
believe it was theatrical, man. And this is another long one too. It's like about 2 hours, right? I remember it being quite long.
Every movie's 2 hours this fucking
Dude,
year.
every
Looking at my
movie
list,
this year is
every
over
single
100
is
movies.
2 hours. Dude, every one of my
minutes to
movies
2
has
hours.
been like 2 hours so far.
What did you rate that, Dave?
8.5.
You know what? I'm very happy that someone had that on the list because it was one I considered rewatching because it stuck with me. But yeah, good choice, Dave. Good choice. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's one I literally just can't remember, like, at all.
I can.
It's been an entire year since
I think
seen
the
it.
slaughter of I'm going to call them gypsies was brutal, man, because the way it was shot
It was
too,
rough.
like they panned back.
Yeah, that was my favorite scene in the
and,
movie.
and they did like a widescreen, but it was very far away. I don't know what you call that, but it was a very far shot. So you caught the whole thing. And it was literally just these dudes running around fucking slaughtering people. I'm like, oh my, and it doesn't cut through the whole slaughter. So I'm watching people and as they're being killed, and I'm like, this is amazing. It was an amazing shot scene because it goes on for 5 minutes of pure slaughter. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Pure slaughter. Okay, so my number 5, guarantee. I thought it would be on another list, but now I'm doubting it. And that is Scream, the Legacy sequel. I love this movie, and I love Scream. I think it's actually incredible that they can do a sequel that, like, this franchise has not been like remade or anything, and we still have like the same people involved from 96 to now. And I actually thought they did a really good job with the new film and the new storyline, and it was cool to see these legacy characters return.
I think the reveal of like why shit's going on, you know, like how it came to be was really fucking stupid. Like it's honestly really fucking stupid.
You got like, and I kind of get what people are saying, like, oh, I can't believe there's more people, because in the Friday films it's just one person, well, two, mainly one person.
I don't know if it has something to do with because it was like an internet based thing and stuff. I mean, I'm trying to like separate myself from my hatred for technology, anything technology. But like, I still found it fucking really stupid. But I
it's just
enjoyed
another
watching
person
Scream.
wanting to be famous for being a killer. It's just that's what Scream is. You know what I mean?
But I feel like this is the direction it's gone in because this is where it has to go. And it's like, to me, it's like it's going too fucking far now, in the point where it's like, after,
and I
like,
get that.
honestly, like I watched the movie. I actually, I thought it was decent. It was a decent Scream movie. I'm like, whatever, like it is what it is. I don't hate the Scream franchise. I just don't love it. I watch the movies because, it is what it is. But like, I'm thinking about it as I'm driving home from the cinema, and I'm like, that was fucking the stupidest thing I've like the way they did the narrative. I'm like, that was so dumb.
No issue.
There was cool things in the film, and people that died I thought was very cool, maybe a little long overdue, but it is what it is. At least they're doing it. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do in part 6, because we all know one character that's not going to be there. I don't really
allegedly. I have a theory that they are going to be there, but
okay. So my theory is that they're going to kill Sydney off.
Recast that character.
So what they're going to do is they're going to kill Sydney off in the first 5 minutes, like they did for Jamie Lee Curtis in Resurrection. Just bam, done.
I don't
recasting her. They're going to kill her off.
No, they're not going to make.
They're not recasting her. They're not recasting.
Yeah, it's going to be Jennifer Love Hewitt, and she's going to die in 10 seconds.
Jennifer Love Huge tits.
Yeah. So my thing is like one of the reasons I actually like Scream is a reason that a lot of people don't like Scream. I like the idea that this is the one franchise where there isn't a through line killer. Like it's not the same person coming back again and again.
Well, that's kind of the point of what's been going on for years.
Right. And it's
that's
usually
true,
multiple killers.
It's been a different shark in Jaws every time.
Shut up. Like this franchise has what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 killers. There have been 10 killers in the Scream films.
Well,
like,
3 had one killer. 3 only had one killer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 3 had one killer. That's
yeah.
Right. But I just it's cool to me, and like the idea of,
but doesn't it give it more of an effect for the fan? Is like, well, that the killer is going to be different. Like, like it's basically the point of watching a Scream film now is just to reveal who the killer is.
Yeah, and that's rare though. A lot of the slashers, they got away from the whodunit.
Yeah.
So it was nice that Scream kind of brought that back, to be honest. As far as Scream is concerned, it was kind of cool to find out, wonder who the killer is. It was fun guessing. That was the best part of Scream.
But how long does it keep it interesting over time?
Me, ever.
I don't know.
For me, forever. And the cool thing about Scream 2 is you got one in 96 and then one in 98 and then one in 2000. And then there was a 10-year break where you didn't get a Scream. And then there was a 12-year break. And it's just fascinating to me that it felt like Scream and it wasn't done by Wes Craven. So I thought that was a success right there, that they literally made a Scream film that felt exactly like the other 4 films. And we even had characters from 4, like they don't ignore things. And to me, that is one of the coolest things about a sequel, is when they actually acknowledge things that happen in previous films and they never gloss over things that happen in previous films or do something that is counteractive to the things that happen in previous films. And when you get a lot of sequels, they often ignore things that happen, and it's frustrating as a fan.
Not Puppet Master.
So JP, let me ask you a question. At what point in this spiel do you blow your load?
I already did twice.
Nice.
No, it's not the best film in the world. It's not even my favorite Scream. It's my 3rd favorite Scream. I'm actually not even a big fan of Scream 2.
3rd favorite. What's your second?
Scream 4 is hands down the second best in Scream.
Oh, okay.
Hands down. It's
no, I was just making sure. I figured that's what it was. It might have been 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I'm actually not a big fan of Scream 2 and 3, which is weird.
Where's Screamers fit?
I think Scream 3 is legitimately bad.
Where's Screamers fit?
Shut up.
Screamers.
Scream 3 sucks. Scream 3 sucks.
It is. It's objectively a bad movie.
I think that it's definitely the worst one. I could see where people come and say it's a bad movie, but I really like that they brought everybody back. It feels really good as a fan to see that. And this was my series. You know what I mean? I saw it when I was like 5 years old, and I've saw all of them in the theater at this point. Even though I saw the first one not in the theater, but saw it later in the theater. I really am curious to see what they do with the 6th film. I know that they're bringing a huge legacy character back from part 4, which was somebody that had a minor, you had to blink and you miss it, mention in this film. and it's probably my favorite character in the whole franchise that's still alive, and we didn't even know if they were still alive, so that's cool to me. And taking it out of Woodsboro is interesting to me. Taking it into New York is cool.
Isn't it kind of set up for like more of the main characters to like totally perish in this one for sure? Like it has to be done.
I don't know.
There's an order of authority here. It's like, well, you killed off one, now you got to kill off the other one. It only makes sense, right?
Maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. That's the thing about the Scream films is everyone, when Scream 4 came out, every single person said they're going to kill off the original three, and it didn't happen. And I was happy for that because everybody expected it to happen. And now everybody's like, of course they're not going to kill him. And it's like, you don't know though. And that's what's cool about it. I'm
just waiting for the fact that like when they incorporate that Jamie Kennedy's character had a fucking kid while he was in high school and no one even.
Well, his sister came back in this one. So.
No, but he had a kid and then that kid grew up and now they're revenging and fucking. Oh, dude, that shit would make me laugh actually.
Yeah, it's convoluted, of course. I mean, it's a ridiculous concept that that Sidney Prescott would be attacked by this many killers, but you either rock with it or you don't. You know what I mean? And if it's too ridiculous for you to enjoy, I get it. But at the same time, I would rather just ignore it.
It is a slasher film. It doesn't have to be believable. So if you want to put yourself into that realm of, believable, like, then you're faking the funk, really, man. It's fictional. It's fucking, it is what it is, man. Anything kind of goes narrative wise, but like even in that realm, you can still critique the ridiculousness of like, I just feel like the Scream franchise is setting itself up for pure laughter right now because with the narrative that they just did, you think about like that shit was like kind of bad. It was kind of bad. Like I was like, really?
It wasn't bad.
I was like,
I didn't think it was bad at all.
I was like, the fuck? Like the internet. I was like, come on, man.
It's
really?
Listen, the thing that's cool about Scream 2 is they're straight face slashers. There's not really much comedy in them, and you don't get a true blue slasher anymore.
I'll give you that.
And that's what the Screams.
I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you because the shit isn't like. They're not comedy horror.
They take themselves serious.
They're not comedy horror. They're horror films that have subtle comedy in them, which is fine. I mean, but then again, comedy is subjective though too, right? I mean, I laugh at shit that people probably shouldn't laugh at.
Is it reinventing the wheel? Hell no. Yeah. But is it for a fifth film in a series that completely has continuity throughout and is this old and still following the same storyline? I think that's kind of hard to do, and I give it props for that. I give it 8 out of 10.
Fair enough. Carly.
My number 5 is X. Yeah, I like X.
Gonna give it to you.
Nobody. Yeah, but I liked X. It was just felt like a good throwback type movie to old slashers, a great love letter to stuff like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it had a great cast, great kills, just a really good movie all in all. Wish I could have rewatched it by the time we got to this show because I only saw it in the theater at the beginning of the year, and it's one that I really wanted to rewatch, but I didn't get to. But either way, still made my list, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
What did you give WNUF?
I gave that an 8.5 as well.
8.5, 10.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I guess that's back to me, isn't it? What do we got here? Coming in number 5 is wow. Have we talked about this one so far? Oh shit, yeah, so this is a repeat. Okay. All right, so coming in number 5 is of course Terrifier 2.
Art the motherfucking clown.
I was pleasantly surprised by this, man. I thought that, All Hallows Eve, the short Art the Clown was decent. It was good. Then Terrifier was fun. And then you see the budget in this one. And it's like, holy shit. And I won't lie, man. I will not lie. I won't front. When I saw the running time on this motherfucker, I was like 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm like, is it one of those cases where every fucking indie maker, and you know, we went through, we talked about this a million times about indie filmmakers where they make these shot on video films or these indie low budget films, and
they don't gotta edit it because it goes to streaming, right?
Yeah, they don't want to do it because they shot the shit. They're like, fuck it, I shot the movie, I shot these scenes, I'm putting them in. I felt like that was...
They feel like everything's so important when it's fucking not, if you're objective about it.
So the first thing I'm going to say about Terrifier 2 with a 2 hour and 20 minute running time is, my God, this does not feel like 2 hours and 20 minutes at all, at least to me. The pacing is fantastic. I love the characters in this film, and I love the dialogue. I love how it's switching around all the time. Everything was so interesting to me. So I rewatched this again this week. And I was a little bit worried that it was going to be overstaying its welcome because it's a rewatch. I've seen it before and I completely remembered it because it really did stick with me. Not at all. Not at all. It totally did what it was supposed to do in its time. You know, my biggest complaint with Terrifier 2 is like it totally it hints through the whole film that it's going to give you, you know, an explanation, right? It keeps giving you these little tidbits, you know, with the father and, you know, how he basically, you know, he was drawing this costume. He's got the Art the Clown and, you know, how the daughter's got to fight Art the Clown. And so everything was making sense, but it doesn't wrap anything up. But I'm like, well, there's obviously gonna be a Terrifier 2. 3, which makes complete sense. And I'm fine with that. Knowing that there's most likely going to be a Terrifier. I mean, they're probably gonna fill in the holes in this narrative, which is totally
They
cool.
said the story's so big that they might have to make 2 movies out of it.
Okay, so like that's the thing. I have no problem with this because you can tell that's what they're doing in this. They're giving you bits and pieces throughout the film with the father, the like everything that's going on is really good. And I kept reading people reviews and saying, "Oh, this fucking there's no story, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Fuck, just relax. There's more coming. Come on." This movie killed it. So Art the Clown. Amazing, scary, hilarious. I laughed so many times in this movie, both times I watched it. Like right from, I love this scene in the laundromat in the beginning of the film when the dude looks over and you see fucking Art and he's playing patty cake with nobody there. His look on his face is like, what the fuck? That shit makes me laugh. And then I love the scene where he's reading the paper. I already mentioned this too, where he's like, family of 4 killed in a car accident. And he kind of drops it and he's like, and he's just fucking laughing. I'm like, this is so morbidly dark, man. It's ridiculous. But and shit like when she's in the Halloween themed costume store and shit like that, and she's trying to pay and she's like, okay, well, this is fucked up. This dude's behind me and stuff, and he keeps changing glasses and he's got that big smile on his fuck. It's just killing me the whole time, man. But my God, man, the fucking blood and gore in this film is amazing.
That bedroom kill is fucking insane.
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
The bedroom
I can't imagine seeing that shit in a theater,
kills
bro.
me.
I thought, like, Human Centipede 2, I haven't had that feeling. I was like, I can't believe this is real.
Dude,
that or Serbian film. I was like, I can't believe this is real. I was like, this isn't real.
The best thing about that scene, though, is it's not only how long it goes on and how graphic it is and how fucked up that girl is. And when she starts talking and the mom's reaction is like, like, it's so that's horrifying. You're like, oh my God, that's fucking brutal, man. It's just nasty. But, like, I mean, the mom's death, like, there's so many good ones in this film. Like, fuck, man. Kills are fantastic. Art's fantastic. I think it's shot really well. I think what it's doing, I'm on board with. I like the way the narrative is being told here. They're extending their welcome in a good way, if that makes any sense, right? It's working for me. It may not work for other people. It's fine. It is what it is. If they can manage to pull off another 2-hour film like this in part 3, I'm totally on board. I think it's fantastic. You know, it's just one of those films I feel like is not getting the appreciation because people are scared off by the running time. I mean, we all talked about this, you know. I mean, it got a lot of love this year. It really did.
But I think most people do enjoy it. I don't.
Do you think people are rewatching this film based on this on the running time though? They're
almost everybody I've heard talk about it has said like the same shit that we're echoing, like about how it doesn't feel 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Right.
I liked it, but I was still lost. Like I was like, I I don't know what the fuck is going on. That was one problem I had, but I really enjoyed it. I bought the 4K. I'm going to watch it again. I didn't get a chance to rewatch it because the runtime's so long. Otherwise, I would have. So I mean, like I said, I had a bunch of movies that were ranked around the same. So this is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I had everything planned out though. I said like the last week, Monday through Thursday, I'm going to rewatch my top 10 and be prepared and stuff like that. So like I wasn't worried about watching others. I had already figured out what the shit was going to be, except for, I would have been fucked if I had rewatched my 8, 9 or my 9 and 10s and they weren't going to qualify. I would have been like, what the fuck am I going to do kind of thing. That would have been weird. But this movie is great, man. The thing I noticed about this movie from the first one is obviously it's higher budget and it works so well for it. It's got a great fucking synth soundtrack to it. Really, really good stuff. Oh man, the music in the film is fantastic. I actually wish they had used it a little bit more, to be honest. But I like this whole mystique of Art the Clown because he's clearly supernatural, but he can be killed, and it's not fully explained, right? It's not really explained, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's a great setup. Leone is doing a great job with this, and I really hope that the narrative doesn't fail itself and go into like some stupid fucking territory or whatever, but I'm expecting big things from part 3 whenever it comes out or whatever. So anyways, Terrifier 2, I'm sure we'll be talking about it again probably. Also 9 out of 10 for myself. I will say I don't have a problem the way the movie ended whatsoever. I kept reading, people are like, oh, the fucking ending is fucking horrible. It's fucking terrible. I will say, though, the post-credits scene needs to be explained.
Chris Jericho, baby.
Like that shit. Oh, yeah, the Jericho shit is fucking amazing, man. Give me some more of that fucking brain juice and shit. He's fucking awesome. Chris Jericho is a good actor, man. He actually is good. He in everything he's been in small.
And he's a huge fucking horror fan, which is awesome.
I know, and that's why he's there. Because Leone obviously knows that he's a fucking big horror fan, so it makes sense kind of throw him in there. But I'm talking about the scene in the fucking padded room. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Like, it's just insane to me. Which is adding to the mystique of the whole film. It's like, well, you need to elaborate on this because literally that is just a scene of its own, or you need to elaborate. So, Terrifier 2, 9 out of 10, fun motherfucker. Yes, Dave.
Art the Clown's killed. He's reborn every time.
Yes.
If you were to destroy, I mean, that's just kind of, but how? Like, that just means they give you a slight explanation, but they're just missing pieces for sure.
Well, that was my thing.
Right?
So is he reborn through people that he kills, but he never killed her? So like he done what he had done to her, but how was he reborn?
I can't remember when she got pregnant or when she was pregnant or whatever. I only watched it the one time, but you kind of get the idea that no matter what you do, she was the survivor from the first one who reappears in the second one, who kills the news anchor, rips apart the news anchor. So she's like all locked up in this fucking shit. So, but she's the one that technically is from the first one, but he's maybe
reborn through her.
Madness can spread to other people, and he can use them as a vessel to be reborn. Who knows?
That's the cool thing because the narrative is totally unexplained, and that's what I'm like. That needs to be explained because I'm like, holy shit! Like he came through her. I'm like, that's fucked up. But then again, the dark horse in the film, the little girl, which happened, they explained that she was one of the first victims of Art the Clown, kind of thing, and then she was, which I like that angle too. I really like the angle in Terrifier 2 that only the brother and sister could see the dark horse, the little girl, right? No one else could see her. So there's the connection between the father and the family and Art the Clown. So there's a whole story right there. Hence, the sword and stuff, why he creates the costume for the daughter and why the brother and sister can only see, because there's a total connection between all of them. It's actually a lot better than people think it is, narrative wise. It's part of the story.
Right. The next one for the list, what did you rate that?
9. I actually came up on it. I had it an 8.5 before, and then I started thinking about it. I watched it a couple nights ago, and then I started putting the pieces together with the father and the narrative, and I was like, oh, this is actually a lot better than I thought it was. Narrative, I was like, this is pretty good. So,
the next one for the listeners, I actually messed up.
Oh, did you go from 11 again?
No, I didn't mess up. The listener, no. the
Come on, Jay. I was actually forgot to mention that joke, man. I was gonna be like, so JP, you started at number 11.
The number 6 for the listeners was supposed to be the Black Phone, but I said Pearl. It's reversed. So Black Phone would have been, yeah. It's because the sheet that I have is listed 2 to 11 because the 1 is like the top where all the points and shit are. Right. So it's kind of confusing. But anyway, yeah. So it would be Black Phone and Pearl interchanged.
I just said David.
So
wow.
Technically Pearl, but it was the Black Phone last time. Okay.
So I'm back up.
Yep.
So, of course, number 4. No surprise here. The second movie I saw in theaters this year, horror film at least. I love it. Is, we said, coming of age story. It's also a road movie. And it also is shot on film. It's gorgeous looking, and it's a movie that captures a lot of Americana, which you really don't expect. It takes place in the 80s without being overly hit you over the fucking head. Remember the 80s? It's a great film. The acting's amazing. The first act of the movie is fucking phenomenal with the finger and Sully's introduction. It seems very weird and just quiet and creepy. And also, this is the second time David Gordon Green technically appears on my list because he's in this movie, which is funny. Weird cameo. Bones and all, man. I love this fucking thing. The scene in the cornfield is brilliant. The scene where they wake up in the morning and Sully is in his fucking underwear, crawling on his fours and eating
the scene in the cornfield, though, me and Carly were laughing because it's like, I don't think he had to jerk that guy off.
Well, it's a setup. It's a setup.
Well, he also wants to get him down, subdued somewhat.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
a better way to get
that far.
I'm not sure he was jerking him off. He might have been fucking him.
Or whatever.
I think he's jerking him off. Or he's doing. I mean,
hard to tell.
I don't think you actually had to do that part.
Well, hey, he might like it a little bit.
He might. I think he might a little bit.
Well, also, I mean, you get the idea that like he picks on pieces of shit. Like that guy was mean to the kid, and then the one guy earlier. So, anyways, I thought this was a really great film. I love that it states and stuff, and it feels real. Like the road stuff and the cinematography is top notch. And there's a couple brilliant moments in here that I adored. So 8.5 for Bones and All. I think it's great. I think it's by far one of the best movies of the year. And I think this one could definitely go up by the director of fucking the Suspiria remake, you guys. So,
which is, I know. And I actually forgot to mention that too, man, because, I wasn't a big fan of that, but this is like a completely different thing. And thank you for mentioning, which I completely forgot to mention about Bones and All, was one of my favorite things about when films are set in an era and it's not thrown down your throat every fucking 5 minutes. I mean, you completely get it by the costumes and in the vehicles and stuff. And he's got Lick It Up and he's got the poster on the wall, and by Kiss and stuff like that. So of course, yeah, awesome. Would you say 8.5?
Yeah.
Right. All right. My number 4 was mentioned a couple times already. And it was probably I had a lot of good theatrical watches this year, but this was definitely up there at the top. And that is Terrifier 2, dude. Seeing this thing in a theater was absolutely mind-blowing to me. It's a film that was supposed to get a 2 or 3 day release, and we missed it. We weren't able to see it. And it ended up staying in the theaters for 57 days. Every week it kept getting
87.
extended. Yeah. It got extended, every week. And we finally were able to see it before Halloween. And I mean, Harley and me had a blast in this one. I love Art the Clown so much. And I never watched All Hallows Eve. I remember that's probably the biggest and most right Jeremy has ever been about anything.
I think we've mentioned him a lot on the show.
Because he said that Art the Clown's could be a huge character, huge star, so that's pretty impressive to call that. But the movie itself, I didn't really give a fuck too much about what was going on in the grand scheme of things. Like, I know that was a big talking point with people where a lot of stuff they were confused about. And I don't know. I just didn't really think too hard about it. I was like, because I was so interested in just watching Art the Clown from the very beginning of the movie in the laundromat to the scene in the Halloween store to the damn scene in the girl's bedroom. It was just watching him was amazing. And I just kept thinking the whole time watching it, I'm like, this guy, this actor, and this character is such a breath of fresh air in terms of something that's new and, you know, obviously is reminiscent of other characters, but that's impossible these days not to be.
I'm really hoping
it's a clown
that we get Art Krispies for real one day.
Right? Yeah, Art Krispies.
Speaking of cereals, yeah.
You know, the dream sequence was fun, and I like the lead. It actually, the little brother and like that whole storyline kind of reminded me of Satan's Little Helper a little bit. I don't know why, but it did. I love Art the Clown. Love Terrifier 2. I'm hoping that Terrifier 3. And another thing, this was a huge Terrifier 1 was a huge Netflix hit. So putting it in the theater actually made sort of sense because everyone has Netflix and people were familiar with this character.
Yeah.
And it was a big success story of the year. 8.5 out of 10. Number 4, Terrifier 2.
You know one thing about Terrifier 2?
Did you get that 8.5?
Yeah, 8.5.
That
was my first 8.5. Look, Moodz, I'm out of 8s.
Nice. So I did the same thing the first time watch. Like I heard it was, you know, what it was, blood and gore and shit. So I kind of watched for that. I was paying attention to the narrative, obviously. The rewatch really did help because I focused more on, you know, the bits and pieces and the elements and just kind of figuring out the narrative and stuff and like how they're doing it. But one thing I did notice, man, was the scene where, what's her name? The lead character, anyways, the sister, where she's sleeping and she has the dream of the cereal commercial, basically, right? She's having that scene where everything goes all fiery and stuff like that, and it happens in real life. I was like, oh goddamn! I didn't even think of this the first time I watched it, but it was like totally fucking Nightmare on Elm Street. You know, shit happening in your dreams and then coming out into real life and stuff.
Even the school stuff feels like Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah. So there's an inspiration. There's an inspiration. You're right. There's an inspiration big time from the narrative of Nightmare on Elm Street too. So, which is really cool. Which is probably why it resonates so well with me. Because, you know me, I'm not a big fan of like straight up dream sequences unless they're appropriate to what we're doing. That's why I'm a big Nightmare on Elm Street fan. And like that, I was like, oh shit, dude, that's so fucking cool. I never even really dawned on me, but yeah.
Also, just to throw this out here, we weren't even the biggest fans of the first Terrifier.
I really enjoyed it. I thought I loved it.
I liked it.
It was very mean-spirited.
First one's fine.
I don't know. When we reviewed it on the show, I mean, I think we all kind of said like, yeah, it's fun and cool and stuff. But
was I on the show?
Yes, you were on the show. We reviewed it, and it didn't make any of our top 10s that year.
Oh, but then again, you know, like what year was it? That's the thing.
I don't know.
Yeah. One of those years was insanely solid. Like, I mean, yeah. So,
well, I just 2016 or 17. There's no
this
way.
Is a better movie.
Like 2018.
This is a better movie than the first one.
Much better than the first one.
It is a much better film. And it's not because of budget, it's because it's just a lot better film. It really is.
Yeah, more's going on. It has more cool scenes. But yeah. All right. Carly?
Yeah. All right. Number 4, I have The Black Phone. The Black Phone. Yes. I liked it. It felt like a Stephen King setting, but if you like just made it completely black and white and depressing. And I liked all the characters in it. Even the alcoholic father, you kind of come to like. Just, you know, it doesn't go too graphic or far or anything like that, which I was fine with. And there's actually a few scares in this that made me jump. So, and I like the storyline too. I think it's pretty cool. Good move. 8.5 out of 10.
Is the Black
and to
Phone...
speak on that thing where you said it didn't go too far, I really didn't feel like it needed to either.
Yeah, that's like it looked like from the I thought it was going to like be like I don't need to see little boys get molested and stuff like that. I just don't need to see it.
I got molested in the little boy's room.
Well,
It's funny, man, because my biggest complaint with what was the other what's the fucking movie with Ethan Hawke in it? The one I didn't like, JP. Sinister, man. I thought I thought he was miscast in the film. That was my biggest complaint. I just
thought he was a baby. His character,
but I felt he was right. It was weird because maybe it was the mask in this one.
I'm special.
That sounds like you.
I'm a writer.
Maybe it's because he has a mask. I don't know what it is, but I felt like his performance in this was appropriate.
Yeah, you can't
and it was
tell
good.
it's him. So
Maybe that's what it was. I don't know, man. I just felt like in Sinister, Ethan Hawke was miscast for some reason. It was always something I couldn't get past. It was weird. I don't know. You have these weird things. You say 8.5 on that one?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Back to me, and we are going into my number 4, which I feel like is almost redundant in the sense of, which is kind of odd because it hasn't been mentioned tonight, but to me it's redundant because we just did this, and this is the one film I didn't rewatch. I'm going to go back to the top of the show when I said I rewatched every single film except for one. And there was a reason why I didn't rewatch the film, because I had just watched it for a show, which was episode 233. Go check out the show if you haven't watched it. Shameless plug. Christmas, Bloody Christmas.
I figured it had to make your list.
I have become one with this film. I love it. I love. But the thing is, man, this movie has, like I said before, I'm going to be redundant in what I say because it has everything that I love. It has the look. It has the characters. I'm going to fucking say it. I like the dialogue. Fuck y'all. I fucking love the kills. I love the narrative. This fucking...
Do you love the
fucking rogue fucking Santa Claus that is supposed to be these robotic Santa Clauses are supposed to be fucking recalled, that goes rogue, kills people. The neon look, the synth soundtrack, it literally has everything I like in this. Like I said, the only downfall for me is that I felt like the ending is a little bit elongated. It probably could have wrapped up a little bit more fun, I think. But overall, the whole ride through the whole movie, man, is just fantastic. Like, the kills were blowing my fucking mind. Again, my homeboy, Jeremy Gardner in the film, right? This dude has literally been in 3 movies in the first 7 movies in my top 10. Isn't that crazy? Graham Skipper. Are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I thought you guys...
That is kind of crazy that Jeremy Gardner made your fucking list 3 times this year.
Yeah, so Graham Skipper's on it a couple
fucking
times.
Joe Spinell. He's the Joe Spinell of this year.
He is, man.
He's the Joe Spinell of 1980. Just popping up at fucking everything.
Like, this shit is blowing my mind, man. Like, I love Dora Madison, man. She's fucking dope. Jeff Daniel Phillips, who I mentioned earlier. Jeremy Gardner, Graham Skipper. This is fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, this is like the class of Moodz right now. I think all these dudes are in my realm of excellence right now. It just seems like nobody can do wrong. But Joe Begos, man, is not missing with me at all. This is a great example. I just, like I said before, when he put out Bliss and VFW a couple years back, I said, I can't wait to see what he does next. I wasn't disappointed. How often does that happen, man? Almost Human, Mind's Eye, Bliss, VFW,
he's
Christmas,
one
Bloody
right
Christmas.
now.
Mickey Keaton, like these guys, I mean, I like Begos a lot better, quite obviously, because all his films seem to be so high on my top 10 list. But these are 2 of my favorites lower budget filmmakers these days that are they just can't fucking miss, man. Christmas atmosphere out the fucking yin yang on this one. It just, everything knocks out the damn park. The hate for it. Oh, the problem is, guys, is that these are real life characters. I know these characters. I am these characters.
That's what
I like
Watson
it.
said.
So if you don't like the fucking movie, you don't like me. And you know what?
Shut up.
I'm perfectly fine.
Not everyone
liking
has like great fucking monologues all the time. You know what I mean?
I do.
Right.
Most of the time, people are just like, "Fuck, man, fuck. What's up, fuck."
Most of the time, people are just sloppy and just saying dumb shit.
But the thing is, like I said, though,
what are we
these,
doing? I don't know.
Like these characters talking about music and movies like that, and like saying fuck after everything. And it makes sense because they've been drinking and then they're partying
yeah.
and they're doing the shit. It is what it is. It's between friends and stuff. And everyone's, oh, it felt so forced. It felt so right. It doesn't feel right. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck do you hang out with? Mary fucking Poppins?
I mean, if you've never
Mary
been
Poppins
out
drops
drinking
it
at a bar
logistically,
or something, I get it.
But shit is not
If you
right.
never if you never worked in a factory.
Exactly. And I said this too about you, Dave. Like you worked in a mill. I worked in a mill for years, and like everybody talks like this every second word. It's normal shit. And no, and especially when you're drinking too. You're drinking, you're doing drugs, you're going off, you're doing this.
It's fucking Christmas.
That conversation from the record store to the house was totally understandable. Everything made sense. Everything made sense to me. Whatever. If you can't relate, it doesn't really matter. And that's probably why you're not liking it, though. But it is what it is. It's just everything. This is going to become an annual watch for me. I noticed that the homeboy, Tom, aka Horseball, and I would shout out his the hornies that are going to be on tomorrow night, because this show will be posting way after they've already went live.
Right.
To let you guys know they'll be on there tomorrow. So
hope
you guys are going to be there. I'm going to be watching. He already has a Blu-ray of this. So he must have imported it from like fucking Germany or something as usual. I don't know how the fuck he got one. But I need to get one soon because annual watch.
Well, it should, I believe it'll come out from RLJ.
It's already up for pre-order, but it's really expensive. It will go down.
Yeah, he already has his in his hand. So, and he already changed the case out. So I'm assuming he probably got it from Germany. He always does. He always brings them because he's like me with physical copies and stuff. Like that's how I do my music stuff. I don't do anything digital. It's all physical. But he does his movie list and stuff, and all his award shows, all physical stuff, right? So if it doesn't come out physical, it doesn't matter to him. Streaming doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Props to Tom, the Horseball, shout out to him. Christmas, Bloody Christmas, 9 out of 10, not changing the rating because I didn't rewatch it because I didn't have to. I loved it. Number 4.
The next one up for the listeners at number 4 is The Sadness.
Nice. The Sadness.
Yes.
Good shit.
How's everybody doing? Is anybody out on their people yet?
Nope. No. Surprisingly.
I'm out on Carly.
Oh, why didn't you say that?
Why?
I forgot. Barbarian. I picked Barbarian.
Oh, dumbass.
Oh.
I know. It was between that and another movie that I'm pretty confident is your number 1 now.
Ooh, this might even be the longest
I think
I've
you're
ever
probably
been in
wrong
on all
about that
three.
too, Jason.
I know I'm not, but okay.
I think you're pretty
So
wrong
we're
on
back
it.
up?
Okay.
No, I'm not. Shut up.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, I'm still in on GP. Oh, shit. Okay, so I'm doing good. All right, Dave.
back-
Next theatrical.
No doubt. Next one on the list. It's only been mentioned in the listeners list, but this one I was watching, and I preferred the other one. I thought until I got to the very end, and Mia Goth gives this great monologue at the table, and I was so uncomfortable and so fucking invested and just about to die while the entire thing was going on. It was like some of the most amazing acting I've seen. Best performance of the year, Mia Goth and Pearl, hands down. I love that it has that 40s aesthetic, and it's a weird thing about her like fantasy world, like a lot of serial killers have. And her fantasy world is bright and techno-colored and all this weird shit, but she's also lives this violent, nasty fantasy world. It's just such a weird like parallel, I guess not parallel, but like dichotomy or whatever you want to call it against what she is, you know what I mean? Like right in the beginning you realize she's crazy. She's like sitting there in this beautiful place like practicing, and like a goose walks up and she just kills the goose. You're like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. And then there's also the brilliant scene where she fucking meets her mom. You think her mom's such an evil, horrible person. And then her mom's like, no, I know what you are. That's why I am like this. And I wanted to be that too. And I had you and you're awful. And it was just like, Jesus Christ.
I think that's one of the most terrifying things about Pearl's character is that, you know, it's not like a coming of you're insane. She already was insane. The mom was actually scared of her. That's why she was treating Pearl the way she was.
But her mom also obviously passed on her genetics to her. Her mom was a bad person, or you know what I mean? Like there's a nature nurture thing, and her mom obviously wasn't very nurturing. Let's be honest.
The cool thing about her mom,
she also had a rough life too.
Well, her mom's character,
she pushed that on.
is very complex and very invested in the
but that added a lot to her, right? They added a lot of elements, made her more understandable, the mom.
The setting of it is insane because they are German farmers. It's World War II. Her
World
American
War I.
husband is overseas.
World War One.
What did I say? World War
1918.
Yeah, World War One. And so he's overseas fighting Germans, which is the most ironic, crazy thing ever because he's married to a German family and he's over there, fighting against Germans and shit. So, but that adds to it, right? Because she has this great line where she's like, I don't want to hear about any more dead Germans and shit like that. I'm like, oh fuck. Mm-hmm. So I mean that adds also the complexity of her and the way she is with her daughter though too, right? Because she married this American and he's obviously doing what he's doing. He's got to do it.
This is kind of just, I love Eyes of My Mother, but this is just kind of like the same movie, but just different. Like same plot, right? Isolated girl on farm goes fucking nuts. Both are brilliant movies. This one is just the colored version of it.
That one made my top 10 before too. Eyes of My Mother.
Me too. I think Pearl I think Pearl might be a little better. I think Pearl's going to go down in history and be an important film, to be honest. I think it's great. 9 out of 10, I think Mia Goth's wonderful. I think that her performance is unnerving and sad all at the same time, which kind of evokes those old 70s kind of character study movies like Dream No Evil or Pigs. Yeah. But just it's made on a much higher level, so it's just like, wow, I can't believe that this movie is it's just your Psycho story, but I think it's great. I think it's brilliant how they changed the 70s to the 1918, and you see the character. These movies together make them better.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that every scene in this movie is good. Every single scene.
Yeah, I mean, you feel so fucking bad for the dad because he's aware but he can't move. Like the look in his eyes when he knows that he knows what's coming. Right? It's terrifying. Could you imagine being an invalid but being aware? Like your brain's working, your eyes are working, but you can't do shit about it. Can't say shit. Like that's fucking terrifying, man.
No doubt.
Okay, my number 3 here. You rated that, right, Dave?
9 out of 10.
You said 9.
All right. My number 3 is a film that actually was my number 1 for quite a while. And that is Barbarian. Watching this movie in the theater, it genuinely scared me at times. I thought it was so creepy. And like I said, with Smile, that's a huge thing that I love is to be scared.
I'm out on GP.
Really? You had that as my number 1?
I picked Barbarian as number 1.
You're 2 off, buddy. 2 off.
Yep.
But this one, it makes sense because I said in the chat that it was my favorite film of the year whenever I had saw it.
Oh, you're doing that purposely, man. You're playing the game. You're playing the game.
What?
Playing the game.
But yeah, I mean, we talked about it a lot, but some of the stuff that I liked the setup, this creepy ass, something about, things that are hidden away that are fucking just been there for a long time that nobody knows about always gets under my skin. And then when you first see that motherfucking bitch run in and oh dude, it's really creepy. And then Justin Long comes into the film and it's just great. And then the whole thing about him possibly being a Me Too, he's being Me Too'd, and then by the end of it you're like, oh yeah, he was fucking total douchebag. He clearly did whatever he was accused of. But yeah, I think a very creative movie. I know that Moodz said it was a little predictable in the end or whatever. Or did you say that? Maybe you did.
Barbarian?
But I thought that this movie was really unpredictable. Everything I kept every new thing that was introduced, I didn't see coming. And I was like, oh, this is cool. That's one of those movies where they're just literally every time you think it's going one way, it goes a different way. And I like that about it. But yeah, and I love the scene where it flashes back to the 80s or whatever as well. That was cool. Very and then even when Justin Long stumbles upon the dude in the basement, like I just never expected that guy to still be there. You know what I mean? Creepy room and stuff. Yeah, I give it a 9 out of 10 for Barbarian.
9
into the 9s.
Yep, I only had one 8.5.
Yep. All right, Carly.
Great. Number 3 for me is a move that I guess was only on JP's list, and that is Scream.
Wow.
I really like Scream. What?
I did not expect, after when we kept getting further, I was like, nope, she don't have it, because I thought I liked it way more than you.
No, I didn't. I loved it. This is the best sequel. It's better than part 4. Fuck you.
No.
And I
Part
keep
4
saying,
got Kirby, dog.
I don't care about Kirby. Like you're getting it twisted, dude. I said that I think they keep making them, they're gonna blow it, and it's gonna become a shitty franchise like all these other ones. So like I keep saying I'm not that excited for part 6.
Not like Puppet Master.
No, but Scream, I thought it was great. It was like I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it, and
I think you cried actually.
Well, yeah, there's an emotion. What's funny? It's not funny. There's an emotional scene in it. It's just like
I'm not laughing at all.
I probably cried at like every movie here. No, I didn't. But no, I mean, no, Scream, I thought it was good. It was a good move. And I like how they bring back characters from the previous moves. And I like that they keep continuity with this franchise. And I think it's cool. I'm just saying that I feel like they should have stopped here but of course it made it money. So you just keep making sequels and ruin every franchise. So that's just how I feel. But anyway, okay, good.
It doesn't ruin the franchise, but I will say I actually hated the title, and then it makes fucking sense. And I was like, oh, that's actually clever.
Well, yeah, they do. Yeah, they poke fun of it in the movie. So
that's why they don't call it Scream 5.
Yeah.
But their next one's called Scream 6.
That does bother me, but it's like the Final Destination thing.
Right.
Yeah. Was that an 8.5, Carly?
No, 9.
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
9 out of 10.
Cry baby.
That'll be crazy. All right. No, I'm just fucking around. All right, so coming in number 3 for myself.
Dave's like, I didn't even watch it.
I feel like this is probably going to be talked about over and over again in the next couple here. Is Ty West Pearl.
Twinsies.
So I fucking love the fact.
Did you guess that from Moodz, Carly?
No, I said because he said twinsies.
Oh.
So Ty West originally wanted to shoot this film in black and white, which completely makes sense. It's 1918, it's black and white. I
would love to see a black and white version just to see.
So the studio said, fuck no. Not going to sell that shit. And I get it from this.
I don't know if they said fuck no, but
I get it from the studio point of view. I mean, we're trying to appeal to a different audience here. Black and white probably wouldn't sell as well. So I love what Ty West did. He's like, well, if I can't shoot in black and white, I'm going to shoot the shit in Technicolor. It's fucking amazing, dude. Like
I love Technicolor.
He couldn't have. I wish more films were shot in Technicolor because it looks so damn beautiful. It looks so appropriate, right? It looks so fantastical, right? And that's kind of the point of it. And it's amazing what he did with the cinematography. Like the look of this film is fantastic, man. It really is fucking fantastic. So I even love like right from the credits of this film, like the font of the credits are so well done. Mm-hmm. It just looks of the times. The attention to detail in Pearl is so overwhelmingly amazing. One thing I like about this film, though, I mean, Ty West didn't have to set this film in 1918, which was like pretty much the end of where the Spanish flu was happening, where people were wearing masks and stuff like that. I think it was brilliant that he did that because it was so motherfucking relatable to what's happening in the world right now with the masks and our pandemic too. Mm-hmm. I think that was actually quite brilliant. I don't know if people have ever noticed that, but I was watching last night. I didn't even notice the first time. I was like, okay, I knew about the Spanish flu, blah, blah, blah. And I kind of put it in perspective. I was like, oh shit, you know, it's kind of brilliant that he did that, because he could have done it in the 20s. He could have done it any time period, really. But to make it so relatable, there's only a couple scenes with masks, but it is the Spanish flu and people are wearing masks. I thought that was actually kind of a brilliant, kind of subtle thing that he threw into the film, which is fantastic. I love the narrative. I love the narrative that it's not about Pearl being normal and going crazy. She was already fucking crazy in the beginning. We see that in the first 5 minutes. She kills a fucking duck for no reason and gives it to the croc. It's amazing. So we already know that she's all fucked up. I love her drive, though. It's amazing. She actually has the scene of the year, without question. The monologue scene at the table, without question, is the fucking scene of the year. I don't care what anyone says. She knocks the shit out the park. In fact, like, it's kind of crazy that Mia Goth played 3 different characters this year, and they're all fantastic. Really good stuff. One thing that I like about Pearl in X is that her husband in X is Howard, right? Well, it's Howard in X, so it's the same dude. So the way the movie ends up, in my opinion, there must be like 100 fucking amazing storylines between 1918 and X is set in 1979, which is 61 years apart. How many fucking movies are in there?
Yeah.
Because you got put this into perspective. So Howard isn't part of the film at all. He's off overseas fighting World War I against the Germans, which is actually really fucking crazy because he's an American. Married to a German family. So at the end of the film, he comes home to see what he sees. He obviously is horrified, but he accepts this shit apparently because he's still with her 61 years later. So, man, if Ty West was smart, he makes Maxine and he goes back and he makes films in between Pearl. Because, oh my God, I kept thinking about this.
Maybe we could get Howard.
Yeah, Pearl and Howard. Pearl and Howard. Right? Howard and Pearl. Yeah. So there's obviously something there, but like 1918 to 1979, that's the gap, man. And he obviously was with her. He was riding. He was fucking Tupac riding on this motherfucker. Like it's crazy. So I really like that. I think it's brilliant. I think it opens up for a whole lot of other narrative. It's amazing. This movie's shot so brilliant. I love the aspect and I love the contrast between Pearl's character and Maxine is so damn cool because Pearl is hell-bent on being a fucking star. Hence the contrast between Maxine, who's hell-bent on being a fucking star, which is the narrative of Maxine, which is very cool, played by Mia Goth. All these connections are giving me a boner. They're amazing. I couldn't be more excited for Maxine, to be honest. I'm loving this trilogy. This might, if Maxine pans out to be as good as these other two, this might even be one of the best trilogies ever. Yes, I said it.
I agree. I mean,
agree.
If Maxine can stay on the level of these two films, I will be so fucking impressed.
I'm thinking it's going to, because Ty West cinematically has captured the 70s so well. He's captured the teens, the 19-teens so well. And I imagine the 80s is going to be the easiest one for him since he's already been there before. I guess, was House of the Devil in the 80s? I guess it would have been 1980.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's already done it before. So I think aesthetically he has an idea. And I think it's just a matter of narrative and where he takes this and if he wants to end it there. So there's a lot of possibilities. Like I said, even if he doesn't, you can always go back to like telling these, Bonnie and Clyde stories of Howard and Pearl. There's so much possibilities here. I think this is honestly one of the greatest things that is in cinema right now. So Pearl is fantastic.
I agree.
9.5 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10.
Ooh,
I could go on and on about this. I love the kills. One of the things that really grosses me out about this movie, but I get it, because when you're an immigrant, you have pride. You don't want help. So you let the pig rot on the fucking deck. Right?
And
you let
the pig, yeah, it definitely does her mental state gets worse and worse. The pig rots more and more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. cool filmy shit.
It's very metaphorical, isn't it? It's very metaphorical.
Yeah, the whole movie's like that. They're both great.
I pointed that out to Carly in the theater because she's dumb and doesn't get stuff like that.
You
Yeah,
didn't
so,
point
I mean-
shit out to me.
Yeah.
Well, no, she pointed to it and said, "Is that you? I didn't know you were in this movie." JP.
Didn't I say something
Looks
like
like-
that?
hey,
Like,
no, she said, "Looks like you put on some weight since you filmed this."
I absolutely love the fact, though. I really love the fact that, like, it's obviously set on the same grounds and stuff like that. And the croc is literally the same croc because they can live like 200 plus years, right? So it's actually really cool. I love that shit, dude. It's so cool. It's literally 61 years later. It's fucking nuts. God, there's so much story in between this. Oh, gives me shivers, man. I'm getting goosebumps here. I want more.
The number 3 for the listeners was Terrifier 2.
Okay.
Cool. Dave.
I mean, what's going to follow Pearl? But it's got to be X, right? That one's my number 2. Next theater movie on the list, of course. No, but I mean, I like this one quite. We talked about it a little bit. Like I said, best kill of the year. I was shocked how amazingly well put together. I liked it up until that point. I was like, oh, this has got a really great aesthetic. And then right when that kill hit and Pearl snapped, I was like, no, this is special. This is something different. And I loved it. And it's a throwback, yeah, in a lot of ways, but it also feels like it's its own thing. I think it's perfect. Like, I love the idea that they're making a porn. I think that's awesome. So, I mean, X, 9 out of 10. I mean, I've said a little bit about it. We've talked a little bit about the movie. And what was the listeners was Terrifier, right?
Yeah, listeners was Terrifier number 3.
Did you say 9?
9, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. My number 2 is a movie that I absolutely loved. Was a huge surprise for me because I didn't even hear about this movie until it was like I think it was like a week or 2 before it actually came out that I saw the trailer play in the theater. And that is Bones and All.
Nice.
That was your number 2?
That is my number 2. Why?
I'm out on you.
Out?
That was my guess. Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
actually. Oh, crazy. Okay.
So yeah, Bones and All. To me, this movie is almost perfect. Like the way that these characters are developed, and Solly, who is honestly the most interesting character in the entire movie, and we don't even spend a lot of time with him, and it actually works to the benefit. The whole hair thing I thought was so creepy.
Disgusting.
I love this love story. This is going to be a go-to Valentine's Day watch for me, which I do. I like watching horror romances around Valentine's Day, as Carly knows.
Yes, we have an extravaganza.
Yeah, we usually have an extravaganza.
You say it wrong.
No, I say it right. How do you say it?
Extravaganza.
Or Valentine's Day extravaganza.
All right, dude, go on. This is cringe.
I don't give a
I love this
fuck.
part of the review. This is always my favorite.
You got the David Gordon Green section of the film was actually like very creepy, and I was like, "What the hell? That's David Gordon Green."
And then he pops up in the weird flashes too. I was like, "What is happening?
Yeah.
Did he go back and kill him?" It seems like he did.
And even like the dude that's with him is just a creepy asshole. Like he's not a Bones and All eater. He's not an eater.
No, I think David Gordon Green is actually that guy.
Oh yeah,
the non-Bones
sorry, I
eater.
reversed them. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Like he's just an asshole, right? Like most of these people don't want to be this, but and the thing that I thought was going to happen right at the beginning of the movie when it started, when you find out that she has this ghoul syndrome or whatever, I thought that it was going to be a typical movie where she doesn't want to eat, and the whole thing, it's like you have to eat, like, and like most vampire-esque movies. And it wasn't like that at all. And I was very happy because it's like, dude, I'm so tired of that narrative. Like, you can feel that way and it not be the main focus. You know what I mean? Like, just get to the point that you got to eat, bro. Like, I'm going to eat if I'm one of those things. You know what I mean? Sorry.
But I think it's a moral thing, though, right?
It is a moral thing. I'm going to feel bad about it.
I mean, he's just tired of seeing
dickheads.
it. Like, it's in every single movie like this.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's
If
just,
you can't improve on it, don't bother doing it anymore.
Right, 100%. So I was happy to see that it wasn't that typical shit.
Right.
So you also got Chloe Sevigny. I never can say her name.
I mean, this has also got fucking Jessica Harper.
Jessica Harper,
for Christ's
yeah.
sake. And Chloe Cervini.
Which is unrecognizable
not
too,
even an
man.
R in it.
Didn't recognize her right away.
Yeah, there's no R in there.
It's her mom, JP.
No, what?
He's trying to say the name.
Oh, I thought you said I didn't know it was her.
Cervini. Yeah, sorry. I knew a Cervini. There's no R. Yeah.
Cervini.
I knew the actual person with that.
Yeah, I know who she is. Kids is one of my all-time favorite.
Oh yeah,
movies.
I was gonna say I know JP knows her from Kids.
And Jessica
one of my all-time
Harper,
favorite movies too.
Yeah, I honestly was like shocked that Jessica Harper was there. I didn't even notice until the end credits. I was like, "What? That's so cool!" But
yeah, I didn't realize until after I watched it too.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I love this slice of Americana, the traveling through the the 80s and stuff. And then I actually thought the end of the film was like very heartbreaking. You know what I mean? It actually worked for me. This was truly one of my favorite movies of the year that will go on and continue to be one of my favorite movies when I look back at these years down the road. You know what I mean?
One thing I did notice in the film, what I said when I was talking about Bones and All, was the scene where they, after they kill that dude from the convenience store and go to his place and stuff, and he's talking about Kisses Lick It Up and stuff. If you look on the wall, there's a poster of Kisses Lick It Up there, but it's actually a German poster, because in Europe the lightning bolt S's were banned over there, like in Germany and stuff. And I thought that was kind of noticeable or notable, actually. It was interesting they didn't put the regular, like, why would he have a German fucking Kiss Lick It Up poster in his wall in the 80s? Like, it just seemed crazy to me. I felt like it was just done by the director, because a lot of people do know the association with the lightning bolts, of course, being from the
probably wanted to avoid them, yeah.
Exactly. So they didn't want that controversy kind of thing, right? Crazy. I mean, it's things I would notice from music, because I'm a big Kiss fan, and I used to have a lot of German vinyls, and so in the lightning bolts are the basically Z's, whatever you want to call them. So it's kind of funny. Yeah.
Mark Rylance, who's I didn't even really know from anything until I didn't recognize him in the movie. I still don't even know if I've seen anything that he's in, but he looks familiar. I think male performance of the year probably for me, whereas Mia Goth is female performance of the year. Just an amazing character, and the world building that they do in this film is incredible for basically being like sort of a vampire thing, but not. There's so much like that's not told, right? Like the little bit that we get from Sully and what he's talking about, like the other people in the world and the eaters and stuff like that.
I never got a vampirism thing at all from the movie, man. It's like this weird genetic. It's like an oddball genetic makeup that is making them.
Well, if you believe they can actually eat somebody bones and all, they have something different about them.
Oh, speaking of that, so I didn't know this was based off a book or whatever, and you guys were talking about how the movie differs from the film or from the book quite a bit.
That's what I heard.
So do they in the book? Do they do the whole bones and all thing?
Yeah,
because
at the end of the movie, she eats him bones and all in the book.
She eats Sully.
No. Character.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just wondering because I thought because I always thought that like Sully in the book, like the correlation to me was like Sully was like kind of this mythological, because there's a point in the film where the boyfriend says, like, I've heard of him before.
I think that's just saying like, oh, that guy. Yeah. You would think they would know of each other a little bit. Like,
well, you would think, but it's very apparent that they like, you still have to learn how to smell and like do these. There's so many things about this movie that's very mysterious, which oddly I could see why people wouldn't really care for, because there's so much thinking involved in this, and like, but it's so mysterious in the fact of what they are and what they're really about, that it makes it so much more intriguing. I think that's why it works so well.
And I love this sort of like nomadic lifestyle where people just are like kind of doing their own things, like how Sully, finds his victims and how Lee finds his victims, and you sort of find your own way in this world, and sometimes you link up and sometimes you don't. And I like that Solly just felt like he had a genuine connection with
because it wasn't sexual. It wasn't sexual. It was about
well, he even
somebody he
says
was attracted to. That
it's the only connection he's ever had with anyone ever in his life.
He's a weirdo.
Because all they did was wash off next to each other. Nothing special, but he's never ever had any interaction with anyone. So that's how fucked up he is.
Yeah,
he's lonely.
Hence the
he's also a killer.
Hence the nomadic lifestyle, right? Because you're constantly moving. You don't have the time to ever really connect.
Well, he was wrong. So. He was off from the beginning. My guess is that he came from some sort of abuse for a long time and has been on it by himself since he was probably 5 or 6 years old.
But I get it. I get the boyfriend though, man. Why he, at one point where he comes back to the after she leaves him and stuff, he goes back home and mom's house, and so he moves down to Lake and stuff like that. It's also a matter of like you want to be away from that. His lifestyle, he did something to his dad and stuff. But it's also the temptation though too, right? You want to kind of separate yourself from things. There's a lot going on with these characters that.
You also
they have resentment towards the person that passed on the genetic gene to him.
Right.
Yeah,
well, his dad passed it on to him, so he obviously resentment. So when she goes to find the mother and realizes that this is where he got it.
But the isolation,
hereditary disease.
I mean, there is a lot of commentary here too, like the isolation and stuff within these characters and shit. Like a lot of people feel that shit today because there is an overwhelming, there's a byproduct of society that's so overwhelming that people really can't deal with and stuff like that. And like, I mean, honestly, man, Bones and All is a great film. I mean, like
That's
I said,
why it's my number 2.
I think I felt like I'm underrating it too, but like, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not a great film. There's a lot going on. There really is a lot going on.
Honestly, could have been my number 1. Like my 1 and 2, I love so much.
I love that you guys keep bringing up the Americana thing because I love a lot of different types of settings. I love road horror films. I love small town settings. And this one has that all. It doesn't take place in any big cities. It has that small town feel. It's got that 80s feel, which isn't fucking shoved down your throat, which is fantastic. You kind of have to figure it out yourself, but it's very subtle. It's good.
Yeah, and I kind of like the style too, where everybody just looks like they're fucking dirty and smelly.
I just love the freedom. I love the freedom that's expressed in this too, because they're like, there's a point where they take the truck and they're driving around. And the guy's like, well, you better have a couple days of water. I'm like, and they make this conscious decision of like, well, we're going to head back here. So when the truck breaks down, that's where we're going to set up shop. And that's what they do. I like the freedom, the mentality of that. Like, it's just so of the times. It had to be
a period piece. It would never work.
Exactly. It's totally a product of its times. That's just what I was going to say. Because you really couldn't do that nowadays. I mean, first of all, it's so expensive to live nowadays. You couldn't fucking do that. Like,
you also couldn't just get jobs like you could and drive around with it forever either.
But you couldn't also just get a job like she did. She's working at a library now. Like, it's so fucking hard to just get random jobs now. Like, it's weird like that. And yeah, it's really on the money. It really is. It's a good film.
Yeah. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Okay.
Good job.
Where am I at? Right. My number 2 is The Menu.
Fuck! That was the second guess I had.
I told you, you fucking prick.
Fuck you, dude. You lied.
No, I'm not.
You acted like The Menu was your favorite movie of the year, you fucking bitch.
That's not how I acted. I acted like you just didn't like it that much for some reason.
I picked 2 for everybody, and the 2 I picked for Carly haven't come up yet. Well, so I know one of them for sure. What the fuck?
No, it's just like I watched Bones and All, and I was like, that was way better than The Menu. We watched them back to back.
Okay. No, The Menu was super entertaining to me. I don't like, some people are like, it was a little generic. And I'm like, I thought it was completely original in what it was doing. Like, yeah, there's some aspects that are like similar to other movies, but the whole underlying thing they're doing there is really cool and unique. And it was really funny too. Like, I laughed out loud a few times during it. And yeah, I like all the characters. I like all the reasons they're there. And, I like Anya Taylor-Joy as your main chick in this movie. Just
my main chick.
The isolated set. No, buddy. Just the whole isolated setting, and yeah, it was just I love this plot. I thought it was a really cool plot and very unique and something, based on the trailer. We kept seeing the trailer over and over, and I was like, what the fuck is this even gonna? I can't even tell what this movie's gonna be about. and it's hard to even like someone asked me what it was about, and it was hard for me to even like explain to them what it is about. It's like hard to put into words, but when you actually watch it, you can like. What'd you say?
I said right.
Okay, good. I thought you were smart. All right, but anyway, yeah, it's a good movie. I gave it a 9 out of 10. Out of 10.
Awesome.
Did you say 9 out of 10 out of 10?
I might have. I might not have.
That's a little bit redundant, but actually really funny. I like that.
Thanks.
Cool. So coming in at number 2 is, a film that I watched 3 times this year. Cinema, Blu-ray a couple times. Ty West in the motherfucking house. How often does this happen, man? Where a director has 2 in the same, fucking crazy.
Never in a modern. Well, actually, no. I think I had 2 Flanagans.
Modern. I want to say modern because if we're doing like an 80, 81, whatever, maybe it might have some Fulci. You're gonna have a couple on there. So
yeah.
So X walked out of the cinema and with big smiles on my face, I was like, "Holy fuck!" I loved everything about this movie. Everything. The first thing I thought of was Chainsaw, though. I was like, this setting is amazing. You know what? The first thing I thought of when I watched this film was
Chainsaw.
Besides Chainsaw, because obviously you can't not think of this because the scene where they're driving to their destination with the dead cow on the road, that's just a replacement for the tortoise, right? It's fucking Chainsaw, right?
Armadillo.
Whatever. You know what the fuck I mean. Come on.
Armadillo,
whatever. I just don't have them up here, man. Sorry. If it's not a dead moose,
I've never seen one.
You're talking about.
We don't. It ain't like we have them over here, really, either.
Right.
That's pretty much a
armadillo.
Picturing a dead moose on the road. That'd be funny.
Oh, dude, dead moose and deer over here.
Moose, man,
every day.
Fucking scary looking.
You see them all the time.
I see a moose in a video game, and I'm like, fucking run.
Did you guys see the recent videos of the moose that was behind my house for last?
Yeah, I'm sure that, dude.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it was there for like almost 2 weeks. It's crazy. It was annoying with the dogs because they want to attack, and it's just stupid. But, anyways, so the cow is like the replacement for the armadillo. Dave.
There you go.
Kind of like that.
People hate being corrected.
So one thing I noticed this time, I never noticed the first time as well, or maybe even the first 2 times, was when they get in the van, the van says plowing service.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a subtle joke that's so fucking funny to the narrative. It's absolutely hilarious, man.
I'm gonna get one of those.
Even when they go to the gas station, it's called Peddler Gas Station. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is ridiculous. There's these funny subtleties in the movie that are like, Ty West is those are the things that are making me love the shit even more because that shit makes me laugh. And it's not goofy. It's super subtle. I got to say though, man, the scene of the year goes to, well, people are always talking about Mia Goth, man. She has both scenes of the year. Her monologue in Pearl and, well, I should say the creepiest scene of the year, or maybe the best scene. I don't know. Depends on how you want to look at it. Mia Goth in bed being molested by older Mia Goth. That's amazing. Come on. That shit's fucking funny, right? That shit's
like,
amazing.
It's strange.
It is strange, man, because it's fucked up. It's literally her molesting herself. So that's pretty cool. We already talked about the use of Don't Fear the Reaper, which I think is phenomenal. One thing I really have to note about this film is the portray of the characters in this film are all super likable. Generally, when you do a film about like porno and, you have, executive producers and all these type of characters, generally they're not likable. There's always going to be one person that's a piece of shit, whatever. Everyone, even the dude that plays the strip club owner, the executive producer, he's fine. He's totally fine. I like the portrayal of the characters in the film. No one's a piece of shit. I like everybody. It's weird. Mm-hmm. I like everybody in the film. And I really like how Ty West did this. He didn't make it a stereotypical, like, oh, this guy's got to be the dick. He's got to be the focus point of being a dick because there was no fucking point to it. So I really like that. I thought that was a really good way to characterize these type of characters. Take it out of the norm, So that was kind of cool. The other element of X that I love, man, is the fucking preacher on the TV. Who the fucking preacher is?
I can't remember.
Well, they play it like
the
three.
twist?
That's the twist. They play it throughout the film like at least 3 times, and it's funny because like it's played in front of a character multiple times. It's never noted.
Oh yeah.
Shown to us.
Now I remember.
I love that so fucking much. It just adds so much girth. It adds so much color
Stop
to her
saying girth.
character. It just does. I only say girth once. You
said it earlier too.
Did I?
A couple times. I think.
Maybe to Kid Cudi's girthy penis because that thing was huge. He got a big penis. I'm sure that was siege. It had to. It couldn't have been as real. But then again, his butt was real. So,
How do you know?
I think the kills are fantastic in this. I think the setting is amazing. This looks great. It's acted well. There's nothing about this film that really isn't good. I'm surprised on why I'm giving it the rating I am, because I can't figure out something that's wrong with it. I've seen it 3 times. You do get to see Mia Goth naked, which is crazy. She's phenomenal. She really is so damn. Her accent, that shit is amazing. Like, she's pulling off that shit really good. And I will say, 9.5 out of 10. Salute to the perverts. If you guys remember, you'll understand that joke.
All right.
Nobody gets that? Yeah. When they salute to the perverts. This is what happens when you watch the movie 3 times.
I don't remember. Dude, I watched it once in the theater.
Come
Everybody
on.
else watched
when they salute to the
late in
perverts,
year.
man. I was catching, like, I was watching it last night, like, trying to point out, like, pick out things and stuff, and it's just like, oh my God, dude. Oh man. And I will say Kid Cudi is fantastic. Like, when he talks about being a Marine for life and stuff like that, and he's in there and like generally trying to help and stuff. And that's my point of the characters being very likable, is that like he didn't have to be doing that shit. Like, he's portrayed in society as being a piece of shit, not only, for being a porn star and stuff, but just in general, like the horror realm, like these characters shouldn't be that nice. And he's out there and he's, oh fuck man, old man, he's looking for old man, and he just gets done wrong. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Anyways, go for it. I'm sorry.
The number 2 for the listeners is Barbarian.
Yeah, of course.
Number 1, Dave.
Give me 1 second. I'm doing the list too. Remember, it was a really shitty spot for me to do that. Yeah, I got it. I'm
okay.
Good.
Come on.
David.
All right, so my number 1, no surprise. It's been my number 1 ever since I saw it. One of the earliest movies I saw. Watched the fucking thing 3 times. Everybody knows this kind of movie is made for me. I love infected and zombie films. I love how they handled this. Now, everybody knows it's just kind of like a live action Crossed, the graphic novel. But hey, this was done brilliantly. I love how they handle the actual slight changes in you when you're sick. I think one of the best performances is from the old man on the subway, where you watch him lose his humanity and embrace his savagery and his impulses is amazing stuff. How at first it's slight. He says he sits there at a middle-aged man. He's sat next to this woman probably 5 or 6 times on the train, maybe forever. And he always thought, oh, she's pretty. That's probably the only thing he ever thought before he was sick. But now he thinks, well, I'll say something to her. But then he's going to say, well, I'll get angry now. And you don't register that you're actually turning. And they do that brilliantly with a bunch of people that you're slightly turning. That's why when those people argue in the hospital, they're all turning. They're already infected. It's already over for them. They just don't know it. It's brilliant. I love the gore. Yes, it's really gory. It's really disturbing. When the woman goes into the restaurant, Juicy Boy, Jesus Christ. Man, I love this movie. The sadness. My number 1. I guarantee me and Moodz have the same top 3, which is insane. It's fucking.
He's already predicting that I have the sadness at number 1.
I guarantee. What else?
Did you hear me typing as you were talking? Because I was already writing what you were. Yeah. So
fuck it.
I
watched this.
Dave.
If you didn't get me right, you were not paying attention.
What you ready?
I kept 10 out of 10. Love it. I mean, these are these kind of movies are made for me. The slow guy, the fucking I've never been this hard, and I haven't been this hard in years. Fucking when he's running with the axe, I'm like, yes, fucking, oh my god, that's fucked up,
dude. I
love
know
it.
It's fucked up, man.
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant movie. For what it is, it doesn't get much better than this.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Buckets of blood too.
Literally, man, that train scene. Fuck.
Oh, and she's standing there like fingering herself.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I like when the dude right before he stabs people, like a little teardrop comes down from out of his.
I love that. I love the idea because they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
but they can't stop it, and they just oh man, that's brutal. That's just like all that fucking. And they have the big smiles and the tears coming out of their face. Like it's genius.
Yeah, man, it's like good people doing bad things. It's like, it's like this demon. It's crazy.
It's the inner shit, the stuff the worst thing you could want to do ever, and you just can't
shit
stop
that we
it.
suppress.
I feel like at that moment that when we talk about like the teardrop and like, doing bad shit and stuff, I feel like those baseball players were like pieces of shit, man. They were just straight up pieces of shit. They were giving no fuck. Even though the dude that they were torturing was like, the end result of that is actually pretty shocking.
I'm like, where the fuck did you get barbed wire at?
Yeah, man. Dude. Fuck.
GP. Okay. Yeah. My number one should be not a surprise, I think, by now, due to process of elimination. I think that it is the best film of the year. It's also my favorite film of the year, and that is Pearl. I liked it a good bit more than X, actually, but I think I would like X even more now going back. Don't get me wrong, I loved X as well, but I think
all my little anecdotes, man, like the plowing van. Come on,
yeah. I think Pearl, like in terms of the performance and the character study, and like just this person who just believes that she's special so much, and then that just not being the case, where she's and on top of that she's a little nutso, is just such a recipe for disaster. That scene in the kitchen is I literally watching it, I was like, this is one of the greatest things I've ever seen, just in terms of acting ability and like the way her snot and tears and stuff is all mixing up. I'm like, man, she's going for it. Go.
I truly think that like that's one of the scenes that's going to solidify Mia Goth as being, one of the modern greats, man, because I mean, honestly, that shit's hard to do. I mean, that goes on for 5 to 7 minutes, man. There's a couple, there's not cuts, but where they cut to the sister-in-law, but like that's one scene. It's insane what she does. Like, it's a lot of dialogue. It's really well done. For somebody that, these are lower budget films. You don't think it's shit like this. You think, when you're watching Wolf of Wall Street and DiCaprio's shit, man, like it's just, that shit blows my mind. The dialogue that he spits and the way he does it. Like, he's got hundreds of thousands of lines. It's crazy what he does in that film. But like, when you watch his shit, you're like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is memorable as shit.
Yeah, it goes on for 8 minutes nearly.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes 57 seconds.
Oh shit, I just guessed. I 5 to 7.
Ty West, the first film that I thought of when watching this was Wizard of Oz. And that was actually one of the films that Ty West watched. That actually he made me a goth watch. Wizard of Oz and Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is the two films that he made me a goth watch.
God damn, great motherfucking movie.
Yeah, and I totally think that helped her performance, both of them.
Love
and
that
just
movie.
the vibe of the films, which I love. I love both of those movies. And I love the Technicolor. I just thought that this movie was so much better than I expected it to be. And I liked X, but I didn't think that it was going to be like this elevated in terms of like what it was about. Like, I didn't think I thought it was going to be, because X is, it's a slasher film. And then this one has like a different tone. And like, I was just so into seeing where it was going to go the entire time. The stuff with the mother, the stuff with the father, the stuff with the guy she meets at the theater, the stag films, the scarecrow scene. Like, it's just so much stuff that I loved about it. I loved every minute of Pearl.
That was actually one of my biggest complaints with a lot of reviews that I read. X versus Pearl. People are like, oh, X was, this. Then I watched Pearl and it was like a totally different movie. I'm like, well, what'd you fucking expect? It was an origin story of Pearl. Like, it's not going to be full blown. Like, I mean, I'm like, what the, like, are you not fucking paying attention?
You're also
to
in
what
her
you're
fantasy
watching?
world. She's the main focus. She's deranged.
Yeah,
While
you can see right
X
where the
is
title
in-
comes
Like,
up.
this
like
is 61 years later. She's already, I mean, there's 61 years of probably slashing motherfuckers up here, man. That's why X happened the way it was. This is an origin story. This is
Well,
her.
X also
I think
doesn't
that
follow
people
her.
are also
She's a
thrown
side
off by
character in
the-
that story.
Yeah.
X is
And
more
al-
grounded in reality.
And also the style, right? Like, and it's an intentional thing, and it's something that we love. But I think to other people, it might be a turnoff because let's face it, a lot of people do not watch films from the 30s or the 40s. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
They just don't,
I know.
and it's totally done in that style.
But they should still know that style. I mean, it's been
You know what, man? You'd be
mimicked for
surprised,
years.
Dave. I really don't think.
I
Like,
agree.
I've noticed this, man.
it's in fucking laundry commercials.
I have done, I've done what, 31 Days of Horror, and I always try to do a film from like the 30s, 40s, all the way to present. And the films that do the worst are the 30s and 40s and 50s. No one ever watches reviews, no matter how fucking famous, whatever
Just
they are.
change all the titles to Big Tits.
And that's the thing. That's the thing.
Moodz
It's like,
reviews Big Tits.
because
Hey,
nobody
fucking-
even
yeah.
wants to fucking learn. Nobody wants to be introduced to this shit
that's
because
why
they
I
don't give a
actually wanna
shit. And I'm
do
like, what
this
the
top
fuck,
10
man?
of 1941 because
I already
we
started
don't-
my prep. I already started my
we
prep. I
don't
actually watched the film purposely
enough of
for
this stuff.
the last one for 1941 or for 31 Days of Horror from 1941 I had never seen before. I did that purposely.
Yeah.
So I actually started, you can look on my Letterboxd. I actually started top 10, 41 of podcasts, whatever.
Cool.
But-
Yeah, that's
JP?
awesome because I feel like
What'd you
we
give
don't-
this?
9.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Why is it low?
No. It's the same I gave it. It's your number one. So I thought maybe it might be.
I have,
then again-
dude. It's so rare.
That made
I
the
give
Hall
a
of
10,
Fame.
bro.
That made the Hall of Fame.
Did it really?
I got a
Really?
9, and you guys both have 9.5s, and I'm
Sweet,
sure.
dude. I didn't think anything was gonna make the fame.
Well, there's gonna. I think this other one might too. I
Yeah,
don't know.
probably because of me. Because of me. Carly,
What?
it's your turn.
Okay, yeah. Number one is Pearl.
Really? You gotta be
Yes.
fucking kidding me! You're such a liar.
How?
Because you tricked me.
No, you're just
So
stupid.
I
I'm
picked.
tricked.
Okay, get this. This is okay. I just wanted to say something. This is how fucking bad I am at picking number ones. I picked Bones and All for Carly, and Pearl for number 2.
Well,
Bones
I
and
mean,
All
that's
wasn't
pretty
even
good.
in her fucking top 10 for fuck's sakes.
Wait, was it? It wasn't?
No.
Are you fucking retarded?
I've never had this happen before where I picked a film that
Not
wasn't even in
hard
the
R.
top 10 before. It's going to prove how I'm straight
He
up.
literally picked a film that wasn't even in their top.
But Bones and
He's done
All,
that before.
really? Like Pearl,
I gave
picked-
it, but listen, Bones and All, I gave an 8. It just wasn't an 8 in my top 10. I didn't really like that it was like more of
A
like
romance.
a romance, like cutesy.
Yeah, and that's usually what I hate in films too. It's crazy. Like,
I can't believe all of you have that on your list. To be
Good
honest,
move.
What are you talking about? That's totally on point for me. I
Oh,
was
yeah,
number
you
one
do.
spot.
Yeah, it
you
is.
do look
honestly,
like cheesy, stupid. bitch.
cheesy.
Just
I don't think Bones and All is cheesy, though.
Spontaneous was also your number one. What are you
Okay,
talking
calm down.
about?
Calm down.
It's true.
Did you have anything to say about Pearl, Carly, before we talk for another 6 hours?
I mean, it'd be nice if I could talk a little bit.
I know.
It's good. Mia Goth is cool, and it's a movie. Okay, go ahead.
No, you
come
can
on.
continue. Go on.
Okay. No, I mean, I think Mia Goth was amazing in this. It's everything I would love to be as an actress. I could probably memorize all that dialogue, but I don't think I could ever act it out like she did. It's like insane to me. That ending, no one brought up that ending clip of her just smiling at the camera. That's freaking unsettling and amazing.
Yeah,
the whole-
and in fact, that goes on for 5 minutes and 36 seconds.
I had to look that up too before. But yeah, I thought it was great. Very well shot. And just her performance. I love how she just screams some of her lines out of nowhere, and she's just very unsettling the entire time. This is my type of movie. This is like a May type of movie, kind of. I like it's like a character piece where the other one was like a slasher. So it's like works for me. I like lonely girl movies where they just lose their fucking mind by the end. So yeah, 9.5 out of 10 for me as well.
So I'm really curious on what Ty West is going to do with the narrative for Maxine, because like she's obviously pursuing, and I love that contrast so much. Like, I can't stress that enough, because Pearl was hell bent on being a star. Maxine's hell bent on being a star. I love that contrast. It's like actually brilliant. But like what they're going to do with her, because like she wasn't like she was more the final girl, the survivor of X. So what the fuck are they like? What narrative wise? What are they gonna do? Mm-hmm. Right? Like she's not a killer. She's not like she's survived. Like what the fuck is? What kind of situation is gonna arise?
Yeah,
she's gonna kill her fucking gross ass family. She's gonna kill her gross ass religious family.
Probably. Maybe that's
definitely. She's going back and she's got to deal with her crazy ass family now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, right.
What else would you do?
I don't know. That's the thing.
I mean, they wouldn't set it up that way otherwise.
Right.
You're right.
But it's how they do it that's interesting.
I love the con. I think it's so brilliant. I think it's so brilliant.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Oh, shit, me.
Yeah.
Number one is... fuck. Well, I should probably bring this up, but... number one is a film that you probably... Dave, I'm really surprised. No Leech.
I know, right? It's my number 12.
You didn't see it in the theaters. Can't be on his list.
Yeah, right.
I actually thought The Leech would be at least in your top 5. Like, I was shocked. Like, I'm fucking totally... Wow, crazy. Okay. All right, so probably no surprise, and number one is The Sadness. Yeah, of course, Dave was right. We have the top 3 the same. When does that ever fucking happen? Never
happened. This year is very predictable.
It's insane.
No, me and Moodz have never had the same top 3.
No, I thought you meant 2 people in general.
So The Sadness is oh my god! Like when I first watched this film, I was literally blown away.
You know what has happened a lot? Sorry, is I've had a film at 10 and Moodz has had it at 1 a lot.
Me and Moodz usually a lot of times have the same top
again.
1.
Yep, it happened again. It almost happens every top 10.
That is so fucking hilarious, dude.
I never thought of this before when I was like, I watched The Sadness a couple of times this year, and I never really even thought about it until I was watching it last night. But there's this crazy scene where the doctor's explaining I think it's called the Alvin virus. And it clearly, like, they're doing the molecule diagram of it or whatever, and it clearly looks like a fucking penis, right? Isn't that so fucked up to me, man? Because of the whole rapey aspect of the film and shit. That's a really subtle, good joke, man, in that film. You notice that, Dave?
I don't remember it being a penis, to be honest.
It clearly is. It clearly is.
I believe you. I'm not doubting it.
Is this on Blu-ray yet?
Yeah.
I have the 4K import.
I have the Canadian Raven Banner special edition. Fucking nice.
I wanted to buy that one because it looked like it had a lot of cool shit in it, but I wanted the 4K.
It's fucking awesome. I can't even imagine how good the 4K looks because the Blu-ray looks ridiculous. Like, it looks so good. So that actually really makes me laugh, man. The Alvin virus with the penis and shit like that. It's kind of funny because it's very reminiscent. That scene is very reminiscent of Dawn of the Dead. And then, of course, where this one ends up, it's very like Night of the Living Dead in a sense. But I love the downbeat ending to this because it reminds me of everything that I love in these, like, old school zombie films. I'm not going to call this a zombie film because it's technically like a virus. It's not a zombie film. They're not, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole over. You guys know what I'm talking about. But it isn't. These are different type of killers because they are being infected, but they can still fucking.
It's similar to the crazies.
It is because they can still talk and they can still react and they're still functioning. They didn't die. They're not coming back. But the thing that separates these ones from a lot of films is that they're super ultra fucking aggressive and violent, but they're rapey and they're to the point where Like they're trying to just do pure evil. It's nasty. It's obviously influenced, like I said, heavily influenced by Romero. From the start to the end. The train scene of the year. Crazy. It's
great
visual
fucking scene, dude. I wish I had more time to stew on this film.
It's visual, it's violent, it's bloody, it's gory, it's horrific, it's eye-opening, it's fucking everything you want in a horror film. There's no comedy. It's just insanely done. And it's like, my God, like it's kind of true to what's going on though too, because when you see that much violence, like people are like kind of hesitant to get involved and stuff. That kind of makes sense to me, dude. There's so many scenes in this film that blow my mind. Like we already talked about the little kids and baseball players and stuff. But when it gets to the hospital, that shit's nuts. And the way the film ends up happening, I never really thought of it the first time I watched it because I was kind of like, oh shit, this is fucking crazy. I don't even think I fucking heard the gunshots, man. Like I swear I didn't even fucking catch on to that. So when I was rewatching, I was like, oh shit, because they weren't supposed to be out there, right? It was supposed to be another character, which I really like. That's fucking downbeat. It's crazy.
Well, that person was gonna die anyways because nobody was gonna be allowed on that top without that doctor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were expecting the doctor to be out there, so when they
anybody. Well, they said if you walk out without me, you're dead.
Yeah. So it's very downbeat, right?
No, big time, yeah. Because she was probably the cure. She was probably the only.
Well, she was. They actually showed that she was.
Well, very crazies at the end. I take it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And she actually was the cure because like he did this thing.
Infected her.
I love that. I love this like morbid moment when the doctor turns and he says, "I enjoyed killing those babies." And I was like, fuck.
He's starting to turn.
I'm like, fuck, man. But I get where he was coming from in the first place because when he was sane and normal, he was legitimately trying to do good. He understood the situation. Right? He understood the situation because he's right, though. He explains that like these guys are going to break in, they're going to rape these babies and they're going to kill them. And I don't want that. So I'm going to do them the pleasure, which is the pleasure of, I'm going to test them on. And if they turn whatever, I'm going to kill them kind of thing. It makes sense because when you've realized what the world is, you might as well try to make the best of it. And unfortunately, that's what it comes down to. I get that. A lot of people are going to have a lot of problems with that, but I think that he made the right decisions. I think it's written properly. It's disturbing in the fact of what you have to do, but it's also realistic though too, because he's a doctor. He's trying to get a cure for this shit, man. He's trying to do good. He actually was. He kind of like some people might even portray him as being evil, but he wasn't. But anyways, we're talking more about the end. I think the lead in this film, I have no idea what her name is.
She's good.
She's fucking beautiful, man. So fucking beautiful.
Well, that too.
And by the end of the movie, she is so unrecognizable. Like it's just incredible what they did with her. I got to say, man, I don't know if they knew Header or whatever, but there's a great shout out to that film.
That's actually one of the only scenes I didn't like in the movie.
Dude, there's a great scene after when he says her eyeball fluid are drying on my dick right now.
I like that part.
But dude, like Dave knows what I'm talking about. He's seen Header before.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have us a Header almost every single night.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that where he's like, doing the eye socket thing, and it's not just like Header, but similar. Mm-hmm. That shit was fucked up, man. I was like, oh my God, this is like violence over. It's disturbing. It's crazy.
I think my favorite thing about the movie, like plot wise, is just just when you think that there's no way to really do infection and zombie. Originally, they come up with like a new idea.
Right.
I like how it.
It's very interesting how they came up with it, man, and how it got passed on.
It's cursed. It's crossed.
Crossed.
It's the graphic novel Crossed. Everyone turns into sex zombies, where they're just ungodly. They retain their knowledge, but they're just ungodly. They want to fucking rape everything and kill everything.
So it's not original, is what you're saying?
Well, not really.
It's based on. It's based on the.
Man, nobody reads that shit.
Which I actually never knew.
Everybody reads that. Everybody reads that.
I never
Yes,
even
it's
heard
very
of
popular.
it until
You don't
Christian mentioned
graphic
it.
novels.
That's the first
No.
person I've ever heard about it.
I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that this movie is inspired by Crossed.
Damn. Okay. I didn't know
The
that.
virus, though, is different. I mean,
You know what's fucked up,
but-
Dave? You know what's fucked up? I read so much, surprisingly. But I don't keep in touch with all that type of shit. Like if I'm not reading a Stephen King novels, I'm reading
I mean, I read it
books
like
on music.
15,
Like that's all I
20
ever
years
read.
ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
see,
that old.
they're-
I thought it was something new.
Didn't know.
Probably
Didn't know.
Probably 10, at least 10.
Which
I probably have
helped
a
me.
couple of them.
Well,
Probably helped me
damned.
realize this film was even better. Like I mean, I just took it as a film.
No, I loved it. I mean, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
No, of course not.
It doesn't change
Man.
a thing.
Dude, the effects in this film are so good. The gore effects are so good, man. The scene in the fucking diner when the dude gets the
Grease,
fucking
man.
basket, the grease basket dripped on his head or smashed on his head,
Ow.
and he pulls his
Ow.
fucking face off. I'm like, oh my! And that really does set the tone. You're like, holy fuck, is this? Then it just goes batshit for like 100 minutes, man. It's insane. It's
Yeah,
insane.
Carly actually did not watch this one.
I could have said that to myself. I
that's-
didn't.
say it.
I was going to say it. No,
I
I don't like I don't really like infected zombie type moves, and also it was called The Sadness, and I didn't feel like being sad.
Well,
You did tell me that.
I
and
wa-
I was like, it really
I watched
isn't
Scott
that
Derrickson's
sad.
movie.
It's
I
not
watched
a
Scott
zombie
Derrickson's movie, and I haven't liked any of his movies. So,
Are you serious? You don't like zombie movies?
Not really.
Oh man.
I mean, some are fine. They're just not ones that I'm like, yay, a new zombie or infected movie. Or
So-
anything
Do you
of that
like
nature.
you like Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead?
She get Day of the Dead a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, but I put it at my number 10 on that list because I'm
I mean,
like,
it's
I
just
think
'cause
it's
you know it's a good movie. It's just not your thing. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Well,
Do you like Return of the Living Dead? Do you like?
yeah, I love
She
that's
loves
like one
that
of my
one.
favorite
Okay,
movies of all
so
time.
okay,
but
we're
that
just trying to
one's
figure out.
just-
Yeah, this
that's
is
a
nothing
different
like that.
vibe.
This is nothing like that. This is
Nothing like that.
So-
this plays out super serious and it's super gory and violent and visceral and,
It
and
has some
very
dark
sad.
humor,
It
though.
literally says what it is. It's very sad because of what's
It
going
has
on.
some
Like
dark humor.
this is the end of the world, man. It's brutal. It
Well-
does have moments of course. I mean, when the guy says, her eye juice is drying on my dick right now, it's kind of fucking funny.
What'd you give it, Moods?
10 out of 10. Yeah, this is
I made
this,
the Hall of Fame too.
Thanks
this
to
is
me.
the best
Thanks
film
to
of the
me.
year. In my opinion, it's my favorite movie. I agree with Dave. This is so fucked up because I think the last top 10 list we did, we were like talking about how fucking odd our lists were comparatively. They were so
We had
different.
one, but it was our number one. Our number ones were the same though. Psycho Gorman.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
and then this year we literally maybe 4, 5. I don't, but top 3 is
4.
crazy.
I got all the stats now. If you guys want, what was the last?
Just real
listener
quick.
one was X,
So let me ask you
right?
something, Dave.
Wait, just real quick.
Wait,
Who-
just tell me
Just
X.
like
It's
real
X, right? Just give me the fucking list so I can
Oh,
make sure
the-
this
the-
fucking thing is
the people?
yeah, it was X, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't pull that up actually. Yeah, it was X. But real
Okay.
quick, who won the thing?
I got Moods and Carly right,
Okay.
but I didn't
got
get
2
you
as
right.
well.
I got Dave right.
I think I lost on everything.
Did you get Moods' second one right?
I know, I got
Maybe.
Moodz is correct.
I didn't even pick 2.
I picked 2. So
Oh, I didn't pick 2.
I guess I win.
I actually got Dave's 1 and 2 no, I actually didn't know. I picked Pearl for
But I
all-
would have picked
I picked
Pearl
Pearl
for Moods.
number 2 for all 3 people.
I picked
He
X
picked
for
X.
Moods,
Yeah, I
I
would
knew
have
it was
picked
X.
Pearl. So
and I got
would've
Carly's
been
number
wrong
1
anyway.
right, but I didn't get her second right. I guess Barbarian, and for JP, I picked Bones and All and Barbarian.
How the
as
fuck
the
did
top
you get
2.
Carly right?
I picked Barbarian
I
and
knew it
Pearl.
was. I just
Bones and
Pearl,
all.
man.
I can't believe I actually picked something that wasn't even on a top 10 list. That's insane.
Pearl's the best movie of the
think
year,
you've
though.
done
I
it
mean, like if
before.
you look at it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Pearl's
my,
great.
it's my.
Pearl's great.
I think it's the best movie of the year, but
All right.
I mean, I get it.
Crazy.
so
So Dave,
I had 6.
So
well, because
just
I
one
got
quick
all
question.
the things.
one,
Yeah,
one-
do the
one-
stats.
one question about the leech. So
A leech.
I actually was 100% convinced that shit was going to be on your top list.
It was on there for a while. I just when I came down to it, it was 2 performances and a good script, but it just I don't know how much I would rewatch it. I just only got to watch it the one time. It's in my top 12. It's like 12 or
Spoilers.
13. Don't know which. You know?
Yeah, cool.
But the other movies are such bigger scale. It's hard. Like, it's hard
because
to
you saw them in a theater.
I didn't. Yeah, I mean, they're also like $1 million movies. The Leech is just like an indie gem, you know.
I saw 9 of my.
That's what I loved about it, man. I think I'm so drawn to Graham Skipper and Gardner right now. That
Skipper was great. I was
everything
very
that they
with
do.
I laughed a lot.
Did you like Jeremy? You didn't like Gardner in the film?
No, he's very funny in it, but I think Skipper's performance is something that Skipper never got to do. I think Gardner's done roles like that.
Yeah, I think
pretty much.
I can't believe I had 3 films with Jeremy Gardner on my top 10.
That is strange. That is
crazy.
It's fucking crazy.
He's fun. He's good.
Yeah.
He's always good. Gardner's always very entertaining. So I had 6 with JP on my list, same. 4 with Carly, 4 with Moodz, 6 with the listeners, and then we get down to who's next up. JP had 5 with Moodz, 7 with Carly. 7 with Carly. That's the highest. And then Carly had 4 with Moodz. And then the listeners had 5 with Moodz, 6 with JP, 5 with Carly, and I had 6 with the listeners. So me and JP had the most common list with the listeners, but JP and Carly had the most in common. Now I have all 20 different movies. There's only 20 movies listed.
This might be the lowest for a modern year. I think that's the lowest amount of different movies ever. Has to be.
But I'm not going to lie to you. The list is really good. They're all it's all mainstream shit. So you want to start at the top or you want to start at the bottom?
Start at the bottom, bro.
Okay, the bottom 3 are tied. 2019-18, It's Halloween Ends, Apology, and Off Season, all with 1 point.
You're the only one that had Halloween Ends, huh?
Yeah, and
I definitely had the most unique list, though. Definitely, because I think I have...
Oh, I forgot to do that.
I have 4 films that are on no one else's list. It's crazy. That shocked me.
I have 1, 2. I have 2. I have 3.
0.
I have Cursed, Nope, and Halloween Ends, which are all big movies, which is insane that no one else had them on their list.
I'm actually shocked that JP never had Nope. I thought for sure it was going to be on there.
Really?
I almost guessed it as your number 2. And then Carly has 1 movie that no one else has, and Moodz has 1, 2, 3, 4. So Moodz has 0. The most unique list. Yeah, and Carly has 1, and I have the second most unique list. And the listeners have one movie that's not on anyone's list, and that's fucking Mad God, which is weird that it's on there.
Yeah, I thought that was weird too, actually. I couldn't believe that was
I can't believe I don't have a unique movie
that
on
was
my list.
Collection. Fuck, it's crazy.
Okay, so moving up at number 17 with 3 points is Nope. Number 16 is The Leech with 4 points. Number 15 is Fresh with 5 points. Tied with Smile at 5 points. Tied with Spine of the Night at 5 points. That brings us all the way up to number 12, which has 6 points. That's The Cursed. Number 11 is Christmas Bloody Christmas, tied with WNUF Halloween Special Part 2 at 10. Then we're going to 9, 11 points with The Black Phone. 8, 14 points with Scream. 7, 14 points with The Menu. 6, 16 points with Barbarian. 5, 16 points, Terrifier. 4, 18 points, Bones and All, which is where I had that movie placed. 3, 21 points to Sadness. 2, 29, X. 1, 36 points, Pearl. So the funny thing is the top 4 movies are the same top 4 I had on our master list.
Wow.
Which was what were they? Pearl,
the top
X.
4. So I'll go from the top without including ties. Pearl, X, The Sadness, Bones and All. Those are the top 4. And then Terrifier 2, Barbarian, The Menu, Scream, The Black Phone, WNUF 2.
Yeah.
That's top 10. Or Christmas Bloody Christmas.
This is a top 3 at 4.
And so how many movies made it on all 4 of our lists?
Pearl, X, and that's it.
You didn't have Terrifier 2?
No, Pearl and X also made it on the listeners list. So
Pearl and X was only on our
5 list.
I predicted at least 4. I thought Pearl, X, Terrifier 2.
I'm actually shocked.
Oh, maybe
there wasn't more.
Yeah, maybe. And Bones and All. That was the 4. I thought those are the 4 that were going to make all 4 of our lists.
Carly didn't have Bones or All, but either did the listeners.
Oh, I know.
I can't believe you didn't have. Wait, you really didn't have Terrifier 2, Dave.
And I'm the only one that didn't have Terrifier. Everybody had it except me. The listeners even had it. And Carly is the only one that didn't have the Sadness. The listeners had it too.
I'm actually quite surprised, Dave, that you didn't have Terrifier 2, man.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised.
That's clearly a mistake on Terrifier 2, and it's clearly a mistake that Carly didn't watch The Sadness. Those are two mistakes.
No, I think the mistake is that
she didn't have bones at all. I thought for
no, that's not a mistake.
Girl
no, but
on the show would have the romantic.
When you look at a list, and like you look at out of 5 lists, if Terrifier is on 4 of the 5 lists, then you're the odd man out. The Sadness is on 4 of the 5 lists, so Carly's the odd man out on that. That happens a lot, though. Like, I mean, what else is here? Bones. There's got to be one that Black Phone made 2 lists. You know?
Yeah.
Who's
Christmas Bloody Christmas made 2 lists.
Carly, Black Phone didn't make your list?
It did.
What? Yeah, it did.
So it
2
didn't
lists.
make Dave's list then.
It didn't make me or Mood's list.
No, it's only on 2 lists. Yeah.
I liked it. It's in my top 20. I mean, there's a lot. Most of these movies on this 20 list are in my top 20. Like, it's not like I think they're junk.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
Almost every film that's even listed here is definitely in my top. What are we doing? A top 25?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, really, well, except for the menu, I haven't seen it. I can't. Fuck.
See if
WNUF2 not going to make it because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be able to see that one. I mean, you know what I mean?
My list is the most basic bitch list besides Out There. Out There was like my only outlier.
What was your outlier?
Out There.
I'm calling it WNUF2.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't
know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't even have my only outlier. I don't even have an outlier. It's just none of you guys had Nope, which is weird.
I didn't like
I'm the only guy with Nope.
Carly didn't like
Nope. It was a Nope.
I rewatched
for me.
Nope. Cursed too. I'm the only one that had Cursed.
Yeah.
That
one,
I guess I had a few. I guess I had a few.
It's probably the most outlier out of all of them. It's
Off Season, I think, is like.
Well,
I mean, the one.
Oh,
did anyone even like Off Season besides me? Like, it's crazy.
That's all right.
I didn't even watch it.
Dude, that's so
glad
I heard it wasn't horror.
What? Off Season?
I'm joking.
How the fuck is Off Season not horror?
I'm like, what?
It's just a joke. I didn't even know of it.
It's a Mickey Keaton film. Come on, man.
I know. I like Mickey.
Remember how much we praised Darling a couple years ago? It's like, fuck.
I mean,
you think that you would actually check out it just based off that if you hadn't seen it?
I didn't know it was out. What do you mean? You thought I would?
It was on fucking Shudder. It was on Shudder.
There's 1,000 things on Shudder. I don't watch them all.
Apparently not.
Shit. Anyway, I guess next week we'll be doing our extended list as well as a look at 2023 movies. Is that
we're gonna combine it. We're gonna combine it. So what do you guys want to do? We're gonna do 11 to 25, and then
we can do them quick too.
Get into a pre, or do you guys want to do the pre or the 23 overlook or whatever? Fuck you.
We'll do that at the end.
Yeah.
You want to do that at the end?
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably going to come with a top 10 most anticipated. You guys don't have to if you don't want to, since you're saying there's not 10 movies that you're interested in.
Didn't do research.
I mean, I looked into it, and
I just thought it would be easier than watching 3 movies after watching a bunch of movies this week.
I agree.
Yeah. Right. Cool.
All right.
So I guess that's everything. Good show, guys. Good show. All right.
Yep. Another year down.
That was the most basic year of all time. We all had something. We never had that much in common.
Of a unique list than ours.
Well, they had fucking 22 movies. They had 22 fucking movies. It was better if I
So how different were their top 10 films compared to us?
Not much that different. Not much different.
There was some different ones.
Did anybody have Christmas Bloody Christmas on their top 10?
No.
Watson.
Shut up, did he?
Yeah, it was like top 10 or top 22.
It was like
anybody has
2 or 3, I think.
No, I
don't even think anybody watched that one.
Nobody had. Somebody might have had off season. I don't know.
I like how JP emphasized nobody watched that one.
Master and Quiet or something. I don't. 2 movies.
Soft and Quiet. Soft and Quiet. I seen Master. The Righteous I've seen, and Master. I really like Master. Soft and Quiet I did not see. I didn't see Don't Worry Darling, which is something that Dave had on his list.
The Righteous actually was in my top 10 for so long.
Yeah.
But, shit happens.
The Leech is a better version.
Right.
They're not even alike. One's a comedy, one's not.
Yeah, right. Did anybody watch Hellhole this year?
No,
No, I heard it's good.
No,
I think that might have been on Exploding.
That and
Heads.
Hellbender I didn't watch. I heard
I
both good.
actually have that at an 8.5, and it was the one that got kind of sold out, but I really enjoyed the shit out of it, man, because it starts out as like a kind of a stereotypical fucking exorcism film, but then it just goes completely sideways. Like it's just nothing what it appears to be. And the ending is great. It's got a great ending.
Also one other thing, I do want to give a shout out to David Scott, who actually sent me the listeners' top 10. I woke up this morning, he's like, hey, I did all the work for you. And I was like,
shut the fuck up.
awesome.
Of course. I was
Thank you,
wondering how
David
this
Scott.
shit came about. I was like, there's no way that JP, I actually thought that Dave did this for JP.
No. David Scott just randomly took it upon himself to do it, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, because it never would have been done.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I agree.
Can I go now?
You can go if you want.
All
I'm
right.
gonna go too.
I'm hungry.
My
What time is it for you
fingers
guys?
hurt.
It's what, just about 11 o'clock for y'all?
Yeah.
I'm just really hungry.
It's
Eat a-
like
eat a
10 to
dick.
8 for me, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I need more beer. So,
I need to. What the hell?
all right, dudes. We're out of here, man. Thank you for listening, and yeah.
All right.
Happy fucking New Year.
Bye.
Game over.